Lin Chaotian's right hand had a cluster of pale white flames, emitting a buzzing sound. Just looking at it gave people a scorching hot feeling. In his left hand, a bluster of black flames jumped irregularly, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Two clusters of flames made everyone present, including Tianqing and Yu Mengli, have a feeling of incredible danger. Those are Zhongli heavenly fire and Nihility karmic fire. In the legends, they are the strongest fire seedlings of fire attribute rule. Among these two flames, one is incomparably blazing hot and can incinerate all things. The other is dark and deep and can crush all thoughts. Two flames, one ethereal and one corporeal, they can burn everything. These two flames are both legendary flames. I didn't expect that he's able to condense them as soon as he became a Tao ancestor, Tianqing said gloomily. His eyes also exuded dread. Becoming a Tao ancestor, there were really not many existences capable of making him apprehensive anymore. These two clusters of flames were one of the few existences. In his heart, he already acknowledged Lin Chaotian as his opponent. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly and she said worriedly, "Then Yi Yuan he?" Tianqing nodded and said, "The Nihility karmic fire isn't like these corporeal flames. It's incredibly harmful to the divine soul. Even if it's this ancestor, if I get hit by the Nihility karmic fire, the chances of survival are very slim too. Yi Yuan's divine soul is very strange, but wanting to resist the Nihility karmic fire, I'm afraid that it isn't realistic. No wonder this guy dared to proclaim to reign supreme over the human race." These words weren't bragging. Yu Mengli's expression changed slightly and she instinctively wanted to make a move but was grabbed hold of by Tianqing. It was only to hear him say indifferently, "If he wants to kill Yi Yuan, I'm afraid that it isn't enough yet. But if Yi Yuan is seriously injured on the verge of death, this ancestor will make a move." Heh. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodging when at Deva realm. Now that you achieved Grand Ancestor realm, you're still dodging. Yi Yuan, just the likes of your cowardly appearance, you also dare to call yourself Saint Azure in vain? You are merely a coward. Lin Chaotian had a contorted expression as he said, with a sneer. Yi Yuan still did not turn back and suddenly pointed with his fingertip. A streak of sword energy penetrated into Wang Cheng's body, snuffing out his life force. Wang Cheng's pupils were currently turning lax. He never dreamed that he would die just after becoming a Tao ancestor. Perhaps he was the saddest Tao ancestor in history, right? One silk thread after another gushed out of Wang Cheng's body. Finally, they condensed into a light blue stone. Rule crystal. Yi Yuan casually picked up the rule crystal and threw it to the Pangjin, who was not far away, and said coolly, "This position of ancestor lightning is more suitable for you." Pangjin looked at the rule crystal in his hand, his brain somewhat short-circuiting. This, did a pie drop from the sky? No, wait, this was the pie that His Excellency gave to him. Heavenly Tao Samsara already closed, but he actually obtained a chance to become Tao ancestor. At this moment, countless envious gazes were cast towards him. With Heavenly Tao Samsara closing, whoever refined a rule crystal would be a Tao ancestor. It was just that wanting to kill a Tao ancestor was easier said than done. However, Yi Yuan killed one casually just like that. Yi Yuan. This, better give it to Wan Zhen. Pangjin was rather excited but still did not lose his senses as he looked at Yi Yuan and said. Wan Zhen's expression turned dark and he said, "His Excellency said to give to you, so just take it. What nonsense is this?" But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "His path isn't suitable to become Tao ancestor. Later on, I'll help him customize his path of cultivation. In the future, when his 5-element laws reach the realm of rule at the same time, what would Tao ancestors count for?" The moment these words came out, everyone revealed shocked expressions. Wan Zhen himself was even agitated until his heart was almost jumping out. With regards to the future of the people around him, Yi Yuan had naturally considered it. Pang Jin specialized in the path of lightning. His best outlet was naturally becoming a Tao ancestor. Furthermore, it was Tao ancestor lightning. Actually, before leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan already had the idea of killing people. It was just that, at that time, he still did not know who was Tao ancestor lightning. Now, it was just nice that there was Wang Chang who came out to jump around. He naturally would not be courteous. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets learned was too heterogeneous, and the Tao of divination was too illusory and vague. Yi Yuan had no clue as to how to proceed to. Therefore, a Tao ancestor water source was naturally most suitable for him. As for Wan Jin, he naturally had to follow the path of 5 elements to corroborate his Tao. He could expedite the birth of 18 grand ancestors with array formations. So, what was hard about making Wan Jin become grand ancestor 5 elements? Moreover, his present formation Tao already reached the realm of rule. The array formations that he laid down now were God knows how many times stronger than back then. It was just that he had always been overwhelmed by the matter of the doomsday battle previously until he could not breathe. He naturally did not have time to set up array formations too. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said, "You look at that fellow. He only mastered 2 power of rules and haven't fused them yet and is already so strong. In the future, your achievements will likely be above Tian Qing's." Who he was referring to was naturally Lin Chaotian. At this time, Lin Chaotian currently had such bluster that it billowed to the sky. 2 clusters of shocking flames made everyone give sidelong glances. But Yi Yuan ignored him. This kind of contempt, probably even a fool could see it. It was just that everyone did not understand where his confidence came from. One had to know this 1 ethereal flame and 1 corporeal flame they made even Tian Qing incredibly fearful. Lin Chaotian cussed Yi Yuan for being a coward, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. This kind of slighting finally made Lin Chaotian unbelievably angry. "Damn thing. It's you who are seeking death yourself. You can't blame this ancestor. Go to hell for me." Lin Chaotian gave a roar. Songli heavenly fire and nihility karmic fire being released at the same time. Places that the 2 clusters of flames passed through, 2 long trails were actually drawn out. The void was being burned. It was currently right beside the Heavenspan Mountain. Space was extremely stable. Being able to burn the space, it could be seen how terrifying these 2 clusters of flames were. 2 clusters of flames carried Lin Chaotian's fury and headed straight for Yi Yuan. But it was like Yi Yuan did not see it, still talking away to Pang Jin without any care. "Ha ha ha. Songli heavenly fire and nihility karmic fire are like bone infesting maggots. Wherever you go, they will follow there. This ancestor wants to see where you run." Lin Chaotian laughed wildly as he said. When Pang Jin saw that Yi Yuan was completely clueless, his expression changed slightly as he warned, "Be careful, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still said to Wan Jin, "5 rules. Fusing? Heh. Even thinking about it makes people somewhat look forward to. If you succeed, our human race will be able to suppress the myriad races forever." Yi Yuan had a look of excitement, but the others all had their hearts leap to their throats. Wan Zhan's expression changed drastically and he bellowed, "Your Excellency, fire!" As he said, the 2 clusters of flames already arrived before Yi Yuan. Lin Chaotian saw that Yi Yuan actually did not avoid it and could not help saying with wild elation, "Fool! You're also too careless." Boom! Boom! The 2 flames virtually landed on Yi Yuan's body at the same time. The nihility karmic fire burrowed into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh, while the Songli heavenly fire burned on Yi Yuan's body. "Ha ha ha. D. Foolish fellow. You've avoided for so many years, but in the end you actually didn't dodge. You really deserve this," Lin Chaotian said, with a wild laugh when he saw the situation. However, amidst the flames, a voice came out faintly, "Playing with fire. You're no good." Under the watchful gazes of the people, the Zhongli heavenly fire on Yi Yuan's body gradually extinguished. As for that terrifying nihility karmic fire, it was akin to a rock falling into the sea, not stirring up any waves at all. Recalling back then, that unknown existence's 8 extreme heavenly fire did not even refine Yi Yuan and let Yi Yuan achieve the chaos origin divinity. Instead, although the nihility karmic fire was strong, compared to the 8 extreme heavenly fire, it was worlds apart. How could it threaten the present Yi Yuan? This nihility karmic fire was a joke, and Yi Yuan's physical body was the limit of existence in the heavenspan world. The Dragon Clan's paramount cultivation method coupled with the perfect 9 transformation's golden body, was there any kind of flame in this world that could incinerate him? Furthermore, talking about playing with fire, Yi Yuan was the ancestor of playing with fire, although he did not cultivate fire attribute law and was unable to condense all kinds of terrifying flames. His fire-controlling technique had long already reached the acme of perfection. Wanting to use fire to burn him was easier said than done. Originally, everyone was doubtful and trying to guess what kind of means Yi Yuan would use to face these 2 mighty flames. But no one could have thought that he actually did not block them. He did not care at all. Tianqing had an inert face and blinked his eyes fiercely, thinking that he had a misconception. He's actually completely unscathed, completely unharmed. How is this possible? Those are Zhongli heavenly fire and nihility karmic fire. He actually didn't even employ divine essence? I'm not dreaming, right? He felt that his understanding had been seriously challenged. These 2 legendary flames could not be seen randomly. But the result was too surprising. It's impossible, right? It was so far away, and I even had a feeling of being evaporated just now. Yet Lord Saint Azure, he's actually completely unscathed. 2 legendary flames, and they were actually unable to make Lord Saint Azure take action? It's really too impressive. No wonder Lord Saint Azure kept on ignoring Lin Chaotian. It turns out that he really doesn't care. The powerhouses around were all marveling with admiration endlessly. Even if they did not understand the origins of these 2 mighty flames, they could also feel the horror of these 2 clusters of flames. But Yi Yuan's casualness really shocked him. Of course, the one who was most shocked was none other than Lin Chaotian himself. He used his most terrifying means in a state of extreme fury. As a result, Yi Yuan did not even have any interest in making a move. How could this not frighten him? He was really scared. Are you the devil? Even this and you are fine?
Impossible.
You must be forcefully enduring it. Lin Chaotian bellowed. For the first time, Yi Yuan looked Lin Chaotian in the eye and said coolly, "You seem to be scared." Lin Chaotian's expression changed and he said angrily, "Scared? This ancestor is currently humanity's #1 person, the human race's sovereign. Would I be scared of you, a guy who isn't even a Dao ancestor? Yi Yuan, if you have the capability, let's fight upright and openly." He was really scared. Anyone could tell that what he was yelling was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He boasted that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But that scene earlier, he suddenly discovered his understanding of Yi Yuan was actually extremely limited. This person was always outside of your understanding. Each time, he felt that everything was under control. However, things never developed in the direction that he imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with interest, and he said with a faint smile, "Okay." That smile carried indescribable contempt. Lin Chaotian was greatly triggered. 2 power of rules surged frenziedly once more. Heaven-wielding golden crow. Myriad fire consecration. Lin Chaotian roared, carried a large golden bird, and rushed toward Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was still taking his own sweet time. It was only to see him reach his hand out and grab in the void. A transparent, long sword impressively appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Is that sword a sword of void? Insane. Really crazy. He's actually using space as a weapon. Can it still be played like this? There were shocked voices all around. Tianqing's pupils constricted, and he said, "The void as a sword, this boy indeed comprehended spatial rule. However, if it's merely spatial rule, it's not a great threat to this ancestor too." He waited over and felt that he should not fear Yi Yuan. After all, back then when Shanghang fused space and time, two great rules, Shanghang could not do anything to him. Now, he corroborated his Dao to become an ancestor, his strength increased greatly. A sword Dao rule, a spatial rule, was not enough to pose a threat to him. Swoosh! At this time, Yi Yuan finally moved, only to see his figure flash, already arriving in front of the Golden Crow. Facing the human who provoked him so much, that Golden Crow roared, as if wanting to completely devour Yi Yuan. Roar! The Golden Crow's two wings shook, swallowing directly towards Yi Yuan. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he did not unleash some earth-shaking big move either, rushing straight for the Golden Crow. Ki! 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 In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, that Golden Crow was directly hacked into countless chunks, dissipating into nothing. This. Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. He relied on this move to reach a draw with progenitor Tianqing. In front of Yi Yuan, it actually did not even have excess strength to fight back. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Is this the strength of humanity's sovereign? Aren't you afraid of people laughing their heads off by being the human race's sovereign?" Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, finally revealing a fearful expression. He was not a fool. Yi Yuan's casual mood was not a pretense. This guy was really impressive. Clearly, before this, his spatial law had not reached grand completion yet. In a short 1 month's time, his spatial law actually reached the realm of rule. With sword Dao rule and spatial rule fusing, the current Yi Yuan was too strong. This kind of strength was simply unreasonably strong. At this time, Lin Chaotian finally wanted to back out. Swoosh! Lin Chaotian urged his divine essence to the extreme, running into the distance. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it. His figure just swayed and he already blocked in front of Lin Chaotian. His teleport was much faster than Lin Chaotian's movement technique. Why? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to unify the human race? Is our human race's sovereign running away? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Chaotian's expression was indescribably ugly. He thought that after he became a Dao ancestor, he would be able to tower above all of humanity. Who would have expected that in a short 1 month's time Yi Yuan actually became strong to such an extent? Suddenly, his gaze flickered and he took out a small crystal. Tear of life. Lin Chaotian said in a stern voice, "Yi Yuan, if you dare come over, this ancestor will crush it. The tear of life is a rule item. As long as it's shattered, it will return to heaven and earth." Heh. This ancestor knows that this thing is very important to you. Just try if you dare to kill this ancestor. This was his final trump card. Oh? Is that so? Facing Lin Chaotian's threat, Yi Yuan was completely indifferent but moved closer forward instead. Lin Chaotian had a look of fear and repeatedly fell back as he said, Don't you come over. Walk over again and this ancestor will really crush it." Yi Yuan was completely unmoved, continuing to close in. "Lin Chaotian, you've also borrowed the lesser Heavenspan mountain away for very long already. It's time to return to the original owner. Also, this tear of life. This Yi will accept it too." Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he was not afraid of the tear of life being crushed at all. Lin Chaotian fell back repeatedly. He was really frightened badly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's various bizarre divine abilities made him not even have the possibility of running away. However, Lin Chaotian was a ruthless person too. Under Yi Yuan's coercion, Lin Chaotian suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Is that so? Then if you have the ability, try taking the tear of life away from this ancestor's hand." Finished talking, Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and exerted force with his hand, going to crush the tear of life. But right at this time, Yi Yuan spat a word out of his voice very calmly. "Immobilize." Lin Chaotian's body suddenly froze there. He desperately used strength and even used the two great rules. But it was as if everything stopped. His power of rule could not be transmitted to his hands at all. All of his strength seemed to be restrained. Heavenly Tao true word. His time law also reached the realm of rule. Tianqing had an inert look, feeling like all of his understanding was being subverted. Within a month, Yi Yuan broke through these two great supreme laws to the realm of rule. He was speechless. In his view, Yu Mengli should be a rare talent whose accomplishments surpassed ancient and modern times. But Yu Mengli was nothing in front of Yi Yuan at all. Concerning time freeze, this move, Yi Yuan already had not used it for a long time. It was not that he did not want to use it, but that his opponents were too strong. This move already could not have much effect anymore. Although innate divine abilities were powerful, they also depended on who the opponent was. With Yi Yuan's previous strength, going to immobilize a Tao ancestor was equivalent to setting fire to himself. Under the power of rule, not only would he fail, it would even backlash back to him. But now it was different. His space-time law had similarly reached the realm of rule. His fleshy body realm also reached the limit of rank 9. Under such circumstances, unless the Tao ancestor surpassed him, otherwise, they would not be able to shake off his heavenly Tao true word too. At least, Lin Chaotian could not do it. Whoosh! A streak of sword light flashed past. Lin Chaotian's arm was severed at the wrist. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, and the tear of life flew over. Getting the tear of life, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I tried and seem to have succeeded." Lin Chaotian's eyes went from shock to astonishment, then to horror. Space-time law, time, space, sword, three great laws, stepped into the realm of rule at the same time. He finally understood why Yi Yuan was so calm and composed. Because Ha already completely surpassed the Grand Ancestor Spacetime Shang. Hang back then. He was Saint Azure. He was the number one person throughout the ages. He was the true human race's sovereign. Humanity's sovereign had never been flaunted by oneself, but proved using strength. All of the powerhouses present fell into deep shock. Yi Yuan used his strength to astound 3 eras. At the start of this epoch, he sent a supreme Tao ancestor who had just reached the peak into the dust. I didn't expect that this heavenly Tao samsara actually had such an outcome. Lord Saint Azure is now really the number one person throughout the ages. Thinking about it now, Lin Chaotian's domineeringness previously was really laughable to the extreme. Everyone shook their heads one after another. Lin Chaotian used strength to terrorize everyone. Not long ago, he was still so insufferably arrogant and unparalleledly tyrannical. He felt that Yi Yuan was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Saint Azure was about to become history, but now reality slapped his face brutally. He was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan disdained to refine the rule. Crystals. Because he did not need it at all. 3 great laws fusing. This was indeed very amazing. But it was nothing in front of Tao ancestors. Because these 3 Taos stepping into the realm of rule was virtually something impossible. However, Yi Yuan did it. Now he had time, space, and sword 3 Taos step into the realm of rule at the same time. What did Tao ancestors count for? Lin Chaotian finally broke free from the fetters of heavenly Tao true word. But his body was already drenched with sweat. 3 great powers of rule were ravaging within his body. His severed wrist was still bleeding, unable to stop at all. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified face and said, You're simply not human. How did you do it? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, Lin Chaotian, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Lin Chaotian was wildly ecstatic in his heart. He never thought that Yi Yuan would actually let him off. However, what Yi Yuan said next made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. Today, I'll waste your cultivation. I'll suppress you in front of the two races realm boundary market and let you suffer the reviling of humanity. Endlessly, this humiliation was written by you. So you bear it yourself. Finished talking, he did not wait for Lin Chaotian to react either. Ye Yuan executed the heavenly Tao true word again. Lin Chaotian was directly immobilized there. Then Yi Yuan smacked a palm towards his abdomen area. A terrifying power of law directly penetrated into his divine sea and shattered his small world into pieces. Yi Yuan struck extremely heavily. Lin Chaotian's small world had already been completely destroyed, and it would be absolutely impossible to regenerate. Again, Lin Chaotian had despair written all over his eyes. He glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, You're the devil. Yi Yuan, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he laughed in spite of himself and said, Then, you'll have to be able to become a ghost first. Return. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. The lesser heavenspan mountain directly broke away from Lin Chaotian's control and returned to Yi Yuan's hand. These few years, although the lesser heavenspan mountain had been in Lin Chaotian's hands, he was unable to refine it at all. A precious treasure like the lesser heavenspan mountain was not what anybody could refine. Concerning Lin Chaotian's outcome, Yi Yuan had long thought about it. His sins could not be paid off with a simple death. Facing the divine race's invasion, Lin Chaotian only thought of his own interests and nearly doomed the human race for all of eternity. This sin needed him to go and repay himself. Currently, Lin Chaotian was still a Tao ancestor, but he already did not have divine essence to display the power of rules. The current Lin Chaotian was like a baby walking through the downtown area, while hugging a gold brick. In the crowd, there were already many people whose eyes turned green. Tao ancestor. Who did not want to become a Tao ancestor? But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, You all can beat or scold him, but you can't kill him. I have another use for the fire rule crystal. This sentence immediately extinguished everyone's fantasies. Who dared not follow Yi Yuan's words? Killing Lin Chaotian was easy. But even if they became ancestor fire, so what? Yi Yuan could kill them like killing a dog. This fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan was saving it for Fiery. Ever since Fiery left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he had been in closed seclusion in his hidden place. Till today he had not exited seclusion. But this fire rule crystal was naturally most suitable for him. Everything seemed to have already settled down. But right at this time, Tianqing moved. The divine race's 5 great Tao ancestors flashed and surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not seem to care and said indifferently, You guys can't make me stay. Tianqing said in a solemn voice, I know, but this ancestor will use your human race's trillions of lives as a bargaining chip to force you to have a battle with the 5 of us. If you don't fight, the 5 of us will go on a killing spree. The air suddenly went quiet. The human race powerhouses had not caught their breath yet, and their nerves were immediately wound up tightly again. Tianqing's asphyxiating killing intent made everyone understand that this was not a joke. If Yi Yuan refused, Tianqing would definitely go on a killing spree. The divine race's 5 great Tao ancestors combining forces. This lineup was too terrifying, especially that there were also 2 great Tenmarks powerhouses among them. What to do here? If it's Tianqing alone, it's still alright. But they have 2 great Tenmarks Tao ancestors. Despicable. Shameless. How can they use such a shameless method to force Lord Saint Azure? It's over. This time, it's completely over. To fight is to die. Not fighting is also death. From start to end, the divine race's pressure had always been there. The 2 great Tenmarks Tao ancestors, no one could ignore their existence. The divine race's top powerhouses were too strong. But no one expected that the divine race actually used such a despicable method to force Yi Yuan to answer the challenge. When Lin Chaotian saw the scene, he could not resist letting out a wild laugh. As he said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this time I see how you'll still be arrogant. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very condescending? Aren't you known as the #1 person through the ages? Ha ha ha." Lin Chaotian seemed to be in a crazed state. His face was full of delight. Yi Yuan crippled him, crippling all of his hopes. He hated Yi Yuan. He wished to eat Yi Yuan whole. Now Yi Yuan aroused the divine race's dread, not scrupling to use the common people of the world as a bargaining chip to force Yi Yuan to face the enemy head-on. This result was what he would like to see the most. He was not Yi Yuan's match, but the divine race's 5 ancestors added together. The strengths of these 5 ancestors were above Tao ancestors to begin with. Now that they corroborated their Tao to become ancestors, their strength could not be mentioned in the same breath even more. Yi Yuan would have to die. Noisy! Tianqing gave a cold snort and conveniently flung a slap over. Lin Chaotian was directly struck until his mouth was full of blood. He wanted to laugh but could not laugh anymore. This scene seemed very comical. But nobody laughed, because they could not laugh. The pressure brought by the 5 ancestors was too great. Right now, as long as Yi Yuan said a word of no, the 5 ancestors would definitely go on a massacre. Being surrounded by 5 ancestors, Yi Yuan was still very calm and said, indifferently, human and divine, 2 races each occupying half of the world. Like this now, is it not good? Tianqing frowned and said frankly, you make this ancestor afraid. Each day that you're around, this ancestor will find it hard to eat and sleep. After becoming Tao ancestor, Tianqing's imposing aura that showed disdain for all under heaven had returned anew. He was confident that there was no one who could threaten him in this world anymore. Even if Lin Chaotian was conferred ancestor a second time, Tianqing's strength also skyrocketed. Lin Chaotian dreaded the latter too. But now, Tianqing could not sit still any longer. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited had somewhat gotten out of his control. He did not know whether Yi Yuan would become even stronger or not. At that time, it would simply be a devastating blow to the divine race. Yi Yuan turned to Yu Mengli and said, "You want to fight too?" Yu Mengli hesitated for a bit, but in the end, she still nodded her head. Slowly. She was very agonized being caught in the middle, but she still chose to fight. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, "Since that's the case, let's fight." Then, Yi Yuan answering the challenge, the group of powerhouses heaved sighs of relief one after another. Sure enough, Lord Saint Azure's name of sainthood was not in vain. But it was also merely letting out a sigh of relief. Not that they had no confidence in Yi Yuan, but that the strength of the 5 ancestors was too strong. No way! Are you bullying our human race for not having anyone? Since it's a group battle, then count this ancestor in 2. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly spoke up, his eyes sweeping toward the crowd, and he said with a cold snort, "When are the few of you going to be cowardly tortoises until, if Yi Yuan is defeated, can you all stand aloof, without paying attention to others?" The direction that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was looking at was precisely where the few former Tao ancestors were at. They had their auras converged all along, hiding in the crowd. Among the previous generation Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire was dead, Ancestor Water was dead, and Lin Chaotian was crippled. In the Heavenspan Mountain, because of fighting for the rule crystals, Tao ancestors Earth, Light, and Darkness were killed. But there were still 3 people there. They did not have that fate and failed to be conferred ancestor again this time. But they were former Tao ancestors after all. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, they were Tao ancestor level powerhouses too. At this time, how could they keep out of the affair? In the crowd, the few great former Tao ancestors were all silent. Suddenly, Tao ancestor Destruction stepped forward and said smilingly, "Want this ancestor to take action? Can. But I have a condition. The fire rule crystal is mine. Furthermore, you must swear a heavenly Tao oath that after this, you'll forgive this ancestor's past misdeeds." Tao ancestor Destruction was not stupid either. He knew that even after obtaining the fire rule crystal, he was not Yi Yuan's match too. So he took a preventive measure in advance. With him saying that, Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind lost composure, while the human race powerhouses were in an uproar. Shameless. Really shameless. This guy is actually taking advantage of the situation at this time to profit. Heh? Really our fine Tao ancestors. Why don't he and Lin Chaotian go and Taking a look now, it's better for Tao ancestors to be arranged by Lord Saint Azure. After all, the people that he brought out are all loyal and brave. Individual. With this murder, everyone was struck silly with astonishment. Even the divine race's 5 ancestors were also dumbstruck with amazement. This plot reversed too fiercely. They thought that it would turn into a melee. But in the end, Yi Yuan directly one-shot Tao ancestor Destruction. This? What's Lord Saint Azure's doing? Killing Tao ancestor Destruction at this time? Isn't it breaking one's own arm and destroying one's own great wall? Sigh? Lord Saint Azure's personality is too staunch. What to do about this? A feeling of despair spread in the crowd. The strength of the human race was significantly weaker than the divine race. To begin with, now there were even deaths and injuries. In the end, Yi Yuan even broke his own arm. But Yi Yuan ignored these. His gaze turned to Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind, and he said coolly, "Do you guys still want the rule crystal?" "Don't want any more," the two said fearfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Good that you don't. Remember, not killing you guys isn't because you guys aren't worthy of being killed. Pang Tian, you should thank Pang Jin. Zuyen, you once made a move to stop Tian Qing before. This time I'll spare you guys from death. But there's no next time." There was thick fear in the two people's eyes. The oppression that Yi Yuan gave to them was seriously too strong. Finished saying, Yi Yuan ignored the two and turned around and left. Only then did Ancestor Lightning Pang Tian and Ancestor Wind Zuyen feel akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. They discovered that their backs were already soaked through. The two exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of a bitter smile. The death of Tao ancestor Destruction made them feel the grief of the fox, mourning the death of a rabbit. The 9 great Tao ancestors were only left with the 2 of them now. They understood that the era that belonged to them was already completely over. Yi Yuan returned opposite of the 5 ancestors. Tian Qing frowned and said, "You're really going to confront the 5 of us with your power alone?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Why? Can't I?" Tian Qing said, "Of course you can. This isn't some fair fight, but the life and death battle of 2 races? Heh. You being so overbearingly haughty is precisely what this ancestor hopes for." Toward Yi Yuan's composure, although he felt a little nervous in his heart, he had absolute confidence in the 5 ancestors' strength. Although 3 laws fusion was troublesome, he was absolutely not the 5 of their match. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Well, begin then." His voice had yet to fade and he already turned into an afterimage, pouncing towards Tian Qing. The latter was shocked, feeling an astonishing sword intent coming at him. Head-on. Finelade. Watch this. Tian Qing's reaction was extremely quick too, only to hear him yell out loudly, both fists directly slamming out like flood dragons heading out to the sea. One had a sword intent that surmounted heaven, the other had a fist that suppressed the 4 seas. In a breath, the 2 people clashed. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang. Tian Qing's body flew out like a bombshell, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. This blow that arrived unexpectedly was actually Yi Yuan's complete victory. At virtually the same time, the divine race's 4 ancestors also moved. Yu Mengli repeatedly pointed her dainty fingers, aiming straight for Yi Yuan's vitals. Her strike did not lose to Tianqing in the least bit. Under the other 3 people's support via coordinated actions, it practically shattered even space. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Universe suddenly blossomed, facing the 4 ancestors head-on. Both sides instantly fell into a fierce battle. Tianqing only felt his innards in turmoil. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he rushed in again. Only when he confronted Yi Yuan head-on did he experience how strong the Yi Yuan who fused time, space, and sword 3 laws was. At the same time, he was also secretly rejoicing that the divine race had an additional 10 marks powerhouse now. If it was just him alone, he would likely really not be able to suppress Yi Yuan. Tianqing had fought Shanghang once before and was deeply aware of the prowess of space-time law. It was just that Shanghang's strength compared to the current Yi Yuan, it was simply one up in the sky and the other on the ground. Even if Yi Yuan only used space-time law, it was also completely not what Shanghang could compare with, let alone talk about using time, space, and sword. 3 great laws at the same time. That swift and fierce sword intent was practically poking holes in the sky. If not for him being conferred ancestor again, he would not have been able to block that sword just now at all. However, even if he rejoined the group battle, they were actually unable to suppress Yi Yuan after combining the 5 of their strength. The universe sword art that fused space-time law could be rated as perfect. Space and time, the 2 great laws, contained the meaning of universe in the first place. The universe sword art that Yi Yuan developed with sword Tao as the axis, time, and space as the 2 poles was simply formidable to the extreme. His every move and style carried the aura of great Tao, almost reaching the extent of the limit of Tao. Not only did 5 great Tao ancestors joining forces fail to suppress Yi Yuan, but they were also completely suppressed by Yi Yuan instead. Even if the 5 of them activated Heavenly Tao True Martial, they were still unable to suppress Yi Yuan. Tianqing and Yu Mengli were still alright, the other 3 progenitors were actually in the awkwardness of being in straitened circumstances under the power pressure of universe. The 6 people's battle fought until the sky rent asunder and the earth split open. The mountains and rivers in the vicinity were directly turned into nothingness. This battle could be said to be the supreme battle of the heavenspan world. Already, the power was unimaginable. At this time, regardless of whether it was the divine race or the human race, they all fell into immense shock. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan accepted Tianqing's provocation so calmly, and why he insisted on fighting 1 versus 5 calmly. His might was suffocating. What a fine universe! I feel that Lord Saint Azure is a mobile heavenly Tao. Strong. Too strong. Lord Saint Azure's strength already reached a realm that we can't imagine. It turns out that all of our worries were so ridiculous. Lord Saint Azure is already standing at the summit of the heavenspan world. From today onward, who can still suppress him? Shock, pleasant surprise, and fanatical worship, all kinds of emotions, interwoven together. Humanity's powerhouses felt an indescribable pride at this time. The divine race had 8 great progenitors that suppressed the myriad races. But humanity only needed Saint Azure alone, and they could turn their noses up at the world. In this samsara, the human race did not need to be haunted with fear anymore, because they had Saint Azure. Currently, Lin Chaotian, with his mouth full of blood, his eyes were full of despair and shame at his unworthiness. He was posturing in front of Yi Yuan. He wanted to become the human race's sovereign. He did not even have the qualifications to force out Yi Yuan's true strength. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited now was truly suppressing the myriad races. Lin Chaotian was a joke after heavenly Tao samsara. Originally, he was still filled with hatred towards Yi Yuan and still harbored a tiny trace of hope. But having witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, he understood that he no longer had hopes of making a comeback. This was not an era of heroes vying for supremacy. This was also not an era of duality. This was an era that belonged to Yi Yuan alone. This heavenly Tao Samsara, Yi Yuan would reign supreme by himself. Even the number one person who once looked down upon the world, Tianqing, also had to submit under Yi Yuan's feet. Boo, boo, boo. After 1,000 moves, Tao ancestor Life Chang Kuei was whisked into universe. After a careless move, it was only to see countless streaks of sword light pass through his body, directly garroting him. The power of rule flowed out, condensing into a rule crystal again, and arrived at Yi Yuan's hand. In the last epoch, 18 grand ancestors moving out together might not be able to kill a divine race progenitor too. But now, Yi Yuan killed someone under the pincer attacks of 5 ancestors. Still want to fight again? Yi Yuan held the rule crystal in his hand as he said indifferently. Tianqing's expression was incomparably solemn. The divine race that stood high above the masses was really trampled underfoot by someone this time. Furthermore, it was being subjugated forever, that kind. After today, who could still be Yi Yuan's match? In the battle of the Supreme, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 5, overpowering the divine race. This battle completely shattered the myth of the divine race. The divine race was not a mythical race. They could be trampled underfoot too. Do we still have a way out? Tianqing's words were full of bitterness. He was somewhat unable to accept this current fact. To Tianqing, he had always been the strongest in this world. He felt that he was this world's apex. No one could surpass him. But now, Yi Yuan, this peak already completely surpassed him. Yi Yuan nodded his head lightly and said, "Yes, be more law-abiding in the future. Then I won't do anything to the divine race. You remember this. In the future, no race is superior to the others. All life is equal. You restrain the divine race and put away that lame sense of superiority of yours. Of course, our human race also won't pose with the bearing of a ruler." Tianqing had a look of surprise and said, "Do you really mean this?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you think that I have a need to crack jokes with you?" Tianqing's expression became somewhat complicated. Honestly speaking, the pride of their divine race was born in the bones. That pride seemed to be deep-etched in the depths of their soul, unable to change at all. The divine race seemed to be feared by all races the moment they were born. But now, Yi Yuan's words were like a form of charity. When had their divine race, or him, Tianqing, ever faced such a humiliating moment before? But Tianqing was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan was not pitying them. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could absolutely make the human race tower above all races. But he did not. Yi Yuan had the qualification of a sovereign. His word was gold. If he said that all life was equal, then all life would really be equal. It was just that he did not understand. Why? My divine race should have an irreconcilable hatred with you, Tianqing said in puzzlement. You'll understand very soon. Before long, I'll go to the divine race. Now, you all go back, Yi Yuan said coolly. Tianqing's expression changed. He recalled what Yi Yuan said before. Could it be that Yi Yuan was really going to deal with the 8 extreme divinities? But Yi Yuan no longer paid attention to him and turned to Long Yi and said, Long Yi, you've led the 8 clans to guard the abyss world for hundreds of millions of years, toiling hard and rendering great merits. This rule crystal will be handed over to you. In the future, your Tao ancestor life. Long Yi's entire body trembled, indescribable joy on his face. By the side, the leaders of the 8 clans were also happy for him. With Long Yi becoming an ancestor, no one was unconvinced by it. Many thanks, Lord Progenitor, Long Yi said respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and looked toward An Xian and said, An Xian, you as humanity's chief commander, have rendered utmost contributions. Later I'll lay down the inheritance arrays anew. You'll be the second person with the qualifications to enter the inheritance grand array apart from Wan Jin. When An Xian heard that, he was also wildly elated. How could he not understand the significance of the inheritance grand array? One had to know the inheritance grand array created 18 grand ancestor level powerhouses. For him to be able to obtain this qualification, even if he did not enter Grand Ancestor Realm in the future, he would also surely be a supreme powerhouse among Deva realms. Many thanks, Lord Saint Azure. And I Xian said agitatedly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, then surveyed the surroundings and said loudly to the powerhouses that filled the sky, Heavenly Tao Samsara has already ended. From now onwards the human and divine two races will stay out of the others' business. If anyone deliberately provokes the two races to be antagonistic, I'll kill without mercy. Yi Yuan's words were said casually, but the majesty in those words, no one dared to disobey. The current Yi Yuan was the true blue sovereign of the myriad races. This myriad of races included the divine race. None dared to defy his words, although they did not understand it. Very soon the Heavenspan mountain battle spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world like the wind. The entire human race was boiling with excitement, especially Saint Azure battling 5 ancestors and overpowering the divine race. Just listening to it made one feel their hot blood boiling. This battle achievement, one did not even dare to think about it before today. If progenitor Tianqing battled 5 great Tao ancestors by himself, they would not be surprised. But a human suppressed the entire divine race. This sort of thing was too heaven-defying, too impressive, really too awesome, being able to see Lord Saint Azure once. In my whole life, I can die without regrets. The number 1 person through the ages, Lord Saint Azure is absolutely the well-deserved number 1 person through the ages. Lord Saint Azure is really akin to the noonday sun, illuminating through the ages. He alone created 3 eras, leaving legacies suppressing the divine race, suppressing eternally. Nobody is able to surpass this kind of feat anymore. Following the divine race coming roaring into being, their might had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people already, especially when Tianqing returned back then, suppressing 3 ancestors by himself. That kind of shock was truly unable to use words to describe it. In everyone's impression, Tao ancestors were supreme existences. They were invincible powerhouses. But suddenly, a person appeared who could actually suppress 3 people by himself. This impact was really too great. But Yi Yuan suppressed 5 great divine race progenitors with his power alone, and it was even the progenitors after becoming Tao ancestors. In contrast, Yi Yuan was simply a god up in heaven. That kind of power could no longer be described using words. From now on, humanity would truly be able to live under sunlight. They no longer had any more fears from the rear. This huge mountain that suppressed 2 epochs was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Before this battle, people's feelings towards Yi Yuan were more admiration and idolization. But after this battle, Yi Yuan was thoroughly apatheicized. He was the divinity above the clouds. He was the god of war that suppressed all sides. He was the sovereign who guarded the human race. From now on, he was a figure that lived in mythology. It was just that, with regards to these, Yi Yuan himself did not have much awareness. Not only that, the dark clouds in his heart grew denser and denser, because he knew that suppressing the divine race was just the beginning. That 8 extreme divinities which created the divine race was the truly terrifying existence. Facing this existence, he did not have any confidence at all. Soon he would be facing it. But before this, he still had one more thing to do. Savin Mulinksu. He went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties. It was in order to obtain the tear of life. Now he finally got his wish, but right before it, Yi Yuan's emotions became perturbed. The current Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person. His alchemy Tao already reached the acme of perfection, reaching the realm of rule. He naturally knew how dreadful Mu Lingshua's current state was. Regarding a trace of spiritual consciousness not extinguishing, actually it was already equivalent to a dead person. Even he, this existence with invincible alchemy Tao, was also at a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan could refine Tao pills, but Tao pills could not save Mu Lingxue. The tear of life was a rule item with a powerful life force. This power was very magical and hard to describe. But as for the specifics of whether it was useful or not, Yi Yuan was not sure. Either. He was praying in his heart, praying for Mu Lingxue to be able to wake up. Carrying extreme flustered emotions, Yi Yuan injected the tear of life into Mu Lingshue's body. Yi Yuan's body was trembling slightly, his breathing becoming rapid. The sacred ancestor high priest who was by the side, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so nervous. It could be seen what weight of this woman whose life and death situation was unknown had in Yi Yuan's heart. One dark green light halo after another emitted from Mu Lingshue's body. Yi Yuan carefully guided the power of the tear of life with the power of his divine soul, entering Mu Lingshue's sea of consciousness. There was only a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining. Yi Yuan forced himself to calm down. There was no room for the slightest error. At this time, this final trace of spiritual consciousness could not withstand any accidents. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing the tear of life. Even he was extremely amazed by the vast aura of life inside. This aura of life was extremely complex and profound, seemingly containing the great Tao of life and death inside. There was a myriad of great Tao. The great Tao of life and death was also one of them. Furthermore, it was an extremely profound one. Yi Yuan had cultivated the Nirvana Seal's life and death seal before and had a rather profound understanding of life and death Tao's attainments. But, even if he was presently revered as Heavenspan World's #1 person, he could not penetrate the secrets of life and death too. People were the most complex things in this world to begin with. In front of the great Tao of heaven and earth, people were insignificant like a drop in the ocean. But people themselves were also akin to a complicated and sophisticated instrument, running continuously. Logically speaking, everyone was within the operations of heavenly Tao. Everyone's life trajectory should also have been configured already. But Yi Yuan had gone through so much and had long already seen through a lot. The destiny of people could not be controlled by heavenly Tao at all. Just like himself, he had discussed his life with profound secrets before and could confirm that his heaven-defying rise was absolutely not within the operation of heavenly Tao. He broke free from heavenly Tao's control. Yi Yuan could also confirm that the Heavenspan World's current situation already broke out of the control of heavenly Tao too. Yi Yuan had a feeling that even if one grasped life and death rule, they would not be able to truly see through life and death too. The tear of life contained the maxim of life. Feeling this power, Yi Yuan felt a bit more confident out of thin air. Under Yi Yuan's control, the power of life seemed to be like the spring rain, watering the weak spiritual consciousness. Time slowly trickled by, but Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness did not show the slightest signs of strengthening. After several devastations, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was already too weak. The power of life was unable to enter Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness at all. Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little more fretful in his heart. But he did not dare to be the least bit neglectful. Every pore on his body from head to toe became tense. 1 day, 2 days. A month later, just as Yi Yuan already completely despaired, that trace of spiritual consciousness suddenly grew stronger. Although it was only a little bit, Yi Yuan could see it clearly. This trace of change made Yi Yuan ecstatic. In this 1 month, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was immersed in the power of life. Finally, there was a slight improvement. With a trace, there was a second trace. Yi Yuan believed without a shadow of a doubt. Sure enough, in the following time, this trace of spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger, increasingly stronger. Yi Yuan's heart was practically leaping out of his throat. He was too exhilarated, experiencing untold hardships and turning the Heavenspan World upside down. What did he do it for? To become the Heavenspan World's #1 person? To be admired by millions of people? For that eternal name? No. He only did it for Mu Lingxue, that strange woman with an ice-cold outer appearance, but dared to love and hate. Now he finally did it. Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was continuously strengthening. From feeble and dim in the beginning to solid and then turning into like clusters of flames. Ugh! Finally, Mu Lingxue let out a soft murmur. This sound was very light, soft until it was almost inaudible. But when it entered Yi Yuan's ears, it was more beautiful than any music in the world. Lingxue, can you hear? Lingxue,
Emi Kvingyun.
Yi Yuan completely forgot about himself and did not notice the tremor in his own voice at all. However, there was no response. After this sound, there was no more sound. And right at this moment, the light halo on Mu Lingshue's body dissipated with a loud bang. The tear of life also shattered with a loud bang at this moment.
No.
Don't. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, desperately wanting to gather those fragments. But everything was futile. Those fragments gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's entire person was stupefied, instantly falling from great joy into great sorrow. Lingxue, wake up. Don't scare me. I carried endless hope. That's how I walked until today. Don't shatter all of my hopes. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan was practically saying it while crying. These thousands of years, it was the tear of life that supported Yi Yuan to come this far. But now, the cruel reality told him that the tear of life could not save Mu Lingxue too. This despair of shattered hope directly broke Yi Yuan. Lingxue, don't be like this. Why you give me a response? Okay? I know. You're just pretending to sleep. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker, until the end the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. His face dried up after being wet with tears and turned wet again after drying no idea how many times already. He was unable to deceive himself anymore too. He knew that he really failed, but he was not reconciled to it. How he hoped that all this was a scam. By the side, profound secrets and sacred ancestor high priest were both visibly moved. They had never seen such behavior before from Yi Yuan. Only all the way until now did they understand that Yi Yuan walked until today, step by step for this mortal woman in his arms. At present, Yi Yuan was already revered as supreme. But his feelings for this mortal woman never changed in the least bit. To a martial artist, there could be many women in their lives. Along with the increase in their strength and status, their mentality would undergo massive changes. How could a mortal match up to the Heavenspan's sovereign? How could her life or death be worthy of the sovereign being so heartbroken? This was a strange man who was most affectionate and sincere. Yi Yuan, and maybe there's still hope. After all, the tear of life had an effect, right? One tear of life can't. Then we can find more tears of life. Wing hesitated for a bit but still urged. Yi Yuan's two eyes were vacant without any spirit as he said, "You don't need to comfort me anymore. You and I are both Tao pill powerhouses. It's very clear whether the tear of life was useful or not. Spiritual consciousness was just a wisp of consciousness. This wisp of consciousness became stronger under the nourishment of the tear of life. Spiritual consciousness became stronger, but the divine soul did not show the slightest sign of recovery. This was the crux. Mu Lingshue's divine soul had long already dissipated. There was only this strand of spiritual consciousness left that was not extinguished. Yi Yuan had always been waiting for the tear of life to be able to let this wisp of spiritual consciousness recondense its divine soul. But no, there was not the slightest trace of anything. His despair did not lay with the tear of life shattering, but it lay here. Without the divine soul, it was useless no matter how strong the spiritual consciousness was. Wing's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yi Yuan, didn't your divine essence already become a chaos origin divinity? This shows that the divine essence still has a higher level form. Maybe there's still a way." Yi Yuan's body shook fiercely, the hollow eyes gradually recovering a bit of light. "Right? Why, you're right. That fellow might know something. I can't give up hope." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said. His eyes recovered their resolution once again. The Tsangyan Mountain was located west of Heavenspan Mountain. It was originally Ancestor Fire's Bodhidharma. Now, Ancestor Fire already perished. Hence, the place became the Divine Race's new Holy Land. After the Doomsday Battle, Yi Yuan agreed for the Divine Race to enter the Heavenspan world. The Divine Race also started a great migration. And the Divine Race's totem, the 8 extreme divinities, was naturally also invited here. In this place with abundant spiritual energy, the 8 statues appeared even more lifelike, as if they were about to come to life. At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived outside of Tsangyan Mountain. The entire Divine Race was waiting in full battle array. Yi Yuan, what on earth do you want to do? Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan from afar and questioned. Today, whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill gods if gods block and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. Yi Yuan's words were full of indifference. Tianqing's expression changed slightly. He felt tremendous pressure. The Yi Yuan today became incomparably icy cold, giving people a chill that penetrated to the bones. Yu Mengli blocked Yi Yuan with a flash and said, If I block you, will you kill even me? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, the expression on his face finally having some change. Lier, don't force me. Yu Mengli did not back down in the slightest and said, If you do anything for elder sister Lingxue, I have nothing to say, but if you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, no can do, is the 8 extreme divinities. That gave me a new lease on life. Yu Mengli understood Yi Yuan extremely well. He just obtained the tier of life but became like this. He must have failed to save Mu Lingxue. And him choosing to come to the Divine Race straight away indicated that the 8 extreme divinities must have something to do with saving Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, Bullshit! Who said that you have a new lease on life? Only destroying the 8 extreme divinities can save you, and Lingxue's only hope also lies with it. Yu Mengli shook her head firmly and said, If you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, then step over my dead body. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help letting out a slight sigh of relief. He understood Yi Yuan. With Yu Mengli around, Yi Yuan absolutely did not dare to mess around. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said indifferently, Since that's the case, then, Universe Sword Formation, open. Boom! In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 miles with Yi Yuan as the center, everything was shrouded in the terrifying sword energy. Currently, the Divine Race's experts were practically all covered in this domain. Tianqing's expression instantly showed that he was extremely surprised. This is a sword formation condensed from 4 great rules. Your formation Dao reached the realm of Rule 2. There were no words that could describe Tianqing's shock currently. Being in the sword formation, Tianqing did not even dare to move. The dangerous aura radiating from the surroundings almost suffocated him. Only all the way until at this time did he know that Yi Yuan actually already possessed the strength to instantly kill him. In the Heavenspan Mountain battle, Yi Yuan overpowered the Divine Race's 5 ancestors. At that time, it was not his limit. They were unable to force out Yi Yuan's limit at all. Facing 5 ancestors, fusing 3 power of rules was already sufficient. But now, under Yi Yuan's rage, he revealed his strongest move, shocking everybody. This move, Universe Sword Formation, was an astonishing sword formation, created based on universe. This sword formation fused the 4 great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended, and also incorporated his ultimate comprehension of heavenly Tao. It could be said that the power of each rule was unleashed to the limit. The might of this move already surpassed everyone's imaginations. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, activating the sword formation at once. One streak of sword energy after another pierced directly into Yu Mengli's body. It restrained her in an instant. Yi Yuan flashed and Yu Mengli just happened to fall into his arms. He knew very well how far to go and when to stop when he made his move. He only knocked Yu Mengli out and sealed the power in his body, and did not hurt her. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he naturally had the confidence to do it. Restraining Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he swept all around and said, "Now, who else wants to stop me?" Tianqing opened his mouth, only feeling full of bitterness. The current Yi Yuan already completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan's might was suffocating. Swoosh! Yi Yuan put away universe sword formation, carried Yu Mengli and walked straight into the mountain. No one from the divine race dared to stop. He did not need people to lead the way. He could feel where the 8 extreme divinities was at. The divine race's powerhouses all exchanged glances, their expressions indescribably ugly. Lord Tianqing, how can he be so strong? Yeah, his power already surpasses the scope of monstrous. I feel like he's a god that's aloof from the masses. That sort of feeling is a little like facing the 8 extreme divinities. This Yi Yuan is too terrifying. With his monstrousness, the 8 extreme divinities wouldn't really have something happen to it, right? His voice had yet to fade when Tianqing interrupted his words and said in a solemn voice, "Impossible. The 8 extreme divinities is a generous gift from heaven. It has the strength equal to heaven. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, can he be greater than heaven?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense too. In the eyes of the divine race, the 8 extreme divinities and heavenly Tao were the same. Touching the 8 extreme divinities was touching heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao tolerate you? Tianqing's gaze flickered incessantly, his figure flashing, following after. Ahead was a stretch of powerful restrictions, emitting powerful undulations. Whoosh! Yi Yuan casually grabbed a sword of void and slashed a sword move over. The restrictions collapsed with a loud bang. Unable to stop even a single blow, when Tianqing, who was behind, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching slightly. Rumble! Powerful undulations came out of the void. The 8 statues gradually revealed their true bodies. As if feeling the provocative intent, the 8 statues glared with fierce eyes, appearing extremely angry. That appearance seemed like they wanted to tear Yi Yuan to pieces alive. "Brat, you came again. To dare affront the majesty of heaven again, you'll definitely die this time." Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, a familiar voice came over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with him. He just said, indifferently, "I'll ask, you answer. Of course, you can choose to be silent. But these 8 statues, I'll tear it down today." That voice said with disdain. "Humph! Just based on you also want to demolish the 8 extreme divinities? You can come and give it a try if you have the ability." Clearly, he was very confident. But at this time, Tianqing arrived and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, the 8 extreme divinities is an object bestowed by heaven. Affronting heaven's might, you'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan completely ignored Tianqing, lifting his hand, and it was a sword. Whoosh! Sword light flashed past, aiming straight for a statue in the middle. But right at this time, the fork in the statue's hand suddenly burst forth, with a terrifying to the extreme energy. Boom! Yi Yuan only felt his chest tighten, spewing out a mouthful of blood. That voice laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha! Saw that? This is the outcome of you offending heaven's might. Just the likes of you and Ant also dare to resist heavenly Tao in vain. Death isn't regrettable." At the back also came Tianqing's cold laughter, and he said, "Yi Yuan, I warned you long ago, heavenly might can't be offended. Now have you tasted a bitter pill? Withdraw now, otherwise you'll die very miserably. Heavenly Tao? This thing is also worthy of being called heavenly Tao." Yuan put Lier into the world-suppressing steel space and said with a look of disdain, Yi Yuan did not know what heavenly Tao was. But it was absolutely impossible for these strange-looking things to be heavenly Tao. Only the divine race would treat this thing as a treasure. Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up, the sword intent on his body surged to the sky. Universe! Yi Yuan took a step out, flying straight for the statues. Whoosh! Another terrifying surge of energy undulation. Yi Yuan did not back down in the slightest. Universe bloomed directly, welcoming it. Boom! The void shook violently. Yi Yuan was directly sent flying, smashing heavily into the ground. Facing the enormous statues, Yi Yuan was like the moth flying into the fire, being weak to the extreme. The ever-victorious universe seemed to also have lost its effect at this time. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not resist sneering as he said, "A mantis blocking the chariot, overestimating your own ability, a stubborn fellow who refuses to come to your senses. You really don't know life from death. Is heavenly might what human strength can shake? No matter how strong you're also just a human." But Yi Yuan was oblivious, pouncing toward the statues over and over again. Boom! 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 Over and over again, Yi Yuan was directly blasted flying. But he rushed forward over and over again stubbornly, as if he did not know exhaustion. This energy undulation was extremely strong beyond imagination. But Yi Yuan's universe was likewise powerful to the extreme. Coupled with his formidable to the extreme physical body, he forcibly pulled through. It was just that each time he was blasted deep into the ground by that powerful force. But even so, his entire body was already dripping with blood, looking savage and terrifying under such intense shocks. Even if Yi Yuan's physical body was astonishing, he suffered considerable injuries too. The strength of these 8 statues was indeed terrifying to the extreme. That powerful energy undulation completely had no problems killing at least one Tao ancestor. If the target was not Yi Yuan, they would have long died, no idea how many times. That voice said with a scornful laugh, "Ha ha ha. And haven't you figured out the situation yet? With your strength, another 10,000 times will be futile too." "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest, continuing to assault, then get blasted flying again. "Of course. I'm the heaven, the paramount heaven. All you ants are nothing in front of heaven." When the divine race powerhouses saw the Yi Yuan who was like a moth flying into the fire, they shook their heads one after another. This is the power of heavenly Tao. Although Yi Yuan is strong, he's merely a slightly stronger ant. That's all. This boy really overestimates your own ability to actually dare provoke the majesty of heavenly Tao. Heh? This brat had best be killed by the divinity. That way our divine race will be able to reign over the world again. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously, it deeply hurt the divine race's self-esteem. They knew that they would never be able to surpass Yi Yuan. They could not, but heavenly Tao could. The 8 extreme divinities could. Looking at the powerful universe, it was nothing in front of the 8 extreme divinities. That sort of delight was practically bursting out. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted flying again, spurting out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. His aura already withered significantly. "Boy, I'm already tired of this. I can't be bothered to carry on playing with you anymore. This strike will send you on your way." That voice held unspeakable banter. At the same time, the 8 statues actually condensed energy at the same time. Above the void, the wind and clouds surged, as if the end of the world was arriving again. Everyone present was crushed by this pressure until they were practically unable to breathe. Under this terrifying pressure, Yi Yuan's clothes fluttered madly. This is heavenly might. When a god is angered, heavenly Tao is angered too. Yi Yuan's provocation already affronted heaven's mighty. He's dead for sure. Tianqing's expression changed abruptly as he said, under this apocalyptic power, even he could not remain calm anymore. This was the true heavenly might. At this moment, he became incomparably devout, slowly kneeling down. God, please calm your anger. With him kneeling, all of the divine race knelt down. God, please calm your anger. Everyone lied prostrate on the ground, praying to heaven incomparably religiously. Aunt, do you see it? This God is heaven. This is heaven's might. Under heaven's might, your chaos origin divinity will turn to ashes too. You are too weak. The 8 extreme divinities looked at Yi Yuan with pity as it said. With a loud laugh, each of the 8 statues was holding a different weapon in their hands. But currently, extremely terrifying energy was condensing on each weapon. If the strike landed, the entire Zhangyan mountain would likely be leveled to the ground. In the area of 10 million miles, not a blade of grass would survive. It was just that Yi Yuan's expression seemed very calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Heaven's might? Perhaps. Extracting the energy of the heavenspan world to launch attacks can indeed be called heaven's might. It's just a pity that your technique has already been figured out by me. Over on the 8 extreme divinities side, he clearly choked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw through the nature of this trick. However, he did not care, saying with a laugh, Ha ha ha. You've figured out this god's technique? A mere ant also dares to utter such big talk. What a joke. Boy, no matter how glib your tongue is, you'll die without a doubt too. Yi Yuan slowly shook his head and held his palm out. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively. At the same time, an astonishing aura rose steadily from Yi Yuan's body. That was the aura of great Tao. Feeling this terrifying aura, the voice of the 8 extreme divinities finally changed. He seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying thing and said in shock, You actually refined the heart of heavenspan. This is impossible. How can you, an ant, possibly obtain the recognition of the heart of heavenspan? The voice of the 8 extreme divinities seemed extremely panicky. Clearly, the lesser heavenspan mountain put tremendous pressure on him. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, So, it's called Heart of Heavenspan. Looks like you really know quite a bit. Coming to find you is indeed correct. It was only to see Yi Yuan hold both palms out flatly. The lesser heavenspan mountain rose up. At this time, heaven and earth seemed to be revolving around Yi Yuan. Retreat! Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Following that, those surging wind and clouds, the lightning flashing and thunder clapping, the fitful heaven's might, all retreated. One word made everything return to tranquility. The terrifying power condensed by the 8 extreme divinities directly dissipated with the wind. This was the might of great Tao. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 statues and said with a sneer, Now try executing your heaven's might again. The divine race powerhouses present were all completely stunned. No words could describe the shock in their hearts currently. What's going on here? Heaven's might was frightened away by Yi Yuan. This is also too exaggerated, right? A mortal actually, frightened heaven's might away. Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached the point where he's on par with heaven? This is impossible, right? At this time, they did not know what they should say anymore. Only a deep shock remained. The beating was naturally not in vain. The first time they exchanged blows, Yi Yuan felt that this power was not the 8 extreme divinities' own power. He extracted the power of the heavenspan world through some mysterious power. That was also the so-called power of heavenly Tao. This power was merely a drop in the ocean to the heavenspan world. But to martial artists, it was akin to heaven's might. It was just that this kind of means could hide from others, but how could it hide from Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan refined the lesser heavenspan mountain. Present, he was even standing at the summit of the heavenspan mountain already. The undulation of heavenly Tao could not hide from his perception at all. He took the beating actually to figure this out. The means to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao. Thankfully, he did not fail the mission. He did it. These 8 statues were more like an array formation. Each time they executed that energy, they would emit a kind of mysterious undulation. At the same time, the Heavenspan mountain seemed to be able to feel this undulation and lend him its power. Yi Yuan was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan mountain. He naturally sensed this undulation even more distinctly. After many times, he finally grasped this undulation. Hence, that was why there was the scene of repelling heaven's might with one word. And this scene was really explosive to the extreme. It gave the divine race powerhouses a feeling of beholding a great mountain. Boom! Terrifying sword intent instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles.
Univers Sword Formation.
The 8 statues were directly enveloped in the range of the sword formation. The 8 extreme divinities said in terror, What do you want to do? Don't you know what I want to do? Yi Yuan said coolly. Why you dare? These 8 statues are deposited with a wisp of my true self's origin divinity. If you dare destroy the statues, my true self will detect it. If he descends, you'll die without a burial ground. The 8 extreme divinities threatened. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that he indeed guessed correctly. There was indeed an extremely terrifying existence behind the 8 extreme divinities. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know just how strong this existence was. Yi Yuan's silence made the 8 extreme divinities think that he was afraid. Hence, he led him on skillfully with patience as he said, Hoo-hoo? Young man, you're an ant, but you're a powerful ant. Presumably you already have some guesses that this world isn't the end point. The outside world's powerhouses aren't what you can imagine at all. As long as you let this God plant an origin divinity will and become this God's slave, then in the future this God has a possibility of bringing you to leave this world. Do you know, without this God's guidance, no living thing in this world can leave. The 8 extreme divinities felt that this temptation was too great.
Yi Yuan
Definitely would not be able to resist. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, what other pursuits were there still? Since he knew that there was an even grander and magnificent world outside, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Yi Yuan was still silent. Hoo-hoo? I know what you're thinking. However, you're probably thinking too much. You can't imagine my true self's might at all. You think about it. To be able to toy with all of the Heavenspan world's living creatures in the palm of his hands. How great is his power? Therefore, give up on this. If he descends, this world will be annihilated. The 8 extreme divinities increased the weight again as he said gloomily. At this time he recovered to that high and mighty appearance again, seemingly already regarding Yi Yuan as his servant. And right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth. Want me to become a servant? It's also not that you can't. But I have a condition, Yi Yuan suddenly said. The moment the 8 extreme divinities heard, he was overjoyed. But he still suppressed his emotions and said indifferently, There's nothing that can't be done to my true self. Based on your worldview, he's God, an omnipotent God. He is a true God, not false gods like you all. What conditions do you have? Feel free to state them. With your insights, he can accomplish it with utmost ease. The 8 extreme divinities said it very calmly and collectedly as if everything was under control. This attitude gave people an extremely convincing feeling. Yi Yuan said calmly, I have a friend whose soul had disintegrated, only left with a final wisp of spiritual consciousness that isn't extinguished. Wonder if your true self can help her to regather her divine soul. The moment these words came out, over on the 8 extreme divinities side, he paused briefly, but very soon he said very calmly, This God said before, my true self is a real God. There's nothing that can't be done. Regathering the divine essence is harder than ascending to heaven to you all lower realm ants. But to my true self it's merely a matter of lifting a hand. Boy, open up your origin divinity and await this God to plan. My origin divinity will I'll naturally be able to help you. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, with a cold snort, "Humph! You don't know what's good for you, really take this Yi to be so easy to hoodwink? Looks like you don't be honest. Since that's the case, I'll use force then." That slight pause betrayed the 8 extreme divinities. Yi Yuan deliberately baited his words to inquire indirectly whether or not that person behind the 8 extreme divinities could regather the divine soul. But unfortunately, it disappointed him again. The 8 extreme divinities' attitude clearly showed that that person could not do it. A piercing cold sword intent suddenly erupted. The 8 extreme divinities' voice sounded extremely horrified, and he said, Do you not want to live anymore? If you destroy the statue, all of you will have to die without a burial ground. My true self will really descend. The current Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to talk with him anymore. He was in a bad mood. Is that so? If he comes, then I'll make sure he doesn't return, Yi Yuan said, coldly. Right at this time, Universe Sword Formation suddenly launched. That sword intent that pierced the horizon rushed toward the 8 statues. Frenziedly, the 8 statues were not easy to deal with either. Their material was extremely tough. Even the sword intent which fused for great rules was actually unable to break them within a short time too. Ha ha ha, lower realm ant. Do you think that based on your bit of strength, you'll be able to break the statues? Dream on. When the 8 extreme divinities saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. He was very fearful of Yi Yuan, but at this time he calmed down again. As long as Yi Yuan could not breach the statue's defenses, he would consume the power of the origin divinity and break the barrier of the world, transmitting the news back to his true self there. At that time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a burial ground. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too great. It already escaped his control. Therefore, he had to request for his true self to descend. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said indifferently, Oh? Is that so? Dual polarity.
Sword formation.
As soon as his voice faded, the universe sword formation that was originally neutral and calm suddenly became unparalleledly swift and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. One streak after another of terrifying sword intent directly ruptured the void, bombarding onto the statues crazily. Universe sword formation was born from universe, could naturally evolve into dual polarity sword formation too. The offensive power of dual polarity sword formation increased more than 10 times when compared to universe sword formation. It was only to hear a series of terrifying sounds transmit over. Under the countless bombardments, the 8 statues finally could not endure it, and cracks began to appear. How did you do it? This is impossible. How can an ant possibly touch the boundary of a heavenly stratum powerhouse? This is
Absolutely impossible.
8 extreme divinities' voice carried an extremely horrified emotion. Chapter 25:10. 8 extreme divinities' shock and terror. Boom! Finally, the 8 statues could not withstand the berserk sword energy anymore and directly exploded, shattering into countless pieces. That 8 extreme divinities' wisp of origin divinity also shattered along with the statues, turning into nothingness. Golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the void, like the void was shattering. Finally, that region of void directly shattered apart. Countless white light dots gushed out. These light dots scattered elegantly as if looking for something. A portion of the light dots drifted and entered the bodies of the divine race powerhouses. The eyes of those divine race powerhouses gradually became confused. There seemed to be too much confusion. Just now. What an intriguing feeling. Heavenly stratum powerhouse, is it? Yi Yuan looked above the sky, seemingly recollecting the aftertaste of something. Just now, his offensive power layered on top of each other under the catalyzing of the sword formation, reaching an inconceivable realm. That kind of realm was what Yi Yuan had never imagined before. Yi Yuan immersed in it in intoxication. However, just as he was about to cross over to that realm, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him outside. Yi Yuan knew that was the realm gap. He had not broken the shackles yet. Perhaps that was the limit of the heavenspan world. Wonder how one can become a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Maybe the one behind him knows the answer. Leaving that wonderful state, Yi Yuan's eyes became confused. He had been constantly fumbling about how to break the shackles. But this step was like it was a short distance away but far away in the horizon, making him feel like he had no way of getting started. This feeling was the same as the scenery when he reached grand completion. Origin deity. It was just that now it was harder than back then. What he wanted to break was the shackle that no one in the heavenspan world had broken for countless billions of years. How difficult was this step? At this time, a streak of white light merged into the world, suppressing Steel's space, entering Yu Mengli's divine soul. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred and he let Yu Mengli out. Big brother Yuan. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Yu Mengli said tearfully. She knew how much damage her actions and behavior these few years brought to Yi Yuan. Self-reproach, guilt, all kinds of emotions welled up in her heart, making her heart ache endlessly. She was not feeling sorry for herself. She was feeling sorry for Yi Yuan. Only she knew how much pressure Yi Yuan had endured over the years. Yi Yuan took her gently into his arms and said calmly, "Silly girl. It wasn't your fault either. Apologize for what? The main culprit is already dead. You don't need to blame yourself." Lier nodded her head slightly, but tears still could not stop flowing. Big brother Yuan, elder sister Ling Xue Shi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, shook his head, and said nothing. Lier's expression dimmed and she bit her lips lightly and said, Why is heaven so unfair? Elder sister Ling Xue is so nice. By heaven made her endure such suffering. She was indignant. She was unwilling. She felt sorry for Yi Yuan. Accompanying Yi Yuan along the way, no one understood Mu Lingshue's position in his heart more than her. Regarding Yi Yuan walking out of the immortal grove world, from an ant to Heavenspan's sovereign currently, it was all in order to be able to save Mu Lingxue. But he failed. The current Yi Yuan was very calm, but she knew how painful Yi Yuan's heart was. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep, looking deep into the blue sky, and he said firmly, It's fine. The Heavenspan world can't save Lingxue. Then I'll go beyond the heavens. Even if I smash the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'll also let Lingxue recover. Yu Mengli's entire body trembled and she said, There's really a world beyond heaven. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, The Heavenspan world is a caged world. Everything is under the control of the powerhouses beyond heaven. Extreme divinities, doomsday battle, fight for Tao ancestor, it was merely just other people's games. In their eyes, we're just ants. Yu Mengli's heart shook, her eyes seemingly full of disbelief. All of a sudden, Tianqing bellowed, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You're lying. Our divine race is the race favored by heaven. It's the supreme race. How is there beyond the heavens in this world? If there is, why has no one ever broken the shackles? You're lying. He could not accept this fact in front of him and also did not want to accept this fact. Being enslaved for billions of years and suddenly waking up, he would rather be immersed in the past too, because he knew in the deepest corner of his heart that reality was too cruel. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Whether I'm lying or not, you're clear of the truth, aren't you? Of course, I don't need to explain anything, either, because very soon you'll know that you have to face some things. Let's go. Yu Mengli nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan and left. Watching the two people's departing back view, Tianqing's fingers were almost crushed by himself. Lord Tianqing. What on earth are we? Beside Tianqing, Origin Smile said, with a blank face. Finally, Tianqing loosened his fist and said with a bitter smile, What he said was right. We're Just a bunch of pitiful people, that's all. Finally understand now why he would let the divine race off. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma, in the Great Hall, Yu Mengli Wanzhen Luer, Fiery Wanzhen Pangzhen Profound Secrets and the rest, everyone was shockingly present. Everyone's faces carried thick solemnness. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, without joy nor sorrow as he said coolly, "Everyone, please forgive this Ye's selfishness. The disaster was caused by me. Alone, it should naturally also be borne by me alone. It's just that after I go, it will likely bode ill rather than well. Everyone, take care. What's your excellency saying? This isn't your matter alone, this is the matter of all the martial artists in the heavenspan world. Wanzhen is willing to follow your excellency to the death." Wanzhen said in a deep voice, "Your excellency, Pangzhen is also a Tao ancestor now. I can help out a bit. No matter what, if your excellency is fighting against a powerful enemy. How can I, Pangzhen, be missing?" Pangzhen already became Tao ancestor lightning. He was naturally unwilling to hole up at home. Among those present were several Tao ancestors, plus Yi Yuan, this sovereign. This was the heavenspan world's strongest combat force already. Everyone was not willing to yield to others and insisted on following Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You all don't know what kind of existence you're facing. My strongest attack will likely be unable to even shake him in the least bit. If you all go, it's just to deliver yourselves to death." Everyone trembled all over, all feeling incredulous. How strong Yi Yuan's strongest attack was, nobody knew. They only knew that it was very, very strong, because no one could measure it. Yi Yuan's sword was already the heavenspan world's strongest. His full-strength attack was actually unable to even shake the other party in the least bit. Then how strong was the other party's strength? The Chaos Heavenspan Cannon and Inheritance Grand Arrays. I've already left them in the Immortal Grove world. Some things must be done by someone. If I'm defeated, I also don't hope for the Heavenspan world to be caged by people forever. In the future, if a fated individual can reach my realm, they will naturally have a chance to break the shackles and break this sky. This matter, I don't feel at ease handing it over to others. Better that you guys go and do," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Big brother Yuan. Go then. I'll wait here for you," Yu Mengli said with a calm expression, but her eyes revealed determination. Yi Yuan just smiled and nodded, and did not say much. He understood Lier's feelings. If he died, Lier absolutely would not live on. By herself. On Heavenspan Mountain, everything felt the same. Many martial artists were cultivating here, comprehending Tao. Above 1,000,000 miles, many Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently gaining enlightenment of Heavenly Tao. This place was the Heavenspan Mountain's limit. Even Tao ancestors were unable to go further too. Further up, cloud and mist coiled. No sun could be seen all year round. If anyone walked beyond that point, they would be executed by Heavenly Tao and absolutely could not escape by any fluke. After the Heavenly Tao Samsara battle, Tao Ancestor Storm had nowhere to go, and simply returned to the Heavenspan Mountain and continued comprehending Heavenly Tao. Although his realm was unable to improve any further, the power of rule could. Suddenly, he sensed something and suddenly opened both eyes, looking up the mountain fixedly. There was actually someone walking down. Storm opened his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. Not just him, the Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses below all saw this scene. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. How is this possible? Who is he? T2 actually come down the mountain? Is it possible that he's actually from heaven? Storm roared wildly in his heart. He did not know how he felt currently in his heart. Shock? Scared? Happy? Or all at the same time? Someone came from the sky. It showed that above the Heavenspan Mountain there were really gods, that kind of existences. Therefore he had hope too, even if this hope was bleak to the extreme. But what kind of existence was this person? Fear of the unknown was innate to humans. Gradually, that figure slowly became clear. The outline of his face also gradually became clear. That was a young man dressed in blue Taoist robes, looking elegant, luxurious, and too high beyond reach. Tao Ancestor Storm could not see through this young man. He was too mysterious. Mysterious until he was like heaven. This feeling made him afraid. The young man walked straight towards him. Tao Ancestor Storm's heart thumped wildly. A warm but distant smile hung on the young man's face as he opened his mouth and said, "Let me ask you, who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities?" The 8 extreme divinities? Tao Ancestor Storm shook his head blankly. Clearly, he did not know what the 8 extreme divinities was. The 8 extreme divinities was the secret of the divine race. Apart from Yi, Yuan, even Tao ancestors were not aware of it. No one could fight until the heaven lineage's central region and see the 8 extreme divinities, except for Yi Yuan. Therefore, no one knew what the 8 extreme divinities was. Seeing Tao Ancestor Storm shake his head, the young man had a look of disappointment and said, "Sigh, communicating with ants is really boring. Since you don't know, then you can go and die already." Only to see the young man flick his finger lightly, a streak of invisible force vanished after a flash. Bang! Before Tao Ancestor Storm could react, his entire person already turned into nothingness. Everyone was transfixed. They were shouting madly in their hearts. That was a Tao ancestor. Although it was a former Tao ancestor, his strength when compared to current Tao ancestors was also not a lot worse. But he actually did not have any strength to fight back in front of this young man. In fact, he could not even react. How horrifying was this person? Even the present Heavenspan world's supreme being, Lord Saint Azure, could not do it so casually too, right? What was even scarier was that they could not feel the undulation of power at all. No earth-shaking great battle, no energy undulation. With just a flick, Tao Ancestor Storm was gone. His entire person was gone. Strong. Unreasonably strong. Suffocatingly strong. Furthermore, wasn't it impossible to attack while being on the Heavenspan mountain? Why could he? The young man had a bored look, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath. "Ants are ants, really too weak." To him, it was as if he had done a trivial thing. His gaze swept slightly, landing on that group of Deva powerhouses. The group of powerhouses immediately felt their hair stand on end. The young man thought for a moment and walked straight in front of a Deva. 5th Blight. He was called Wei Feng. He had just experienced the battle of Heavenly Tao, Samsara, and obtained a considerable lucky chance on the Heavenspan mountain. His strength also made great improvements. It was just that at this time he did not even dare to move, almost suffocating. The young man still had a warm smile on his face as he asked, "These ants probably don't know about the 8 extreme divinities? Why not change?" Questions. Do you know who's the strongest in the Heavenspan world? Being able to shatter the 8 extreme divinities and destroy his trace of origin divinity, it was definitely this Heavenspan world's strongest person. Not everyone had the qualification to break the 8 extreme divinities. As strongest, Wei Feng's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The impact that the scene that happened before his eyes brought to him was seriously too great. A powerhouse that came down from the sky, eradicating a Tao ancestor with a flick of a finger. He was talking to him. "You don't know either?" The young man's face was rather disappointed. All the hair on Wei Feng's body stood on end at once. His brain instantly switched back on. I know. Don't kill me." Wei Feng practically roared it out. "Who is it?" The young man said. He's called Yi Yuan." Wei Feng said.
Ye Yuan.
The young man ruminated on this name for a while, feeling that it was very ordinary, and said, "Where is he?" How could Wei Feng dare to hide it? He hurriedly said, He's at the southern borders Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma." The young man nodded slightly and took off, flying out. Boom! The heaven-span mountain shook fiercely. A human-shaped large hole was actually burst open in the layer of barrier outside. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with incredible shock. The heaven-span mountain's barrier exists only in name. Who on earth is he? Why can he come down from the sky? Too strong. After the young man left, Wei Feng gasped heavily for air, his body like he was hauled out of water. He was almost fainting. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. Furthermore, he instantly killed a Tao ancestor, and he ignored the barrier of the heaven-span mountain. Such an existence he could not imagine at all. By the side, another Deva fifth blight roared. Why, you actually betrayed Lord Saint Azure. You deserve death. Wei Feng had a bitter smile on his face as he said, if it were you, would you say or not? Even if you and I don't say, can it guarantee that the people on this heaven-span mountain all won't say? The moment that person heard, he fell silent. It was this logic. If the young man set his mind on inquiring about it, he could find out no matter what. Yi Yuan, the strongest person. No one did not know. Wei Feng had a conflicted look and said, hope that Lord Saint Azure can pull through. These words, he said them without any confidence at all. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great. That person opposite suddenly sprang up and roared. Still cultivating for what? Hurry up and follow him. That young man came with bad intentions. Another bloody storm is likely coming again. Wei Feng's entire body trembled and he also stood up quickly. But his legs went soft and he almost fell. But he immediately recovered and swept over in the direction of the transmission array. The others were the same too, not caring about cultivation at all, and followed suit. Above the void, a figure flickered, moving 100,000 miles in an instant. Leaving Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan headed to Heavenspan Mountain at the fastest speed. He judged that if that person behind the 8 extreme divinities came to the Heavenspan world, the greatest likelihood would be Heavenspan Mountain. Ahead, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible. Swoosh! Suddenly, an extremely fast figure brushed past him. At virtually the same time, the two people's figures suddenly came to a pause. Following that, the two people each turned around and looked at the other person. Opposite Yi Yuan was a young man in blue Taoist robes. It was precisely that person who came down from the sky. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. He could not see through this young man. Actually, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately apply pressure on him. The smile on his face was also very warm, as if harmless to man and beast. But it was precisely because there was no pressure that Yi Yuan's pressure was akin to a mountain. The him who was already invincible in the Heavenspan world saw another tall mountain. The blue-robed youth sized up Yi Yuan and said smilingly, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should be the Yi Yuan that they were talking about. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a nod, you're the 8 extreme divinity's true self. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, hoo-hoo. That's right. Looks like the one who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities is you. No mistakes? Grand. Completion mortal stratum low-grade chaos origin divinity. 5 power of rules. You're indeed somewhat different from the other ants. In this abandoned world, you actually fumbled out the method to advance to heavenly stratum. Yourself. You have the qualification to be my servant. Kneel down and receive the gift. In the future, the Heavenspan world will be managed by you. Unexpectedly, the blue-robed youth did not make a move to deal with Yi Yuan, but wanted to take him in as a servant instead. The tone was so natural and logical, but Yi Yuan felt his hair stand on end. He seemed to be stark naked in front of the other party. There was no secret from head to toe. The blue-robed youth casually spoke and saw through all of his trump cards. Terrifying. Although Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, at this moment he was still shocked to the core. He really wanted to know what kind of existences were above the Heavenspan. Mountain, the blue-robed youth said coolly. Amen? You're not willing? You should know the outcome of showing unwillingness. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, You made use of the 8 extreme divinities to impart Tao teachings. Then you collected those things in the divine souls. What is it for? The blue-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, Looks like you know quite a bit. No harm telling you either. Although you all, these ants, are of little use, the essence of your divine souls are still a little useful. Can help me cultivate the origin divinity. The heavenly Tao that the divine race cultivates is actually just the Tao teachings that I pass down. When they cultivate heavenly Tao, they will offer their own divine soul essence to me, and the people they killed, the other party's essence of the divine soul, will be absorbed and will enter the 8 extreme space. This is the glory of you ants. At this time, a large number of powerhouses already gathered around in the distance. Hearing this, they were all extremely indignant. Only then did they understand that they were merely wild animals being reared in pens. In the eyes of the blue-robed youth, they were nothing more than a grain of dust, their life or death insignificant. Angry but also powerless. These powerhouses that came down from the Heavenspan mountain had already witnessed the blue-robed youth's might. Really, damn it, the Heavenspan world's trillions of living things are actually being toyed with in the palm of his hand. What doomsday battle, what war between 2 races? Really a joke. It's really laughable. Lord Saint Azure, the Heavenspan world's everything will be relying on you. At this time, all of the powerhouses put their hopes on Yi Yuan. They knew that the only hope was Yi Yuan. Even Tao ancestors did not have the strength to fight back under the hands of the blue-robed youth. Who else could they still count on? But at this time, the corners of the blue-robed youth's mouth curled slightly, and he flicked his fingers, only to hear the sound of air howling. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Several hundred Deva powerhouses, heavenly emperor powerhouses, directly vanished without a trace. Hoo-hoo? Ants don't have the right to be angry. All you need to know is that I'm heaven, the supreme heaven. You all can only grovel at my feet. The blue-robed youth had a faint smile as if he had done a trivial thing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a suffocating pressure coming at him head-on. Too strong. A flick of a finger eradicated hundreds of Devas and heavenly emperors. The crux was that he could not feel the slightest trace of divine essence undulation, and also could not feel the slightest rule undulation. It was just a flick of a finger. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, these Devas and heavenly emperors were naturally nothing. But he absolutely could not do it in such an effortless manner. Seeing Yi Yuan's shocked eyes, the blue-robed youth was very satisfied. He said with a faint smile, Saw that? It's not the disparity of strength between you and me, but the disparity in life order. In front of heavenly Stratum powerhouse, all are ants. You're the sovereign of a world, proud to the extreme. But in front of me, you don't have any capital to be proud of. Only need to move a finger and I'll be able to easily kill you, taking you in. As a servant is your highest glory. Understand? The blue-robed youth paused for a while and said, Now, kneel down and accept the gift. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully dragged himself back from shock. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, I refuse. The blue-robed youth was not very surprised. He just smiled faintly and said, You'll die. He was really calm and collected. Nothing could make his emotions fluctuate. How could an ant possibly cause a celestial deity to have fluctuations in emotions? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold and he said, Before fighting, who knows? Yi Yuan had never lowered his head in front of a powerhouse before. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Back then, he was just Empyrean realm but dared to face off against the powerful 9 origin. This kind of battle, he had already experienced no idea how many of them. This time was no exception either. However, the blue-robed youth did not get angry. He still had a faint smile as He said, "Very well, I'll give you this chance. I'll use one finger against you. If you can force me to use a hand, you'll have the qualification to know my name." One finger. These words were rampant to the extreme. The heaven-span world powerhouses in the distances were similarly astonished to the extreme. Yi Yuan was the heaven-span world's sovereign, the well-deserved #1 person. Now, this blue-robed youth was actually going to use one finger to fight. Was this showing contempt? No. Everyone present could feel that this blue-robed youth was not the least bit complacent. He was not overly conceited like a young genius. He just showed contempt for all life. He looked at Yi Yuan with the eyes of looking at an ant from beginning to end. Would heaven bother about ants? No, because they were unworthy. Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became cold. Boom! A fearsome sword intent instantly enveloped the area of 1,000 miles. Universe sword formation. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was his strongest move, because he knew that hiding his strength in front of the blue-robed youth was equivalent to courting death. He had no retreat at all. Situated inside the sword formation, the blue-robed youth still stood with his hands behind his back, using a scrutinizing gaze to look at the universe sword formation. He nodded his head slightly. Not bad. Developing a universe with a sword formation, it has quite the implication of great Tao. This move is not bad. The blue-robed move nodded with a slight smile, making frivolous remarks about Yi Yuan's universe sword formation. Facing such a powerful sword formation, he seemed to be in his own backyard, not caring at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he activated the sword formation. Fiercely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword light flashed, turning into streaks of rainbow, heading straight for the blue-robed youth. However, the blue-robed youth did not have the intention of retaliating. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the countless sword lights. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Those terrifying sword lights, no matter from which angle, no matter how powerful, as long as they approached the blue-robed youth, they would all automatically change directions. Bang! 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 The ground, the void, all were directly bombarded by the sword lights until it was reduced to fragments. But not a single sword light landed on the blue-robed youth's body.
Yi Yuan's pupils constricted.
His divine sense was actually unable to lock onto the blue-robed youth. Once those sword lights arrived in front of the other party, they directly skidded out like skiing on a snowy day. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not do so. But the other party clearly did not do anything. This means was simply inconceivable. His heart shook wildly. It was really his first time encountering such a powerless battle. Even back then in the Immortal Grove world, when he had not entered Divine Tao, he had never felt so powerless before too. The opponent was too strong. Strong until there was no opening to look for. Strong beyond understanding. Yi Yuan could not even fathom the other party's means. So how to deal with him? At this time, the blue-robed youth finally moved. He extended a finger and tapped inside the sword formation just like that. Boom! In an instant, the sword formation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan only felt a tremendous force transmit over his chest, seemingly being hit by a giant mountain, fresh blood spurting wildly as he flew out backward. This was the power of one finger. The entire world fell deathly silent. Those powerhouses far away were collectively rendered speechless. Are my eyes failing me? This is impossible. Lord Saint Azure is actually like a child in front of him. Where in the world did he come from? How can he be so strong? The impact that this scene brought to them was seriously too strong. It was Yi Yuan's first time displaying the universe sword formation in front of everyone. But everyone could tell that this move fused together four great rules. Compared to when battling the 5 ancestors alone previously, this move was more than a level stronger. However, it was like a joke in front of the blue-robed youth. One finger and it broke. The heavenspan world's #1 person was actually so weak in front of the blue-robed youth. Only after retreating several miles away did Yi Yuan barely manage to stabilize his figure, and the current him seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood, seemingly wretched to the extreme from head to toe. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "I told you, our disparity is in life, order. You're no different from them in my eyes. At the very most, you're just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. Dealing with you, one finger is enough." Yi Yuan's breathing became labored. His opponent was seriously too strong. However, his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. "Your cocky appearance is really despicable. So what if do ants have to be toyed with in the palm of your hands? Ants have to be fish on your chopping board, life and death at your whims? Ants have to be at your mercy, being cruelly oppressed forever? Today this Yi will tell you that ants have dignity too." Yi Yuan strode out step by step, the imposing aura on his body becoming stronger and stronger. Universe sword formation revolved without ceasing and already gradually underwent changes.
Dual Polarity Sword Formation.
Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the blue-robed youth did not care at all. He still smiled and said, "What dignity do ants need? Hoo-hoo. This changed sword formation is a little interesting. This is sword Tao revealing the sharp edge, sword intent soaring to the sky. It's just that ants will always be ants. Very soon, you'll understand that your fury can't change anything." Swoosh! The moment dual polarity sword formation released that swift and fierce sharp edge penetrated the firmament. The entire world seemed to be trembling. "Kill!" Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, then urged the dual polarity sword formation frenziedly. At this moment, there were only sword lights that filled the sky. Ki, ki, ki. Countless sword energy exploded in front of the blue-robed youth. Under his fury, the power of the dual polarity sword formation was more than 10 times stronger. It was just that no matter how he controlled, his sword lights were unable to land on the blue-robed youth's body. But Yi Yuan discovered that his sword lights got a little closer to the blue-robed youth. This discovery made him ecstatic with joy. The other party was not invincible. At least, one finger was not enough. The chaos divine essence within his body gushed out, urging the sword formation frenziedly without heed for his life. The power of the dual polarity sword formation was continuously superimposing. His sword lights got closer and closer to the blue-robed youth, increasingly nearer. Really the wishful thinking of an ant? Hoo-hoo. Do you think that this degree of attack can hurt me? The blue-robed youth smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. It was still one finger. However, this poke could poke a hole in the sky. A finger pointing out, an invisible force directly exploded with him as the base point. Conceal. True dragon profound armor.
Yi Yuan roared repeatedly.
All of a sudden, the sword lights that covered the sky disappeared without a trace. This finger landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. Poo work. Forcibly receiving a finger, Yi Yuan vomited large mouthfuls of blood. But he did not take a single step back. Appear. The sword lights that covered the skies appeared once again. Ki, ki, ki. The sword lights were finally only an inch away from the blue-robed youth. Just an inch short. The blue-robed youth's brows raised up, revealing a hint of surprise. Following that, his finger turned into a palm, and the void shook. Boom! The sword lights that covered the sky could not bear it anymore and collapsed. With a loud bang. Poo work! Yi Yuan could not withstand it, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood again. Even if there was the true dragon profound armor coupled with the perfect 9 transformation's golden body, forcefully receiving this finger, he almost died. This finger was far too strong. What was even scarier was that the blue-robed youth did not exert any effort at all. A casual finger could seriously injure Yi Yuan and put him on the verge of death. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Not bad. A little interesting. As an ant, You can be sufficiently proud to be able to force me to use one hand. You have the qualification to know my name. Listen up. I'm called Jun Tian and I am from grand bright jade complete heaven. It was as if Yi Yuan knowing his name was a supreme glory. But Yi Yuan only had bitterness in his heart. Proud? He used his strongest attack and even forcibly received a finger at his own expense. In the end, it could only force him to use one of his hands. This was humiliation. Now, you should know the disparity between us, right? Why haven't you knelt down to receive the gift? This is the last chance. Jun Tian's tone was calm, but exuded a majesty that brooked no refusal. The powerhouses present all choked, lost all hope. The Heavenspan world's sovereign was actually too weak to stand up to a single blow. Heavenspan world's #1 person was actually only fit to be someone else's servant. Everyone shut their eyes painfully, feeling unprecedented humiliation.
Hu.
Yi Yuan's mouth was full of blood when he suddenly burst out laughing. Kneel my ass. Your grandpa Yi will only die standing and will never kneel to live. So what if heavenly stratum powerhouse? If you have the capability, come and kill your grandpa Yi. It's over. Sigh? Lord Saint Azure's pride rises to the sky. How can he stand such humiliation? Really unwilling. But the opponent is too strong. The Heavenspan world's powerhouses were full of sorrow. Weakness was the original sin. At this time, they were so powerless. Even the powerful Lord Saint Azure also ended up in such a plight. And the smile on Jun Tian's face was finally reined in. He was unhappy. Not angry because ants were not worthy of him being angry. But this did not mean that ants could scold him. Impervious to reason, I've already given you the chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then pay the price for the destruction of the 8 extreme divinities. It was only to see his figure sway and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was actually face to face with Yi Yuan already. Yi Yuan's world domain had always been open. Jun Tian directly passed through his domain. This was the first time. Yi Yuan only felt that every pore opened up. He used teleport without the slightest hesitation. Swoosh! In an instant he left Jun Tian's range. However, in the next second, Jun Tian appeared in front of him again. It was still that distance, a look of indifference and disdain. A small Kiliacosm's spatial law? It's really quite good. Unfortunately, it's too weak. A faint smile hung on Jun Tian's face, a finger already pressing on Yi Yuan's chest. A blood arrow spurted out of Yi Yuan's back. His chest was pierced right through by a burst of energy. His body flew towards the ground like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the ground. The ever-victorious spatial teleport ceased to be effective too. Yi Yuan's teleport through his small world was actually unable to escape Jun Tian's control too. This Jun Tian was simply too strong. Jun Tian slowly unleashed his palm. A powerful suction force transmitted over. Yi Yuan, who was underground, was actually directly sucked up. It was only to see him shake his head slightly. He said with a sigh, "An ant also dares to fight for glory with heaven. You really don't know life from death. Do you know that if I wanted you to die, you'd have already died 10 times over?" Tui. Yi Yuan used all of his strength and spat fiercely. It was just that mouthful of blood already turned into nothingness before
touching Jun Tian.
Jun Tian's gaze turned sullen. Another finger pointed at Yi Yuan's knee. Yi Yuan's knee was directly crushed. Arg! Yi Yuan could not refrain from crying out miserably. An ant should have the awareness of an ant.
Offending heaven, wanting to die.
Won't be that easy too. As Jun Tian said indifferently, he gently pressed a palm on Yi Yuan's chest. Bang! Yi Yuan spurted another mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. That speed was even faster than many Deva powerhouses. Could be seen how terrifying this light palm was. Yi Yuan only felt that from top to bottom, there was no piece of flesh that belonged to him anymore. Jun Tian grasped his sense of propriety very well. He did not give Yi Yuan a fatal blow, but the agony inflicted on Yi Yuan's physical body was extremely intense. Bang! 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 Palm, another palm. Yi Yuan just felt that his skeleton was about to be dismantled by Jun Tian. The whole place was deathly silent. Everyone looked at this scene blankly, not knowing what to do. Bang! Another palm. Jun Tian flattened Yi Yuan on the ground. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Yi Yuan indifferently, and said, "Speaking of which, being angry with an ant like you is beneath my dignity. It's just that you destroyed the 8 extreme divinities beforehand, and you insulted afterward. I can't tolerate you. However, I've grown tired of playing. You can go and die already. Before you die, I'll let you see the true strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse." Jun Tian flipped his palm over. An aura that made people shudder rose to the sky. That was the aura of heavenly Tao. Everyone's countenance changed visibly, including Yi Yuan. This aura was too strong. This was the true heavenly Tao. Jun Tian flipping his palm was like flipping the sky over. That power was practically going to break the heaven-span world. This is a heavenly stratum powerhouse? Could it be that the next realm is heavenly stratum? It's just, how the hell can I break through? A hint of helplessness flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. Before coming, he already made the resolve to die. It was just that he did not expect that he was actually unable to even touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Good for nothing. Unwillingness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, several figures sprang out, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, opening his hazy eyes, and his pupils constricted. Yu Mengli, Pang Zhen, Fiery, Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and I Xian, and the 6 great Tao ancestors all came. Apart from them, Tianqing led Origin Smile and Bowie 3 great Tao ancestors, as well as the other 4 great progenitors, and all appeared. 9 great Tao ancestors had all arrived. Why you guys? Yi Yuan's breath was weak as he said. Yu Mengli turned her head and said with a smile, "Sorry, Big Brother Yuan. Lier can't watch indifferently without lending a hand. What elder sister Ling Xue can do, Lier can do it too." Profound Secrets said with an indifferent look, "Yi Yuan, the heaven-span world. Isn't your heaven-span world alone? What you said is right. We've been frogs at the bottom of a well for too many years, just like the human race back then, being afraid to even face the outside world. Today, we'll face it together." At this time, the vacant look Tianqing's face had already been swept away. Fully. He had his back facing Yi Yuan and said with some melancholy, "Yi Yuan, I'm the heaven-span world's sinner. Today, this ancestor is here to atone for my sins." Tianqing's back view was indescribably lonely. Sometimes the truth was this cruel. For countless years, he had been nothing more than Jun Tian's chess piece. He was an executioner. How many heaven-span world compatriots had he butchered? Ever since recovering, he had fallen into deep self-reproach. He knew that it was Yi Yuan who liberated them and let them return to themselves. He was deeply grateful to Yi Yuan. So he came. He was going to atone for the divine race. Suddenly, Jun Tian put down his palm. That astonishing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. "Ho-hoo? These are all people around you, right? If they die in front of you, one by one, you should be in agony, right?" Jun Tian looked at everyone behind Yi Yuan and said with a slight smile. It was just that that smile exuded a cruel smell. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said in a solemn voice, "You're really a cold-blooded and heartless person." But Jun Tian did not care at all, smiling as he said, "Ignorant ant, don't you know that heavenly Tao is heartless?" Tianqing snorted coldly and said, "Attack together. How can our heaven-span world's Tao ancestors have anyone who cravenly clings to life instead of braving death?" Everyone nodded one after another, the 9 great Tao ancestors plus 4 great progenitors charged toward Jun Tian with astonishing, imposing momentum. It was just that Jun Tian still stood with his hands behind his back, moving back and forth indeterminately among the Tao ancestors. No matter how powerful their imposing momentum was, it could not touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Hoo-hoo? Tao ancestor? How ridiculous. You guys are merely jade-true heavenly sex toys, that's all. Do you really take yourselves to be supreme existences? Ants are ants. As he spoke, Jun Tian stomped his feet. Boom! The group of powerhouses was directly sent flying. Each person suffered serious injuries. Jun Tian's haughtiness rose to the sky. It was just that he did not notice that the light in Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is simply toying with. That Jun Tian is really too strong. Tao ancestors are really ant-like existences in front of him. He's intent on toying with the Tao ancestors, otherwise he could probably eradicate the Tao ancestors with a flick of a finger. In front of Jun Tian, the supreme Tao ancestors also paled in comparison. Their earth-shaking big moves seemed to only serve as a foil to Jun Tian's might. He wandered around in it. Suddenly he waved his sleeves casually, and several people were then seriously injured. It was just that no one shrunk back. After they fell, they stood up again. Fall down, stand up again. Coming here, they were already prepared to die. Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara. Yu Mengli cried out, the terrifying ocular art aiming right at Jun Tian. Jun Tian just smiled slightly and said, hoo-hoo. Pretty good ocular art. Unfortunately, your Tao teachings were passed down by me. Isn't it a little laughable to use it to deal with me? Jun Tian gave Yu Mengli a glance. Yu Mengli's mind shook and tasted sweetness at the back of her throat. Her divine soul immediately suffered heavy damage, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood wildly. Just one glance broke the heavenspan world's strongest ocular art. Be careful. Suddenly, a cry entered Yu Mengli's ears. Before she understood what was going on, she was knocked flying by a wall of meat tumbling out heavily. El Lord Tian Qing. Yu Mengli discovered that the person pressed on top of her was precisely Tian Qing. Just now, at the critical moment, Tian Qing blocked in front of her. The current Tian Qing did not have an intact spot from top to bottom. He was only hanging in there with one last breath. He forcibly took Jun Tian's finger and already had his life force severed. Tian Qing's mouth dribbled blood as he smiled miserably and said, Little Li, see this blow, just take it as repaying my debt.
I'm sorry.
His life force was dissipating rapidly. There was no hope already. Yu Mengli's eyes were filled with tears as she cried bitterly, shaking her head as she said, No, you didn't let me down. Why, you were a good elder. Tian Qing's breath was weak as he said, The sins that I've committed are too serious. 10,000 deaths can't absolve me from the blame? Hoo-hoo? It's a pity that I can only die once. I hate it. Tian Qing used his last breath and howled at the sky. Then, he closed his eyes and passed away all of a sudden. His life force had already been completely cut off. There was no possibility of surviving anymore. Lord Tian Qing. Yu Mengli cried bitterly, beyond description. She naturally had hate toward Tian Qing. It was just that she distinguished it clearly. In the divine race, Tian Qing could be said to have spared no effort in nurturing her. This kindness, Yu Mengli must accept it. Yu Mengli was a reasonable person. She knew that the fault did not lie with Tian Qing. Even Yi Yuan forgave Tian Qing. So what reason did she have to not forgive? Now Tian Qing died on the spot in order to save her. How could she not feel heartache? Jun Tian, I'll fight it out with you. Yu Mengli's wrath billowed to the sky, rushing forward without heed for her personal safety. But on the other side, Jun Tian casually smacked and directly smacked Pang Zhan onto the ground, smashing a large pit in the ground. Pang Jin struggled several times but failed to struggle to his feet. Yu Mingli's heavenly Tao true martial activated and she rushed toward Jun Tian without caring for her life. The corners of Jun Tian's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Hoo-hoo. Ignorant.
Ant.
This kind of fury doesn't have the slightest function. Although, you're an ant too. Your looks are not bad. In the future, follow me. After I kill them, I'll bring you out of this forsaken place." Finished talking, he casually pointed and Yu Mingli directly fainted away. Bang! 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 Jun Tian knocked everyone to the ground with one hand each. "All right, just about got tired of playing. It's time to send you all on your way. This forsaken place, even the air is filthy. It really makes me uncomfortable all over." Jun Tian had a look of disgust and walked toward Yu Mingli, about to bring her away. But right at this time Jun Tian's expression changed, and he looked in Yi Yuan's direction with astonishment. No idea since when Yi Yuan actually already stood up. His gaze was staring fixedly at Jun Tian. The aura on his body was in the midst of rising crazily. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy on Heavenspan Mountain completely erupted. The heaven and earth spiritual energy all around was seemingly like surging floodwaters, rolling in. An illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Gray pupils, white robes. That was precisely the gray-pupiled Yi Yuan. Only to see Yi Yuan say coolly, "From now on, you'll be heavenly Tao, transforming."
Tao.
Yi Yuan pointed at the void. The gray-pupiled Yi Yuan dissipated with a loud bang, transforming into countless filaments. It burrowed into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's small world underwent earth-shaking changes with a rumble. The originally lifeless world became lively all of a sudden. Grass was taking root, seedlings broke out of the soil and started to grow. Green leaves, overflowing with vitality. The sun, moon, and stars cycled without rest. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas flowed in continuous streams. Everything seemed to be operating according to some kind of law. The current Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, with a feeling of overlooking all life. He felt that he had become heaven. Endless spiritual energy poured into the small world crazily, helping him to develop all life. Jun Tian opened his eyes wide. The calm and collected expression on his face had changed for the first time. He sucked in a deep breath and said in shock, How is this possible? How can an ant possibly understand the art of transforming Tao? In this forsaken place, there's actually someone who can break through to heavenly stratum." Yi Yuan's gaze never left Jun Tian from start to end. "Heavenly Tao is heartless? Heh. What a fine heavenly Tao is heartless. Yu Tian, I really have to thank you so much. Without your reminder, it probably wouldn't have been so easy if I wanted to break through," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Jun Tian was stunned when he heard that, only then recalling what he said earlier. Heavenly Tao is heartless. He was shocked. This guy found the turning point to break through to heavenly stratum through this sentence? A casual remark sounded significant to an attentive listener. Jun Tian did not expect that his thoughtless sentence actually created a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This guy's talent was too monstrous. In reality, Yi Yuan had been stuck at this step for a long time already. He always felt that his small world was missing something. He had once thought of heavenly Tao but did not know how to create heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao was a vague and insubstantial thing. No one knew what it was. But there was a heartless existence in Yi Yuan's body. That guy did not have the slightest emotion. From when Yi Yuan's chaos first started, it already appeared after Origin Pill Realm. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was still wondering whether the cultivation method he comprehended was correct or not. It was just that later on, his strength became stronger and stronger. His confidence in himself also grew stronger and stronger, resulting in overlooking this problem. In the end, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to suppress the gray pupil Yi Yuan, and he did not need to worry anymore. Not worrying, he naturally overlooked it. But the word heartless filled Yi Yuan with enlightenment, suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light. It turned out that the gray pupil Yi Yuan was not born without cause. He was heavenly Tao. The most important step of breaking through to heavenly stratum also lay with precisely him. Transforming Tao, this step is the most dangerous. But you achieved the chaos origin divinity by chance. This step became very easy instead. You, boy, really have a heaven-defying destiny. Jun Tian marveled with amazement. Originally, transforming Tao was the most dangerous in the process of breaking through to heavenly stratum. Not knowing the right way, it was very likely to suffer a backlash and lose yourself. Heavenly Tao was heartless. This was not said for fun. But Yi Yuan achieved the chaos origin divinity by coincidence. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's divine soul already reached the level of heavenly stratum. Therefore, this step became the easiest for him actually. While surprise was surprise, Jun Tian did not seem to pay attention to Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Someone who just broke through to heavenly stratum. Furthermore, it was even a lower realm ant. Why would he take him seriously? Hence, he did not stop it at all. He watched with interest instead. Everything was still under his control. Yi Yuan's physical body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, virtually the entire heaven-span world's spiritual energy was being used by him. Yi Yuan only felt that his divine soul was almost leaving his body. That refreshing feeling made every pore in his body relax. At this time, when he looked at the heaven-span world again, the feeling was already totally different. It was like he was standing in the sky, looking at everything in the mortal world. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever Deva, whatever heavenly emperor, they were insignificant like ants on the ground. It was also no wonder that Jun Tian would be so scornful. Beneath heavenly Tao, all were ants. He was heaven. This kind of feeling was too wonderful. Hoo-hoo? Do you feel unprecedentedly great? Jun Tian said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, yes, really unprecedentedly good. Jun Tian nodded his head and said, therefore, the current you should be able to understand how I feel, right? The lives of ants aren't worthy of respect. Yi Yuan nodded his head, seemingly somewhat agreeing with it. Seeing this scene, the smile on Jun Tian's face grew stronger, while the expressions of the others changed slightly, especially those heaven-span world powerhouses in the distance. Their hearts sunk to rock bottom. Lord Saint Azure they were scared to the extreme. If Lord Saint Azure became a person like Jun Tian, then the heaven-span world would really be finished. But right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said with a serious expression on his face, I understand. My ass is a heavenly stratum. Powerhouse very impressive? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? Who the hell do you think you are? You're definitely an ant-like existence in the outside world too, right? Otherwise, why would you come to the heaven-span world to find a sense of existence? A piece of trash like you can only bully people of the lower realms, right? Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone. Jun Tian revealed a look of amusement. But suddenly, Yi Yuan's tone changed and his words shot out like a machine gun, hitting Jun Tian until he did not come back to his senses for a long time. But very soon, his expression turned dark. Hoo-hoo, very good. Looks like you've become high after you became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Jun Tian said with a cold smile. Yeah, I'm very high right now. But very soon you'll be high too. You'll go high up into the sky. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a sneer. When heaven-span world's people heard Yi Yuan's words, their hearts finally settled down. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words made them feel very liberated. Recollecting the aftertaste, they felt that Yi Yuan's words make a lot of sense. True powerhouses did not deign to bother with ants. Only those people who failed to achieve their ambitions would look for a sense of existence in front of weaklings. Just like Yi Yuan, he would never take the initiative to go and bully the weak. His opponents were always those existences stronger than him. A hint of an amused smile showed on Jun Tian's face, and he said, "Uhu, du. You know why I didn't stop you when you broke through just now? Among heavenly, stratum powerhouses there is a vast difference in strength. Just like you. Now, you're a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. But the disparity between lesser sublime heavenly stratum and lesser sublime heavenly stratum is huge. 2. For example, I can kill a lower lesser sublime heavenly stratum like you. With a flip with my hand. Understand? Idiot! Jun Tian said a whole bunch. But Yi Yuan was expressionless and replied with a word coolly. Jun Tian was taken aback and said in a solemn voice, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan pointed at his own lips and said, "Don't understand? Look at the shape of my mouth. The idiot. Now, do you understand?" This time Jun Tian was really enraged. The muscles on his face were twitching. An ant like Yi Yuan provoked him time and again. He already reached the limit of patience. Very good. Looks like you really don't know what's called fear. Then, I'll let you know now. Jun Tian flipped his palm over. That world-destroying power appeared once. Again, the horrifying to the extreme power made everyone's faces change. Yi Yuan swept his sleeves grandly and directly swept Yu Mengli and the others. Away. Take them away. The further you run, the better. If there are any losses, you all will be held accountable. These words were said to Wei Feng. Wei Feng's entire body trembled, knowing that an apocalyptic great battle was about to start. This was the true doomsday battle. People like them, even if they watched the fight from afar, it was also impossible to be spared. Lord Saint Azure, rest assured. I definitely won't fail you. After he was done talking, Wei Feng brought the group of wounded people and sped away. Jun Tian did not stop this scene. Being merely a bunch of ants, he could annihilate them with a turn of his hand. The most important thing right now was to make this ant in front of him know fear. Above the sky, the cloud layer was extremely low, giving people an extremely constrained feeling. A blue ball emerged on Jun Tian's hand. On the ball, electric light flashed, shocking to the core. Ants are ants. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you're still an ant. Jun Tian's figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. That light ball was directly pressed toward Yi Yuan. The void around the two people directly turned into a mass of nothingness. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a big slap. Without deviating to the left or right, it landed right on Jun Tian's body. This slap landing, it was as if the entire sky had fallen down. The power of this slap was actually much stronger than even Jun Tian. Bang! Jun Tian's body was directly smacked into the ground. Being extremely far away, the figures of Wei Feng and the others suddenly paused, looking into the distance with shocked faces. Then, everyone exchanged glances, their gazes revealing wild elation. You all felt it, right? Wei Feng said. Felt it. The aura of the person from behind is definitely Lord Saint Azure. So strong. But how can he be so strong? Even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it's also impossible to be stronger than the outside world's powerhouses, right? The severely wounded Origin smile suddenly said, "It's the power of the Heavenspan world." Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Heavenspan world, fighting against that heavenly stratum powerhouse with the power of a world. He remembered that Yi Yuan had once executed it in the divine race before. One word repelled heavenly Tao. Now, he definitely borrowed the power of the Heavenspan world. Excellent. We're finally saved. Lord Tianqing, you didn't die in vain. The Heavenspan world is saved. Tears rolled down Origin Smile's old face. Boom! Jun Tian scurried out of the ruins, appearing rather ragged. His gaze was fixed on Yi Yuan, seemingly full of shock. Yi Yuan's gaze was currently meeting his eyes as he said coolly, "Oh? An ant. Slap smacked you away. Now, aren't you inferior to even an ant?" Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. Posturing until now, he actually had his face slapped. But he actually had nothing to say. Brat, you can actually control the heavenspan world's power. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually concealed your abilities. Previously. Such shrewdness. Jun Tian said with a cold smile. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If not for your trace of origin. Divinity. I wouldn't have learned this move? If I consider it like that, you really helped me quite a bit. Yi Yuan said coolly. When Jun Tian heard that, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His thoughtless words let Yi Yuan break through the shackles, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. His origin divinity taught Yi Yuan how to mobilize the power of the heavenspan world. Actually, it was not that Yi Yuan did not use it previously, but that he knew that it was also useless even if he used it. The power that he controlled was simply showing off in the presence of an expert in front of Jun Tian. Using it, he would die even faster instead. Now, he broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum completely, controlling heavenly Tao. Through the lesser heavenspan mountain's power, he could mobilize the power of the heavenspan mountain perfectly. This was his powerful reliance. Jun Tian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you're cocky. Appearance really pisses me off. Yi Yuan was still very calm and said coolly, Is that so? This cocky look was learned from you. Don't you like to posture? Then I'll let you see what it's like to be postured by someone else. Jun Tian nearly choked from anger. Yi Yuan's calm and collected appearance currently was really very similar to his just now. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's appearance really nauseated him badly. An ant was actually posturing in front of him. Furthermore, he really achieved it. Nothing was more humiliating than this. Brat, there's a price to pay for posturing. Therefore, you can go and die. Already, heavenly stratum powerhouses aren't as simple as you think. Jun Tian gave a cold snort, both hands suddenly needing seals. Space fell into an intense tremor instantly. Rumble. What's going on? What a terrifying power. How is this possible? That Jun Tian actually hasn't reached his limit yet. This is the power of rule. It's just that this power of rule is also too strong, right? Lord Saint Azure. He'll be alright, right? Extreme far away, Wei Feng and the rest of the powerhouses were unable to control their bodies at all, falling down from the air one after another. It was not just them. At this time, there were even more heavenspan world powerhouses who were unable to maintain their figures at all. In an instant, they seemed to have become mortals. Jun Tian's casting of his spell thoroughly disrupted the heavenspan world's rules. At this moment, the strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse was displayed in its entirety. His might subverted the heavenspan world's powerhouse's understanding of power. Watch closely. This is the true power of a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Silver feather heaven suppressing palm. Jun Tian struck a palm over. The void directly shattered, forming a huge black hole. In this black hole, even spatial turbulent flows were unable to get close. The might of the power could be imagined. This was already a power that surpassed the heavenspan world. From start to end, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Facing this terrifying palm, his expression did not change in the slightest. It was only to see him lightly raise a palm. Another slap smacked down. Bang! Jun Tian's power collapsed with a loud bang. This time, Jun Tian was directly smacked into the spatial turbulent flow. Wei Feng and the rest exchanged glances, with incredulous looks. This scene was too strange. They could not see the situation on the battlefield, but they could feel the outrageous undulations over there. Jun Tian's terrifying attacks were directly shattered. How could they not feel? Boom! Jun Tian flew back once more, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of apprehension. He felt that something was wrong. Too freaking wrong. How could he possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan still had that expression as he said coolly, Ant, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. I'll get angry. Finished talking, he flung another slap over. Jun Tian's expression changed. hurriedly raising his palm to block. It was just that, without the slightest surprise, he was smacked into the spatial turbulent flow once more. Bang! 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 One slap after another. Jun Tian did not have the slightest strength to fight back, being smacked flying over and over again. The entire spatial turbulent flow had already turned into a chaotic mess. This is too monstrous. Too monstrous. Too freaking liberating. Lord Saint Azure. Smack this guy to death. Let him posture. Let him posture. Wait. Feng's tone had a 180-degree turnabout, and tears actually flowed down his old face. Previously, he was in extreme despair. Jun Tian's might practically scared the piss out of him. But now, he felt exultation upon fulfillment. Jun Tian under Yi Yuan's palm was like a dead dog, without any strength to fight back. Everyone present felt the same way. Too freaking liberating. Enough! I said, enough! Jun Tian bellowed. A terrifying to the extreme power suddenly exploded. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was actually rocked backward. Jun Tian had a head of disheveled hair, his clothes tattered, gaze looking at
Yi Yuan gloomily.
But there was an additional azure long spear in his hand, emitting an astonishing power. His gaze was dark, clearly furious to the extreme. Brat, even if you can borrow the power of the heavenspan world, it's also impossible to be so strong. However, I also don't want to know anymore, because I'm very furious right now. Therefore, you must die. Jun Tian's eyes were full of hatred. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately humiliating him, avenging the grudge from before. Yet, he actually did not have the strength to fight back. He thought that he could make Yi Yuan submit obediently with a pair of flesh palms. But he was wrong. Yi Yuan, who had a calm look, suddenly smiled. What a coincidence. I also feel that you must die. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold. Tianqing's corpse had not turned cold yet. The dead souls of the heavenspan world's powerhouses were still quivering in the void. In fact, he even wanted to encroach upon Lear. Also, this enmity of 10 billion years of enslavement. Everything and everything needed Jun Tian to repay. If he did not die, how could the hatred in Yi Yuan's heart be dispelled? Jun Tian sneered and said, Ignorant ant, you completely don't know what a heavenly stratum powerhouse is. This time, I'm going to be serious. Only to see him wave his long spear, the aura on his body became stronger. This long spear could actually make his strength soar. However, the expression on Yi Yuan's face did not change much. He still had a faint smile as he said, What a coincidence. I'm also going to be serious this time. Yi Yuan lifted his palm. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm. Impressively, Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Heart of heavenspan. You actually refined the heart of heavenspan. This is impossible. But right at this time, the heart of heavenspan suddenly bloomed with light, turning into a streak of flowing light, flying toward the heavenspan mountain. Asterisk asterisk. Boom! A loud noise came over. The heart of heavenspan directly fused into the heavenspan mountain. In the next moment, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Rumble. The heavenspan mountain started trembling violently. Jun Tian's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock, the heavenspan mountain is being taken in by you. The current Jun Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He never dreamed that such a situation would actually occur. Yi Yuan was actually going to take in the heavenspan mountain. The heavenspan mountain was Jade True Heavenly Sex, Heavenly Spirit Immortal. Treasure of the legends. Who could have thought that such a treasure would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands? Yeah. Otherwise, how can this ant, beat you, this powerful heavenly stratum powerhouse? Yi Yuan said coolly. After breaking through to heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile. As luck hit, suddenly feeling a sense of perfect harmony with the heavenspan mountain. It was also precisely because of this that he could easily smack Jun Tian. flying. Otherwise, how could he, a newbie who just broke through to lesser sublime, heavenly stratum, possibly be Jun Tian's match? Yi Yuan also never thought that the Heavenspan Mountain, which all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses viewed as a cultivation holy land, was actually just a treasure. Such a treasure could actually be taken away, and the key to taking this treasure away was refining the heart of Heavenspan. Yi Yuan stumbled blindly and refined the heart of Heavenspan, and he created the Chaos Heavenspan Canon by blind chance, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. In the end, he took in the Heavenspan Mountain with a random stumble. The moment it moved, it was earth-shattering. Currently, the entire Heavenspan world was in the midst of trembling. Yi Yuan arrived at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain with a flash. Boom! Yi Yuan directly reached a hand out and stuck it into the ground. The first feeling was heavy, incomparably heavy. Yi Yuan's complexion flushed bright red, using all the strength in his body. Although he refined the Heavenspan Mountain, he did not have the method to mobilize such a treasure at all. Even if his mind was linked with the Heavenspan Mountain and the Heavenspan Mountain became countless times lighter, but it was still unbelievably heavy. Rumble? The Heavenspan Mountain moved. Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. This guy is really boorish. He doesn't know the method to use the Heavenspan Mountain at all, so he's actually pulling up the mountain with his bare hands. If you can take in the Heavenspan Mountain, that would be strange, Jun Tian said with a cold laugh. At the same time, he raised his spear again. Toward this kind of newbie, even if you gave him a supreme treasure, he would not know how to use it either. How could he possibly lose to this kind of rookie? While at this time, the entire Heavenspan world was shaking. Everyone fell into deep shock. Wei Feng and the rest had blank faces as they said in shock. What's Lord
Saint Asher doing?
See, could it be that he's going to pull the Heavenspan Mountain up? It's impossible, right? The Heavenspan Mountain leads above the heavens. How can this kind of divine mountain possibly be pulled up with human strength? What on earth is His Excellency trying to do? Could it be that he's going to use the Heavenspan Mountain to deal with Jun Tian? In this place, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible. Yi Yuan's astonishing aura could not be concealed no matter what. How could they not know what Yi Yuan was trying to do? But Jun Tian ignored these, brandishing the azure long spear in his hand. Similarly astonishing, imposing momentum rose to the sky. 7 Cardinal Sky Howling Spear. This spear will let you know the outcome of resisting heaven. His voice had yet to fade when Jun Tian's expression suddenly changed wildly. Arg! Rumble? It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a long howl. The Heavenspan Mountain rose up from the ground. Jun Tian opened his mouth wide, having a look of disbelief. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's figure was tall and straight. His 2 hands supported the Heavenspan Mountain, appearing somewhat strained. But he had indeed heaved it up. Boom! The moment the Heavenspan Mountain moved, the sky seemed to have had a hole poked in it. A thick to the extreme spiritual energy suddenly poured down. An enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, like a black hole. That appearance was seemingly like a stopper was pulled away by someone. In the Heavenspan world, everyone was inexplicably shocked, thinking that it was the end of the world. This scene was too shocking. Wei Feng's pupils constricted and he cried out in alarm. PP pulled up, really pulled up. Say this, how is this possible? Boom! Yi Yuan moved and took a step forward. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step forward. Below the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan was insignificant as an ant. But his imposing momentum was astonishing, like a celestial's, pulling up the mountain with strength, unparalleled imposing aura. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum obstructed even the sky. Jun Tian already accumulated his momentum fully, only waiting for a suitable opportunity to unleash his spear. But now he hesitated. Why? Aren't you serious now? Thrust your spear. This ant don't even know How to use the Heavenspan Mountain. Could it be that you'll feel scared too? Yi Yuan's words were full of mockery. Jun Tian's expression changed slightly, but his imposing momentum became weaker and weaker. Thrusting one's spear paid great attention to momentum. Even if one reached heavenly stratum, this principle would not change too. His imposing momentum could poke a hole in the sky. But he encountered Yi Yuan. This guy was completely unreasonable. He pulled the mountain up. No matter how strong his momentum was, how could it possibly win the current? Yi Yuan? Therefore, he was nervous. He was backing away. Hoo-hoo? Didn't you say that you're heaven? The paramount heaven will actually be afraid of an ant? Laughable. Really ridiculous. Yi Yuan returned all of Jun Tian's mockery to him. He was still advancing, Jun Tian was still retreating. It was already impossible to unleash his spear. Damn it. You lunatic. Consider yourself ruthless. After I report the matter here to the sect, I want to see how you still be arrogant. Finally, Jun Tian put away the azure long spear, his figure moving, speeding toward the horizon. He did not dare to clash with Yi Yuan anymore. For example, this Heavenspan Mountain was 10,000 pounds in Yi Yuan's hand. When it reached him with such strong momentum, it might be 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 pounds. His spear was likely to be smashed. The Heavenspan Mountain was a heavenly spirit treasure. His long spear was not on the same level at all. If Yi Yuan smashed the mountain over, how many tens of millions of pounds would that power be? It was just that, how could Yi Yuan let him go just like this? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the divine essence within his body surging crazily. He used all the strength in his body and threw the Heavenspan Mountain out. Then, the Heavenspan Mountain smashed toward that figure above the sky amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The speed was swift to the extreme. Jun Tian was currently sweeping past wildly, but the Heavenspan Mountain's speed was too fast and the size was too large. Nowhere to avoid. His pupils constricted, his scalp tingling. At this time, there was only forcefully resisting it. Boom! Jun Tian spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling the bones all over his body were crumbling. The strike of a heavenly spirit treasure. The power was formidable to the extreme. However, a heavenly stratum powerhouse was ultimately a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of terrifying force still did not smash him to death. Borrowing the countershock force, his speed became even faster directly, flying into that mass of black vortex, disappearing. Yi Yuan, I've remembered today's matter. The plane passageway is going to close. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you can't leave the Heavenspan world too. Wash your neck well and wait for death. Only at this time did a sentence come over from the void. Grand bright jade complete heaven, true yang heavenly domain. There was a vast expanse of forest in front. Trees were vigorous and upright, luscious and green. There was a clearing in the forest. The clearing was overgrown with weeds. Amidst the weeds, a broken altar was faintly visible. Suddenly, the altar gave off a beam of light, and a figure appeared. Poo work. As soon as the figure appeared, he vomited a large mouthful of blood fiercely. It was only to see his figure sway, wanting to take 2 steps, but he vomited. A mouthful of blood again. The severity of his wounds could be seen. This person was precisely the Jun Tian who had just escaped from the Heavenspan world. Damn it. My injuries are too heavy. I already can't move. I really failed in this simple task to actually let an ant hurt me until like this. However, that heavenly spirit treasure. After my injuries recover, I must find a way to obtain the Heavenspan Mountain. Thick greed flashed across in Jun Tian's eyes. That collision from Yi Yuan truly startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. This grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum was also knocked, dazed and confused. But fortunately, the plane passageway was closed. Yi Yuan was unable to pass through. Otherwise, he would probably die on the spot right now. Putting away the heated gaze, Jun Tian took out a dark gray medicinal pill and swallowed it. and started revolving his powers and regulating his breathing. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the altar exploded. Jun Tian was directly sent flying out by the huge impact. A figure dashed out and landed not far in front of Jun Tian. Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he said in horror, "Why you? How is it possible? The plane passageway is closed. It's absolutely impossible for a lesser sublime heavenly stratum to forcibly burst open. How did you do it?" The current Jun Tian was terrified to the extreme. His injuries were extremely heavy, and he was completely unable to fight anymore. But Yi Yuan forcibly broke through the plane barrier at this time. This was really terrible. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A hardy and heavy small mountain appeared. "Use this to smash it open," Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tian's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Why you subdued the Heavenspan Mountain? How is this possible? I'm clearly a rookie who knows nothing, so how can I subdue the Heavenspan Mountain? Is it really let you down? The Heavenspan Mountain's method of control is hidden on the Heavenspan Mountain," Yi Yuan said coolly. When Jun Tian heard that, he practically had an impulse to swear. This Heavenspan world was really a huge pit. Him jumping in now directly buried himself. Earlier on, Yi Yuan caused a great sensation in the Heavenspan world. That towering and lofty Heavenspan mountain that had stood for countless hundreds of millions of years was actually gone. The Heavenspan mountain was taken away by Yi Yuan. At that moment, the entire Heavenspan world was plunged into deep fear and shock. The Heavenspan mountain's significance to the Heavenspan world's martial artists could not be described using words at all. Now the Heavenspan mountain was gone. They already felt at a loss on what to do. This time, Jun Tian was really afraid. Jun Tian's footsteps were falling back involuntarily. But Yi Yuan's gaze was sizing up the surroundings. This place made him very uncomfortable. The air was filled with a powerful suppression force. That feeling was like someone walked into a gravity chamber. If Heavenspan World's gravity was 1, then the gravity here was 10,000. The powerful restrictive force greatly limited his cultivation method and martial technique when they were displayed. Clearly, Jun Tian also sensed Yi Yuan's abnormality. He smiled coldly and said, "Brat, do you feel very uncomfortable? The 33. Heavens is the world of rules. There are no laws here, only rules. This place is heaven, the heaven that dominates a myriad of worlds. Entering here, all of your power will be infinitely suppressed. Right now, you can't even fly. Want to see how you kill me?" Finished talking, Jun Tian's figure flashed, speeding away into the depths of the dense forest. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly and urged the Heavenspan Mountain according to the spell recorded on the Heavenspan Mountain. Swoosh! The Heavenspan Mountain instantly turned into a streak of flowing light, chasing right after. Jun Tian was currently crying out in his heart about getting lucky when suddenly he felt a powerful aura arrive with a howl from the rear. He was seriously injured to begin with. His strength had greatly diminished. At this time, how could he avoid it? Boom! The Heavenspan Mountain slammed right onto his body without the slightest
Surprise.
Jun Tian spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell to the ground. Yi Yuan walked over unhurriedly and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter that my strength is suppressed. Don't I still have the Heavenspan Mountain? Although I don't know what grade of a treasure it is, being able to suppress a world, it's definitely not what the long spear in your hands can compare to. Isn't that right? Therefore, I don't need any cultivation method or martial technique at all. Directly using it to smash you will do." Seeing Yi Yuan walking over step by step, Jun Tian really got scared. He underestimated the Heavenspan Mountain. Yeah, Yi Yuan did not need to compete with whatever cultivation method or martial technique with him at all. He just had to pick up the Heavenspan Mountain and smash people. Simple yet crude, but very practical. "Why you can't kill me?"
Jun Tian gasped heavily for air.
"Oh? Why?" Yi Yuan said. I'm the J-True Heavenly Sect's Outer Sect Deacon. I have a life tablet in the sect. If you kill me, J-True Heavenly Sect will definitely come and find you. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain is the J-True Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure. If they know that you acquired the Heavenspan Mountain, they will definitely keep hunting you down. You can run, but what do you plan on doing with those people in the Heavenspan world? Jun Tian hurriedly said. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This was a troublesome thing. However, Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to believe it easily. When Jun Tian saw that Yi Yuan was moved, he hurriedly said, You felt Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's rule pressure too. If those friends of yours don't break through to Heavenly Stratum Realm, it's impossible to enter Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven. Otherwise, they will be crushed into minced meat by the great Tao rules here. As long as you don't kill me, I can let you plant an origin divinity will and become your servant. You'll definitely be entering Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven and know absolutely nothing about the things here. Just nice, you need a servant. There was an impulse to die in Jun Tian's heart. When he entered Heavenspan World previously, he was planning on taking Yi Yuan in as a servant. Who knew that in a blink, he was actually going to take the initiative to become Yi Yuan's servant? Such irony. After Jun Tian finished talking, he looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, waiting for his decision. Yi Yuan remained silent all along, also not knowing what he was thinking about. Jun Tian's heart was fidgety to the extreme. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Is there a method that can let a wisp of spiritual consciousness regather the divine soul in this grand Bright Jade complete Heaven? Jun Tian hurriedly nodded and said, Of course there is. The 33 Heavens is the pinnacle of myriad worlds, the most primitive of the land of rules. Forget about just a wisp of spiritual consciousness remaining. Even a dead person can be revived too. When Yi Yuan heard that, he was wildly ecstatic in his heart. However, he did not show it. He just said calmly, Oh? Then how can one regather the divine soul? This. Jun Tian smiled bitterly and said, I'm just lesser, sublime heavenly stratum, belonging to the lowest level existence in the 33 heavens. How would I know how to regather the divine soul, this kind of heaven-defying means? Oh? Then it's no use keeping you, go to hell then, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Why, you really dare to kill me? I didn't lie to you. J-True Heavenly Sect will really come and find me. Jun Tian's expression changed, falling back repeatedly. He was really scared. Facing death, even if he was a heavenly stratum powerhouse, he was unable to remain calm too. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky and said with a faint smile, Jun Tian, there are still many Heavenspan world martial artists who died wronged currently watching in heaven. If I were to let you go, they won't let me off even if they become ghosts. That smile carried a bone-piercing chill. Not long ago, he watched Tian Qing die in front of him with his own eyes, powerless to do anything. That strike, if not for Tian Qing, Liu would have already perished. How could Yi Yuan let Jun Tian live? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan urged the Heavenspan Mountain and directly smashed over toward Jun Tian. Bang! This blow struck right on his chest, directly knocking Jun Tian to the ground. Jun Tian's two eyes rolled upward. He was only breathing in without breathing out anymore, no longer far from death. The Heavenspan Mountain was taken in by Yi Yuan. Although its size was not big, if it landed on someone it was heavy to the extreme. Jun Tian was struck by the Heavenspan Mountain over and over again. How could he survive? By luck? Yi Yuan did not hold back, controlling the Heavenspan Mountain to smash two more times, and Jun Tian stopped breathing completely. A grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was forcibly smashed to death by the Heavenspan Mountain. Simple yet crude. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Jun Tian was like a large mountain, crushing others until the entire Heavenspan world could not breathe. If not for him breaking through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum by chance, the consequences would really be unimaginable. Fortunately, Jun Tian, the main culprit behind controlling the Heavenspan mountain, was finally dead. It was just that. Even more doubts lingered in Yi Yuan's heart too. Jun Tian was merely a small fry. It was impossible for him to have the strength to suppress the Heavenspan world. At the very most, he just exploited a loophole and made use of the Heavenspan world's power. The J-True heavenly sect which Jun Tian spoke of was the one that was linked in many ways with the Heavenspan world. Furthermore, Jun Tian said that he was the J-True heavenly sect's outer sect deacon, and he had a life tablet in the sect. The moment he died, the sect definitely knew about it. At that time, they would probably really send someone over to investigate. Yi Yuan did not know J-True heavenly sect's attitude towards the Heavenspan world, but Yi Yuan felt that there might not be anything good. Moreover, he killed a member of the sect. The sect would not be willing to drop the matter too. In front of a heavenly stratum powerhouse, the Heavenspan world was too weak. Jun Tian was merely a puny little outer sect deacon and already almost wiped out the entire Heavenspan world. Could be inferred that if the sect's powerhouses came, it was absolutely not what the current Yi Yuan could parry. Yi Yuan being able to defeat Jun Tian was entirely thanks to the Heavenspan mountain. With his own strength, even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it was impossible to be Jun Tian's match too. This grand bright jade complete heaven was a world that was a completely different level from the Heavenspan world. The power of rules here was too strong. Even Tao ancestors were unable to enter this world too. Otherwise, they would be crushed into a meat pancake by the power of rules. Here, Tao ancestors could not withstand the pressure of rules here at all. Even Yi Yuan was also unable to adapt to the environment here until now. In fact, even his breathing felt somewhat constrained. It could be judged that this grand bright jade complete heaven did not have mortal stratum martial artists at all. Heavenly stratum was the basic requirement to enter this place. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing tightly, immediately feeling the pressure soared. This also meant that the Heavenspan world's trillions of lives were now all tied to him alone. Once anything happened to him, the Heavenspan world would surely suffer a cataclysmic disaster. But now, he was completely clueless about this grand bright jade complete heaven. In fact, he did not even have a method of cultivation. No cultivation method. No martial technique. No means to use the origin divinity. Yi Yuan's only reliance currently was the Heavenspan mountain. But on second thought, in such a powerful world, he could always find the method to save Mu Lingxue. Furthermore, when he asked Jun Tian previously, he could feel that regathering. The divine soul did not seem to be something impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan could not help being a lot more invigorated. In addition, he even remembered that he had once sensed that his father and Lin Wushuang, their tiny trace of fluctuations, seemed to have returned to heaven and earth too. Thinking about it now, they probably entered this world. Then could he find his father too? Even reviving him? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan's mind could not help shaking. Ji Xingyang's fall was the regret of Yi Yuan's life. If he could really meet his father again, even revive him, then he would really have no regrets in this life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "My current strength is likely the weakest existence in this grand bright jade complete heaven. Thinking of these is too far away. The most important thing now is still to understand this world." Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Jun Tian's corpse. J-True heavenly sect should be a major sect. As a major sect's disciple, Jun Tian might have some things on him that could let Yi Yuan discover some secrets of the grand bright jade complete heaven. Yi Yuan found a storage bracelet on Jun Tian's body. Jun Tian was already dead. Hence, this bracelet became an ownerless item. Yi Yuan found that azure long spear inside, some white crystals, several secret books on cultivation, as well as some random things. Although that azure long spear was not as terrifying as the Heavenspan mountain, it was also a decent quality weapon. Yi Yuan could feel an astonishing aura emitting off it. As for those white crystals, there was extremely thick spiritual energy in each of them. This spiritual energy had intrinsic differences from the heaven-span worlds. Spiritual energy. Yi Yuan guessed that this thing might be the grand bright jade complete. Heaven's universal currency. Rather, it was those secret books on cultivation that he was interested in. After Yi Yuan browsed through them, he had some understanding about the cultivation of heavenly stratum powerhouses. There was a cultivation method called Jade True Spirit Awakening Formula among them, letting Yi Yuan understand a part of the realms of heavenly stratum powerhouses. It turned out that heavenly stratum powerhouses were divided into lesser sublime heavenly stratum, greater sublime heavenly stratum, as well as limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Each major realm was also divided into lower, middle, upper, as well as grand completion, consisting of 4 minor realms. Jun Tian was grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm, being just a step away from greater sublime heavenly stratum, while Yi Yuan did not even count as a lower lesser sublime heaven right now. To heavenly stratum powerhouses, he had not crossed the threshold currently, because he did not even have the most basic cultivation method. Unfortunately, this cultivation method only had the first level cultivation method of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Presumably, this Jun Tian status in the Jade True Heavenly sect was also not very high. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush to cultivate this Jade True Spirit Awakening formula. Coming this far, Yi Yuan knew that the selection of cultivation method was very important. He was naturally not willing to easily enter a pit. He still understood the logic of better to go without than to make do with a shoddy substitute. Eh? There's a Jade True anecdote here. When Yi Yuan saw this cover, his eyes could not help lighting up. He was very curious about this Jade True Heavenly sect. The Heavenspan Mountain was clearly a precious treasure. So why would it be used to suppress the Heavenspan world? Many mysteries of the Heavenspan world all lay with this Jade True Heavenly sect. Understanding this sect would naturally be very helpful to him. Mission Hall, Jade True Heavenly sect. An old man was currently lecturing 3 disciples. Jun Tian's life tablet has already shattered. You all go to Eastward Country to check it out properly. See who has such gall to dare provoke our Jade True Heavenly sect. Chang Chongshan, you're the senior apprentice brother. This trip will be led by you, the old man said. Chang Chongshan cupped his fists and said, Elder, you can be rest assured. This disciple will definitely investigate carefully. If I find any clues, I'll definitely make him pay the price of blood. Elder, you nodded slightly and said, The 3 of you, this elder naturally feels relieved. Jun Tian's strength is top-notch in Eastward Country too. There aren't many people capable of making him die. This elder reckons that this matter probably has something to do with the royal family. Do you all know what to do after you go to Eastward Country? Chang Chongshan's eyes flickered and he said with a nod, Elder, rest assured. This disciple understands. In the tiny land of Eastward Country, those few people are merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I reckon that they also can't stir up any waves. Chang Chongshan 3 people set off for Eastward Country with the sect's mission. It was just that they did not think that Jun Tian, this big shot who could make Eastward Country tremble thrice with a stomp of his feet, actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan closed the Jade True anecdote and exhaled a turbid breath deeply. Following that was a deep fury. It turned out that this Heavenspan Mountain was accidentally obtained by Jade True Heavenly sect's former sect master, Yen Jade True. By borrowing this treasure, Yen Jade True rarely had any rivals, his strength exceedingly formidable. Jade True Heavenly sect also became the overlord-level sect of Grand Bright Jade. Complete Heaven's 5 great heavenly regions because of it. It was just a pity that later on, Yen Jade True encountered a formidable enemy. Later on and suffered serious injuries. His treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also seriously damaged in this battle. In order to nourish the Heavenspan Mountain, Yen Jatru sealed it in a small kiliacosm with a great magical ability, nourishing the heaven-span mountain with the power of the entire small kiliacosm. This small kiliacosm was the heaven-span world. It was just that later on, no idea why, Yen Jatru went missing and the heart of heaven-span disappearing with him too. Without the heart of heaven-span, Jatru heavenly sect could not find traces of the heaven-span mountain. Later, Jatru heavenly sect had once swarmed out in full force searching for the whereabouts of the heaven-span mountain. It was just a pity that the place the heaven-span mountain was sealed, only Yen Jatru alone knew about it. Jatru heavenly sect expended a great price and failed to find the whereabouts of the heaven-span mountain too. This was the origin of the heaven-span world. Reading finished the Jatru anecdote, Yi Yuan had unspeakable fury. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever heavenly Tao samsara, it was all merely a game set by Yen Jatru. For tens of billions of years, the heaven-span world's powerhouses have all been living in the shadow of Yen Jatru. It was also fortunate that Yen Jatru went missing. Otherwise, the current heaven-span world would likely have long ceased to exist. Nourishing a precious treasure like this with the price of a world's living things, the method could be rated as cruel. If it succeeded, everything in the heaven-span world would no longer exist, and naturally there would not be the Yi Yuan today as well. It was just that no one expected that many years later the heaven-span world was actually found by an outer sect deacon, Jun Tian. However, Jun Tian did not report this matter to Jatru heavenly sect. He knew that the heaven-span mountain was a treasure. If he could obtain it, his fate would be totally different. If he reported it to the sect, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Unfortunately, without the heart of heaven-span, Jun Tian could not take the heaven-span mountain away, standing guard over a treasure mountain, but could not take it away. Jun Tian had been depressed these few years. He had once infiltrated into the heaven-span world countless times in an attempt to find the whereabouts of the heart of heaven-span, but could not find. Of course, with his strength, sneaking into the heaven-span world without a sound, it was simply impossible for the heaven-span world's powerhouses to discover it. Helpless, he left behind the legacy of the 8 extreme divinities in the heaven-span world, attempting to collect divine soul essence to cultivate origin divinity. After reaching heavenly stratum, the cultivation of origin divinity was extremely important. The higher the origin divinity realm, the greater the speed of comprehending heaven and earth, and the easier it was to increase one's cultivation realm. Of course, origin divinity realm was not so easy to increase. However, Jun Tian never dreamed that the heart of heaven-span, which he searched bitterly for, changed hands several times, and landed in Yi Yuan's hands and furthermore, he even successfully refined the heart of heaven-span and took away the heaven-span mountain. But Jun Tian himself died under the heaven-span mountain in the end. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he muttered to himself, "I absolutely can't let Jatru heavenly sect discover the heaven-span world. Otherwise, the consequences will be too ghastly to contemplate." Although the current Jatru heavenly sect is already far worse than before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of a sect isn't what the current me can contend with. The heaven-span mountain was a treasure that could let the Jatru heavenly sect rise once again. Once Jatru heavenly sect's people discovered it, the heaven-span world's days would also come to an end. Yi Yuan held his palm out, the heaven-span mountain suspended on his palm. Quietly, wordless heavenly skill. Yen Jatru relied on this cultivation method back then to command the 5 great heavenly regions. I wonder if I can comprehend it or not. Yi Yuan looked at the heaven-span mountain and said to himself. It was recorded in the Jatru anecdote that an astonishing cultivation method was hidden on the heaven-span mountain called wordless heavenly skill. This cultivation method was wordless. Want to comprehend it, you could only rely on comprehension ability and lucky chance. And this cultivation method could only appear after the heaven-span mountain and heart of heaven-span combines into one. However, Yi Yuan did not comprehend it immediately but concealed the plain passageway with array formations. Then, he disposed of Jun Tian's dead body before leaving carefully. Yi Yuan had traveled for several months, but could not find the way out at all. Inklight Forest was too large, he did not know where to go at all. He did not encounter any danger along the way. In these few months, Yi Yuan studied the Heavenspan mountain carefully while traveling, attempting to find the wordless heavenly skill. It was just that, sadly, it was too difficult. However, what Yi Yuan did not lack the most was patience. If not for his persevering spirit, he also could not have walked until today. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently studying the Heavenspan mountain when, suddenly, he heard noisy quarreling sounds. He was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly put away the Heavenspan mountain. Finally saw a living person. Junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen, you rest assured. The Yang family's matter is my Lu Yuanjia's matter. Your father's grudge, senior apprentice brother, will definitely avenge for you. A young man's voice could be heard. Another man said, Junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen, that Li family's Li Badian is nothing. With me, Gui Tianyu around, I'll definitely make him unable to bear the consequences. At this time, a weak and sad woman's voice transmitted over in a drawn-out manner. Many thanks for two senior apprentice brothers taking pity on me. Xuezhen is deeply grateful. Hoo-hoo? Junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen, those words regard me too much as a stranger. Eh? There's actually someone in this wilderness? Lu Yuanjia's eyes were sharp and saw Yi Yuan with one glance, and said in surprise. Gui Tianyu sized Yi Yuan up and said with a snicker, didn't even reach lower. Lesser sublime heaven, this kid can actually survive in Inklight Forest until now. What a tenacious life. Hey brat, you're a lower realms ant that just ascended to grand bright jade complete heaven, right? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy was actually as disgusting as Jun Tian. He originally still wanted to follow this group of people and leave Inklight Forest. Now he could not even be bothered to talk anymore. When Gui Tianyu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, his expression could not help turning dark. He said in a cold voice, Punk, this young master is talking to you. Are you deaf? Hoo-hoo? Even an ant who just ascended has his share of arrogance. An ant-like thing has no idea of danger or death, Lu Yuanjia said with a laugh. The family guards behind Lu Yuanjia and Gui Tianyu were also all laughing non-stop at this time. Clearly, they had already gotten used to this scene. Grand bright jade complete heaven was connected to every heaven and myriad worlds. There were often lower realms martial artists that ascended. These martial artists had immensely formidable strength in the lower realms. But arriving here, they were the lowest rung. Because Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven did not have ordinary martial artists. The weakest here was also a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Therefore, this scene of Yi Yuan's air of haughtiness was only seen as being laughable in everyone's eyes. When Gui Tianyu saw that Yi Yuan still ignored him, he said in a solemn voice, Boy, come in front of this young master and kneel down and kowtow to admit your fault now. This young master can spare your life. Yi Yuan was slightly angry in his heart and was just about to speak up sarcastically when that woman who was fairer than snow suddenly said, Two senior apprentice brothers, it's really not easy for this little brother to be able to ascend from the lower realms. Can you give this junior apprentice sister face and spare him once? Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu were naturally unwilling. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. It was just that they were both pursuing Yang Xuezhen, so they naturally had to appear more magnanimous. Gui Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, Since junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen opened her mouth to plead, consider your life tenacious, brat. Lu Yuanjie said coolly, We'll listen to junior apprentice Sister Xuezhen. Get lost then. Yang Xuezhen said, Two senior apprentice brothers. This little brother likely can't walk out of here by relying on himself. Why don't we bring him out? The two people frowned slightly with reluctant looks on their faces, but they could not brush off Yang Shuezhen's face. In the end, they could only nod their heads helplessly. Yi Yuan looked towards Yang Shuezhen rather surprisedly, not expecting that. This girl was actually so kind-hearted. Actually, he did not care about the threats of these people, although he currently had not cultivated heavenly stratum cultivation methods and martial techniques yet. Just by relying on the power of the Heavenspan Mountain, he could kill everyone present. These few days, it was also not that he had achieved nothing. At the very least, his control of the Heavenspan Mountain became much more accomplished with high proficiency. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain also increased significantly. These people in front of him, the strongest was merely middle lesser sublime heaven. It was enough to suppress these people with the power of the Heavenspan Mountain. However, unless it was a last resort, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the Heavenspan Mountain. This place was J-True Heavenly Sex territory. If he took out the Heavenspan Mountain here, he would have to kill all the people present. Otherwise, there would be a constant source of future troubles. Yi Yuan was also not an insensible person. He gave a bow toward Yang Shuezhen and said, "Many thanks, Mississippi." Yang Shuezhen waved her hand and said coolly, "Not a big deal." Clearly, this girl was in a bad mood and did not have too much desire to talk. She only helped Yi Yuan conveniently. Yi Yuan naturally would not ask for a rebuff either. He simply followed the squad in silence. The sky gradually turned dark. The party set up camp. Suddenly, a tiger roar came from the distance. Lu Yuanjie, two people exchanged a glance and could not help smiling knowingly. "Brat, there's no free lunch in the world. We served as a protective umbrella for you along the way, so shouldn't you do a little something too?" Lu Yuanjie said to Yi Yuan with a smile. How could Yi Yuan not know that this guy was planning something bad? However, he was emboldened stemming from great ability and did not care either, saying indifferently, "You want me to go and hunt that tiger?" Lu Yuanjie was a little surprised at Yi Yuan's cleverness and said with a nod, "Yeah, this is merely a lower lesser sublime heaven double-winged heaven. Shaking tiger. It's one of the weakest true spirits in Grand Bright Jade. Complete heaven. Pressing on with our journey all the way, everyone is a little tired. Why don't you hunt it down and satisfy everyone's craving for good food?" Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when Yang Shuezhen frowned and said, "Senior, apprentice brother Lu, isn't this making things difficult for him? He hasn't even reached lower lesser sublime heaven. How can he possibly be the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger's match?" Lu Yuanjie smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, this boy is very haughty. Just a tiger, he shouldn't have taken it seriously yet, right?" Yang Shuezhen still wanted to say something, but heard Gue Tianyu say, "Humph? Junior apprentice sister is just catching a tiger. You're also protecting him too much, right? Moreover, Lu Qing and Gue Cheng will also be following him. They won't let him die." Yang Shuezhen's brows furrowed slightly, clearly being caught in a dilemma. She was currently relying on these two people greatly and could not offend them too badly. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "I'll go." The moment Lu Yuanjie heard, he smiled and said, "That's more like it. Being able to corroborate your Tao and achieve heavenly stratum in the lower realms. If you don't even have this bit of courage, that's also too disgraceful. Lu Qing, Gue Cheng, you guys follow this little brother. Both of you need to protect him well. If he isn't the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger's match, you guys lend him a helping hand." When he was talking, he deliberately placed emphasis on helping hand too. Words. Yang Shuezhen sighed slightly. Yi Yuan was courting death himself. She could not help it either. She was currently unable to even fend for herself. Yang Shuezhen was not a fool. How could she not understand Lu Yuanjie too? People's thoughts? It was just that she was anxious to take revenge currently, and she already could not care that much anymore. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the two and brought Lu Qing and Gue Cheng, and directly left. An hour later, Lu Qing and Guichan ran back. When Lu Yuanjie saw that there were only the two of them coming back, he was smiling. But very soon his face fell. Not waiting for Lu Qing two people to open their mouths either, he berated, "Didn't I ask you guys to ensure his safety? What's going on? Can't even handle this little thing well? What are you doing?" Yang Shuezhen's gaze swept towards the distance but did not see Yi Yuan's figure. How could she not know what happened? She let out a slight sigh and was silent. Gui Cheng was just about to open his mouth. But then he heard Gui Tianyu yelling, "Gui Cheng, you good for nothing. Can't even handle this small matter. How do you want me to give an account to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Yuanjie continued and said, "The two of you fools can't even look after a person properly. Just a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger, you guys actually let him get eaten?" Gui Tianyu got more into it, the more he scolded and said angrily, "What are the two of you still in a daze for? Why haven't you gone to apologize to junior apprentice sister?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng sweated profusely from anxiety, but could not get a word in at all. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu chimed in one after another, getting more enthusiastic the more they scolded, not giving them the chance to speak at all. In their hearts, they already determined Yi Yuan to be dead. There's no need to apologize. It was also pretty tiring for these two brothers to run back. You guys should reward them. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, interrupting the two people's performance. The expression on the two people's faces immediately became incomparably fascinating, only to see Yi Yuan carrying a double-winged tiger, currently walking towards the camp. Pa! Pa! At virtually the same time, Lu Qing and Gui Cheng were given a slap. The two people said in unison, "Idiots! Why didn't you say that earlier?" Lu Qing and Gui Cheng felt aggrieved. It was only to hear Gui Cheng cover his face and said, "Young master, I wanted to say, but I couldn't speak up at all. This boy killed the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger with one punch." Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu's bodies quivered, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. An ant who did not even reach lower lesser sublime heaven, how could he possibly kill a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger with one punch? Heavenly stratum powerhouses who just ascended were not considered heavenly stratum powerhouses in grand bright jade complete heaven at all. Even the most ordinary lower lesser sublime heavens could devastate them at will, although the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was not considered very formidable. Tearing an ascender like Yi Yuan to shreds was easy to accomplish. It was just that the result was just the opposite. Yi Yuan killed it with one punch. How could they know that Yi Yuan was not some ordinary ascender? Ordinary ascenders tend to shatter the firmament with one power of rule. But Yi Yuan had four apart from alchemy Dao. Furthermore, it was a four-way fusion. His strength was naturally much worse when compared to a grand completion. Lesser sublime heaven like Jun Tian. But compared to ordinary lower lesser sublime heavens, he was a great deal stronger. During the few months in this inklight forest, Yi Yuan already gradually adapted to the rule pressure here. Apart from time law, Yi Yuan could already mobilize the other three types of power of rule. What did killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger count as? Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu looked at each other, both feeling unbelievably ashamed and resentful. Pa! Pa! The two each gave their subordinate a slap and said in unison, "Useless thing." Gui Tianyu arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said fiercely, "Brat! Don't think that by killing a double-winged heaven-shaking tiger. It's impressive. This thing, I can kill it by huffing a puff. Ants will always be ants." Yi Yuan raised the double-winged heaven-shaking tiger up and said with a smile, "Come uffa poof." Gui Tianyu's face turned black and almost smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Even the Yang Shuezhen, who was clouded with worry, was also amused. Huffing a puff, it was naturally boasting. Gui Tianyu huffing a puff was sufficient to kill those martial artists in the heavenspan world. But no matter how weak this double-winged heaven-shaking tiger was, it was still a true spirit. True spirits were existences equivalent to heavenly stratum. It was not hard for Gui Tianyu to kill, but being able to kill by huffing a puff was purely talking nonsense. After the farce, Yang Xuezhen pulled Yi Yuan to one side. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu became even more jealous. Yang Xuezhen's looks were exquisite. She was an extremely beautiful woman. Was just that her face had an anxious look from start to end, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. We'll be able to get out of Inklight Forest tomorrow. Let's go our separate ways here. Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's native powerhouses discriminate against Descenders greatly. If not for me, my two senior apprentice brothers would likely have already killed you. If you want to live, go to Five Light Heavenly Region. That place is the territory of Ascenders. You don't have a way out in true Yang Heavenly Domain. Yang Xuezhen said in earnest. Yi Yuan had long discovered it. The Ascender aura on his body was completely different from Yang Xuezhen, and the rest could be identified easily. It seemed like in Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven, Ascenders and Native Heavenly Stratum powerhouses were two camps that were distinct from each other. This kind of situation was like locals looking down on outsiders. This sense of superiority was innate, although he did not know just where this sense of superiority lay. Yi Yuan said, I just arrived and know absolutely nothing about Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven. Wonder if Miss can allow for this convenience and let this Yi tag along to learn for some time? Otherwise, if I were to go out rashly, I'd probably die without even knowing how. This, Yang Xuezhen could not help hesitating. What Yi Yuan said made sense too. It was just that she was currently unable to even fend for herself. So how could she bring Yi Yuan along? Yi Yuan was naturally not really afraid of going out himself. He was just following Yang Xuezhen to return a favor. He could tell that Yang Xuezhen was kind-hearted. It was just that her family suffered a catastrophe. That was why she would become melancholic and moody. Those two senior apprentice brothers did not harbor good intentions at all. If Yi Yuan let Yang Xuezhen leave freely, it would be equivalent to watching her enter the tiger's maws like a sheep. Yi Yuan could not do this kind of thing. Honestly speaking, returning to Eastward Country this time, I'm actually surrounded by enemies on all sides. It's very dangerous for you to follow me, Yang Xuezhen said seriously. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, the way I am, isn't it dangerous wherever I go? To me, an unknown world is more dangerous. Mrs. Kind-hearted, I'd rather believe in Mississippi. Yang Xuezhen thought about it and said, then, all right. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan's consciousness sank into the chaos world, viewing the Heavenspan mountain. However, he was at a loss on what to do. These few months, I've already observed it no less than 10,000 times. But I don't have any leads about this wordless heavenly skill. Could it be that I'm really not fated with this skill? Yi Yuan did not lack patience, but after several months of hard work and not finding a way out, he could not help giving birth to doubt. He shook his head and put aside the distractions, and continued observing. Gradually, Yi Yuan only felt his eyelids get heavier and heavier, and he actually fell asleep. In his dream, Yi Yuan arrived in an isolated space. An enormous book was suspended above the void. That book had an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life which seemingly came from ancient times, stirring the soul. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, wordless, heavenly skill. But very soon, he suddenly came to realize the truth and said with a bitter smile, what you think about in the day, you will dream of it at night. Actually saw the wordless heavenly skill in my dreams. Looks like I'm really bewitched. However, even if I know that it's in a dream, I still couldn't extricate myself. Yi Yuan went up and flipped open the title page of the book. Wordless. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, wordless heavenly skill? Hoo-hoo. This is the wordless heavenly skill? If it's wordless, how does one cultivate it? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The wordless heavenly book suddenly turned into a cloud of chaos. Being situated in it, Yi Yuan felt a primeval aura. It felt as if he had returned to the womb. Amidst the chaos, Yi Yuan felt delicate streams of air currents flowing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Could the flow of this air current be the skill circulatory route? This cloud of chaos is actually quite similar to back then when my chaos just blossomed. It's just that my chaos seems to be just like a baby in front of it. Yi Yuan's heart was shocked to the extreme. He discovered that the chaos heavenspan canon he had comprehended was actually of the same lineage as this chaos. Looking at it like this, it was no accident that he comprehended the chaos
Heavenspan canon.
What he comprehended was merely a drop in the ocean of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan carefully felt the flow of that air current, not daring to miss the slightest bit. But very soon he could not bear it anymore. Too complicated. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he, startled awake. His consciousness hurriedly sank into his small world, attempting to find clues from the heavenspan mountain. But sadly he was disappointed. Turns out that it was just a dream? Yi Yuan's tone exuded some helplessness. But very soon his expression changed. He discovered that he did not forget the feeling of that air current flow. Within a person's body is a small world. That air current should be the skill circulatory route of the wordless heavenly skill. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He imagined his own body to be a cluster of chaos. Then he revolved his divine essence according to that feeling. With a single circulatory cycle, Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. Without the guidance of a cultivation method, Yi Yuan's realm had never consolidated all along. Therefore, he was not considered a true heavenly stratum powerhouse right now. But, with a single circulatory cycle, his cultivation realm was already completely consolidated. Now, he was already a true lower lesser sublime heaven. What a miraculous cultivation method! No wonder Yen Jatru could rely on this cultivation method to command the 5 great heavenly regions back then. Yi Yuan said in shock inwardly. Although he had never cultivated it, he had studied Jun Tian's cultivation method before. Wanting to consolidate one's cultivation realm required revolving 1,000 circulatory cycles no matter what. But Yi Yuan only revolved a single circulatory cycle, and his realm was already consolidated. This was also to say that the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was 1,000 times better than ordinary cultivation methods. It was clear at a glance which was superior or inferior. A series of footsteps interrupted Yi Yuan's excitement. It was Gue Tianyu. He came before Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly look, "Brat, don't think I don't know what wicked idea you're plotting. I'm warning you, stay further away from Yang Shuezhen. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and walked right past him. Ignored. Gue Tianyu was greatly enraged and was just about to fly off the handle. But he saw Yang Shuezhen suddenly appear. She said, "Senior apprentice brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan, it's time to set off." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Coming." Looking at the two people's departing back view, Gue Tianyu's heart burned with fury. The party got out of Inklight Forest and headed straight for Eastward Country. They were travel-worn all the way. Finally, after 3 days, they rushed to Eastward Country's imperial city. There was a mansion that occupied a rather large territory in front of them. It was precisely the Yang Manor. The Yang family was a small family clan in Eastward Country but also rather prosperous. Yang Shuezhen's talent was pretty good and was selected by Thousand Crane sect to become a disciple. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu were both from major family clans in the imperial city too, much stronger than the Yang family. The Yang family and Li family had a long history of hatred because of friction in their operations. It was just that 1 month plus ago Yang Shuezhen received news from the Yang family that Yang Shuezhen's father was actually beaten to death by the Li family's family head, Li Batian. The Yang family immediately fell into a crisis. After Yang Xuezhen received the news, she naturally rushed back at once. Without stopping, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu had been courting Yang Xuezhen for some time. Already, seeing this opportunity, how could they be willing to let it go? Hence, they took the initiative to follow. After all, with the statuses of the Lu family and Gue family, the Li family would not dare to go too far as well.
Halt!
The Yang family's family guards directly stopped everyone. Yang Xuezhen's expression changed and she scolded angrily. Tianming, Yenny, what are you guys doing? Don't even recognize me anymore? Tianming said coolly. Miss, there are distinguished guests in the family. Right now. You all wait outside for a moment. Yang Xuezhen had a blank look and said in shock. What distinguished guests? Even I can't go in too? Are you guys rebelling? At this time, Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu blocked in front of her at the same time. Lu Yuanjie said with a cold snort, Lowly lackey. Get lost. Otherwise, this young master will kill you guys right now. Gue Tianyu scolded angrily. Dogs who are threatening people under the protection of your master. Take a look at who this young master is. Tianming's expression changed. Only then, recognizing the arrivals, and he hurriedly said, Turns out that it's young Master Lu, young Master Gue. Please, forgive me. Get lost. Tianming, two people's faces changed and they could only give in. Lu Yuanjie had a proud look and said to Yang Xuezhen, Junior apprentice, Sister Xuezhen, rest assured. With me around, everything will be fine. Gue Tianyu smiled and said, Junior apprentice sister, you don't need to worry. I reckon that this Li family won't be able to set off any waves. Yang Xuezhen's heart was in turmoil. How could she hear these two people's showing off? She, the Yang family's young miss, could not enter, but the Lu family's young master could enter? What on earth happened to the Yang family? The party entered the Yang family and went straight to the meeting hall. A youth currently had a fawning look, pouring tea for another young man. The youth hunched his back and said with a flattering smile, Elder brother, Cho, please drink tea. Don't you worry. After my elder sister comes back, I'll definitely have her take the initiative to marry elder brother Cho. The young man picked up his tea and said with a nod, Amen. You boy still knows how to appreciate kindness. Not like that stubborn old guy from your family, impenetrably thick-head. The youth nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, 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 Yang Yu, that old fellow should have long handed the position of family head over. He clung conservatively to the old system. This is pushing the Yang family into the fire pit. Fortunately, he died. Now, my mother calls the shots in the Yang family. Everything can be discussed. The young man glanced at the youth and said with a loud laugh, Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. By the side, Yang Xuezhen was long already angered until she was trembling, almost fainting away.
Yang,
Jean,
y filial son.
to actually suck up to your fathers. Killer, aren't you scared of being struck by lightning?
Yang Xuezhen
Practically roared it out. That youth was precisely her younger brother born from the same father, but a different mother, Yang Jean. And the young man sitting in the hall was the Li family, Li Baishan's only son.
Li Zhangqiu.
How great the impact of this scene was to Yang Xuezhen could only be imagined. Her father died. Not only did her younger brother not want to take revenge, he actually even showed great courtesy to his father's killer, and even cursed his own father for clinging conservatively to the old system, and he even wanted to deliver her to the Li family to be married off. This was simply too unscrupulous. Hearing this roar, Yang Jin was clearly stunned too. After seeing Yang Xuezhen, he smiled and said, Sis, you're finally back. Just nice, big brother Chiu is here. You guys catch up. After all, you guys are good friends that grew up together. Later, pick a date and you'll marry over to the Li family. You don't need to return to the Thousand Cranes sect anymore too. Yang Xuezhen did not do anything, but Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu flew into a great rage. Lu Yuanjie arrived in front of Li Zhengqiu with a lunge and said angrily, Li Zhengqiu, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare covet Junior Apprentice Sister Xuezhen? Scram for your father right now, otherwise you'll crawl out. Gui Tianyu arrived right after, pointed at Li Zhengqiu's nose, and said, Li Zhengqiu, you also don't take a piss and look at your own reflection, a toad. Lusting after swan meat? Heh. Go over and apologize to Junior Apprentice Sister Xuezhen, and this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, not just you, your Li family. Just wait and see. The two originally thought that Li Zhengqiu would be quivering with fright, then apologize and beg them for forgiveness subserviently. But sadly, Li Zhengqiu did not. He drank a mouthful of tea lightly and said coolly, Gentlemen, I'm afraid this can't be done. I came today to the Yang family to give the betrothal gift. The Yang family has already accepted the betrothal gift. A match is made. On the parents' order and the word of the matchmaker, Yang Xuezhen will be my woman in the future. As for the two of you, better don't be unreasonable and make a scene here. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves. Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu were not fools either. They did not get angry for no reason. This opportunity was hard to come by. Whoever could handle this matter, Yang Xuezhen would definitely look at him in a different light. Things would be easier to handle in the future. It was just that now, Li Zhengqiu's attitude made them unable to save their faces. They were genuinely enraged. Wow, gotten cocky. Huh? Li Zhengqiu, just the likes of a random nobody like. You also dares to posture in front of this young master. Is that it? Gui Tianyu laughed coldly, the imposing aura on his body erupting. Middle lesser sublime heaven. Lu Yuanjie was the same, saying with a sneer, Li Zhengqiu, who gave you the courage to dare to posture in front of this young master? It's me. Do you guys have any objections? A youth in brocade slowly walked out of the back hall. Beside him followed a rather attractive middle-aged lady who had partly lost her good looks, looking respectful and submissive. The moment the youth appeared, Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu's faces changed at the same time. Why, young master, you? Li Zhengqiu had a smug look as he said, This marriage affair was single-handedly arranged by young master you. Young master you stopped in front of the two, looking at them with a condescending gaze as he said coolly, The Yang and Li families have fought for many times. This young master will be a mediator and tie a nuptial knot, burying the hatchet. Do the two of you have any objections? And no objections. Being cowed by young master Yu's imposing momentum, Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu could not help taking 2 steps back. Young master Yu nodded his head and said, It's been hard on the two of you, sending younger sister Xuezhen back from far away. If you're free, go to the Tang family for a drink. The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. This Tang Yu was the Tang family's eldest young master, his status revered. The Tang family's status in the imperial city was completely not what these few families could compare to. The Tang family was one of Eastward Country's 3 great family clans. Their power and influence spreading across the entire Eastward Country. Behind them was the royal family's second prince, His Highness. With this layer of connection, who dared to not give the Tang family face? Lu Yuanjie and Gui Tianyu dared to posture in front of Li Zhengqiu but did not dare to act wildly in front of Tang Yu. And Tang Yu's sentence that had the intention of solicitation made the two of them ecstatic. The Tang family's tall branch was not what any family clan could cling on to. Thanks, young master Yu, the two said with joy. Not far away, Yang Xuezhen's eyes were filled with despair. She did not think that she actually had to face such a situation when she came back. 2 senior apprentice brothers, you guys? Yang Xuezhen was almost weeping. At the time of despair, these 2 were her final straw to clutch at. But now, even these 2 people also. Lu Yuanjie let out a sigh and said, Junior apprentice sister, actually, Younger brother Zhengqiu is a man of striking appearance. He is also a pretty, good choice. The two of you are even well-matched in social status. Yang Xuezhen's gaze was cold as she said angrily, Senior apprentice brother. Lu didn't expect that you're actually this kind of person who acts in bad faith. Consider it that I, Yang Xuezhen, misjudged you. Lu Yuanjie gave a cold snort when he heard that, suddenly turning hostile as he said, Yang Xuezhen, don't pretend to be pure in front of this young master. Don't think that this young master doesn't know, aren't you just making use of this young master to deal with Li Zhengqiu? Yang Xuezhen's complexion turned deathly pale and she said stiffly, You! Actually, it was not Yang Xuezhen who begged them to come at all, but that these two people pestered incessantly to follow. Yang Xuezhen refused at first, but at her time of despair, she could only borrow these two people's power. She did not expect that now, Lu Yuanjie was actually playing the blame game. Normally, Lu Yuanjie ingratiated himself with her in all manners, but his face changed like flipping a book. All right, young sister Xuezhen, your mother and Madame Xiao have both already agreed to this marriage. Furthermore, this young master feels like Zhengqiu is pretty good. His background also matches yours. You won't suffer from injustice either. If enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it. But not give me face and agree to this marriage. How about it? Tang Yu looked at Yang Xuezhen and said gently. She gritted her teeth and said, Young master Yu, even if I, Yang Xuezhen, were to die, I also won't marry the son of the enemy who killed my father. Tang Yu did not seem to care, saying with a smile, Is that so? If that's the case, this young master can't guarantee the safety of your mother's life anymore. Yang Xuezhen's expression changed, her beautiful body trembling, almost falling to the ground. Despair. The current Yang Xuezhen was only left with this kind of emotion. Wanted to die, but she could not die. Even had to be coerced into marrying the enemy who killed her father. This kind of despair, who could understand it? Tang Yu covered the sky with one hand. A woman like her did not have any leeway to resist at all. Junior apprentice sister, what's wrong with being the Li family's daughter-in-law? Why go so far? Could it be that you can't bear to part with this boy, who ascended from the lower realms? Gui Tianyu suddenly said. The moment he spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Yi Yuan. The ascender aura on his body was too distinct. Previously, everyone's focus was all on Yang Xuezhen, and none of them noticed this ascender. But now, after Gui Tianyu's reminder, Yi Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention all at once. Furthermore, Gui Tianyu had an implied meaning in his words. He was clearly dooming Yi Yuan. Yang Xuezhen's beautiful body trembled, and she hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, Why you quickly leave? Young Master Yu, I don't know him. I just brought him out of Inklight Forest. That's all. But young master, you said coolly, since that's the case, an ant who just ascended, kill him and be done with it. It's no big deal, right? Zhengqiu, Xuezhen is your woman. You take care of this matter yourself. Sure enough. Li Zhengqiu's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, Toad also wants to lust after swan meat? An ant-like thing actually dares to compete with this young master for a woman. Yang Xuezhen did not have much feelings for Yi Yuan, but she did not expect that she actually dragged Yi Yuan in. Her heart was burning with anxiety, but she also felt powerless. In the imperial city, people that young master Yu wanted to kill, there were really none who could escape before. She isn't my woman, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone laughed. This kid was scared. Ha ha ha. You coward. Weren't you very arrogant? Now scared? Can't wait to draw the line anymore. Gui Tianyu said with a loud laugh. A kind of ridicule came over from Lu Yuanjie and the group of family guards. Young Master Yu just smiled slightly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was very laughable too. Yang Xuezhen bit her lips gently. She understood Yi Yuan, but in this kind of situation, how she wished that someone could stand by her side. She was Yi Yuan's life savior after all. But Yi Yuan actually turned his back on her at this time. Sad. Despair. Amidst everyone's loud laugh, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "But she won't be your woman either. Now all get lost for me." The moment these words came out, everyone's laughter did not stop, but became even louder instead. Hoo-hoo? You're making me get lost? Did your brain get squeezed by the plane passageway when you were ascending until it's spoiled? Brat, kneel down now and apologize. Maybe if this young master is in a good mood, I can still spare your life, Li Zhengqiu said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at Li Zhengqiu quietly and said lightly, "Oh? Is that so?" Swoosh. Right at this time Yi Yuan moved, only to see an afterimage flashed past. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme. Bang! Bang! It was only to hear two crisp sounds. Li Zhengqiu knelt down. His kneecaps were already kicked to pieces by Yi Yuan. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan, eyes filled with shock. This ant-like ascender crippled the middle lesser sublime heaven Li Zhengqiu. In one move. This? How is this possible? He's clearly an ant who just ascended. Gui. Tianyu said in shock. Spatial rule. Just now that was spatial rule? Lu Yuanjia's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. In grand bright jade complete heaven, spatial rule was similarly an extremely hard to comprehend power of rule. Arriving here, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was greatly suppressed. It was just that it was enough to deal with Li Zhengqiu. Yi Yuan was still expressionless and said indifferently, "Since you knelt down, I'll spare your life then. Now, everyone, get lost for me." In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was just a little lamb who could be kneaded at will. But who could have thought that he was actually a fierce tiger that broke the gates? An ascender actually crippled a middle lesser sublime heaven in one move. How could this not shock people? Tang Yu's two eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across in his eyes. Of course, it was also merely just a surprise. That was all. That move earlier relied mostly on a movement technique to sneak attack. Furthermore, Tang Yu was not Li Zhengqiu. Similarly, middle lesser sublime heaven, his strength was much stronger than Li Zhengqiu. When you said get lost, does it include this young master? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as he said. Yi Yuan looked him in the eye and said coolly, "Doesn't include you." The corners of Tang Yu's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, "At least you know what's good for you." Everyone nodded slightly, thinking to themselves that this brat at least had some self-awareness, knowing that young master Yu was not to be pushed around. But Yi Yuan continued, "You stay behind. I want to reason things out with you." The moment these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. Reason things out? Ha ha ha. This ascender is so funny, he actually wants to reason things out. TSK TSK? This method is good, still don't need to take anything, just directly reason things out. Keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. Want to posture but also don't want to offend young master Yu. How can there be such a good thing? Everyone ridiculed for a while, greatly despising Yi Yuan's behavior of bullying the weak but fearing the wicked. Tang Yu also laughed in spite of himself and said, "Reason things out? Hoo-hoo? This method is very fresh. Tell me, how do you want to reason things out with this young master?" A hint of a faint smile hung at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "You're sure that you want me to speak in front of so many people?" Tang Yu also smiled and said, "To reason things out, one naturally has to speak in front of everyone." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since you demand it strongly, okay." At the next moment, Yi Yuan moved. Yi Yuan's movement technique was erratic, rushing in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu seemed to have been long prepared, saying with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing, bright moon emperor hand." The moment Tang Yu made his move, It was akin to a luminous moon high above, illuminating the earth, the commotion incomparably shocking. At this moment, no matter which angle Yi Yuan came from, he would be completely locked down by Tang Yu. A hint of a mocking smile appeared on everyone's faces. Overestimating one's own ability was talking about this, right? Fast movement technique had advantages, but what was more important was strength. Heh? This fool is really ignorant. He probably doesn't know that young master Yu has already obtained the qualification for Jade True Heavenly Sex Trial. Very soon, he'll become Jade True Heavenly Sex Outer Sect Disciple. This guy is simply using an egg to hit a rock, Gui Tianyu said with a sneer. Dual polarity. Yi Yuan's dual polarity sword art suddenly erupted. The swift and fierce sword energy forced everyone to glance sideways. Boom! A clash without the least bit of flashiness, only to see Tang Yu's body smash into the hall like a cannonball. Everyone was transfixed like wooden chickens. How could he be so strong? This ascender was clearly just lower lesser sublime heaven. He actually clashed head-on with young Master Yu and even had a complete victory? Brat, you're dead for sure. Today, even immortals can't save you too. When Gui Tianyu saw this scene, he was overjoyed in his heart. Boom! Amidst the rubble, Tang Yu suddenly stood up. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with balefulness. Brat, you're very good. You're still the first one who dared to attack this young master in this imperial city. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, this young master will write my Tang word upside down. Attack together for me, Tang Yu said with an angry roar. The few subordinates that Tang Yu brought were not weak. They were all middle, lesser sublime heaven. Gui Tianyu and Lu Yuanjia knew that this was a chance to curry favor with Tang Yu and also ordered their subordinates to join the battlefield together. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh. Universe sword formation suddenly blooming. In grand bright jade complete heaven, Yi Yuan's sword formation was extremely suppressed. It could only open up to a radius of 100+ feet. But it was enough. The moment the sword formation opened, no matter how many people they sent, Yi Yuan would make none of them return. Inside the sword energy, the streaks of sword energies were incomparably sharp, wailing sounds echoing out. Especially Gui Tianyu and Lu Yuanjia, two people. They received Yi Yuan's care. Tang Yu was not in the sword formation, his eyes becoming wide saucers. He never dreamed that this unassuming ant by Yang Shuezhen's side was actually so strong, sweeping away middle lesser sublime heavens with the cultivation realm of lower lesser sublime heaven. After several dozen breaths, those family guards fell to the ground, wailing bitterly. Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Tang Yu. The latter trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of fear. The demeanor of a young master previously was long gone already. What do you want to do? To this young master warns you. I'm a member of the Tang family. If you dare touch me, you'll die very horrible. Tang Yu brought out the Tang family and was immediately much pluckier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want to reason things out with you. Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this guy was still apprehensive of the Tang family in the end. Okay. What's there to reason with, you say? Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan grinned, his figure erupted once more.
Dual polarity sword formation.
A streak of cold light flashed and Tang Yu's right arm flew up high. He actually had an arm severed. Arg! Tang Yu screamed miserably, soybean-sized sweat beads seeping out on his forehead. Why you dare? Tang Yu cried out painfully. Yi Yuan came before him, patted his shoulder and said smilingly, If enmity isn't settled amicably, there is no end to it, just an arm only.
So let's let
this matter slide. Young Master Yu, look, how about we become brothers? A guileless smile was hanging on Yi Yuan's face. Tang Yu was taken aback, only then, knowing what things Yi Yuan wanted to reason it out with him with. Yang Shuezhen's father was killed by the Li family, but he was being the mediator, saying what if enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it, and even wanted Yang Shuezhen to marry over. This kind of shameless action made Yi Yuan very upset. Hence, he severed one of Tang Yu's arms, but then he wanted to be brothers with him. Yang Shuezhen, who was by the side, was long already struck silly with amazement. She had always thought that she saved Yi Yuan's life by bringing him out of Inklight Forest. With Yi Yuan's strength, he would have long been killed by those true spirits in Inklight Forest. How could she have known that he did not need her to save at all? Just based on Yi Yuan's strength, how could Inklight Forest's ordinary true spirits hurt him? Yi Yuan could originally not have gotten involved in this messy situation. But he followed her to Eastward Imperial City for all sorts of reasons. The goal was too obvious. He came to help her. Yang Shuezhen was very smart. How could she still not know what Yi Yuan had in mind? At this moment, she felt extremely touched. When she was in a state of despair, this man gave her reliance. Of course, this was actually her misunderstanding. Even without her, Yi Yuan would also come to Eastward Country. Eastward Country was the closest to Inklight Forest. If Jade True Heavenly Sect sent people, they might very likely come to Eastward Country. Yi Yuan was too far away from Inklight Forest currently. He did not feel at ease. If Jade True Heavenly Sect discovered the Heavenspan world, it would all be over. Eh? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you don't want to be brothers with me. Fine, not a brother, it's enemies then. I'll send you on your way. Then, Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yu's hateful gaze and said with a slight smile, Don't. I'll be brothers with you. I'll be brothers with you. How could Tang Yu care about the pain? He hurriedly agreed to it. If enmity was not settled amicably, there was no end to it. How big a deal was having an arm severed? It was still his little life that was important. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, Being brothers, that has to see fate. You can't be brothers just because you want to. Tang Yu had a myriad of profanities running across in his head. Just now, wasn't it you who wanted to be brothers? How come it was up to fate? In a blink of an eye? Don't look at how these silk pants were normally aloof from the masses. An appearance of being far removed from the masses and reality. Actually, they had not experienced much bloodiness at all and feared to risk their necks the most. Lower realms ascenders, which one did not kill their way over from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? In terms of brutality, 10,000 Tang Yu could not be compared to Yi Yuan. At this time, he was long already frightened by Yi Yuan until he pissed his pants. Fate? Big brother, we're the most fated. From now on, you're my Tang Yus. Big brother, Tang Yu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said smilingly, Did your Tang family take part in killing Yang Shuezhen's father or not? Tang Yu's pupils constricted, his head shaking like a rattle drum as he said, No, absolutely not. This matter was single-handedly planned by Li Batian, setting Yang Yu up and killing him. Later he found this younger brother and presented exorbitant gifts. That's why this young brother reluctantly agreed to it. Big brother, it really has nothing to do with this younger brother. How could the current Tang Yu care about the face of a young master? He directly addressed himself as a younger brother. Yi Yuan observed his countenance and words, and he discerned that Tang Yu did not seem to be lying. Of course, even if he lied, Yi Yuan did not care either. Li Zhengqiu was greatly shocked and hurriedly said, Young master Yu, how can you say that? This matter was clearly my Li family receiving the Tang family's instructions. Otherwise, how could my father dare to take action? There were wise people among the powerhouses present who could not help secretly shaking their heads when they heard this. Li Zhengqiu's words seemed to be intelligent in small ways, but in reality it was unbelievably stupid. Even if he can survive today's hurdle, the wrath of the Tang family was more terrifying. Li Zhengqiu was dragging the entire Li family down the water. Sure enough, the moment Tang Yu heard, he immediately bristled in anger. He did not care about the injuries on his body too, getting to his feet with a grunt and kicking a foot on Li Zhengqiu's chest. You lackey, to actually dare frame a charge and put blame on me. Today this young master will definitely exterminate you. No, not just you. Your Li family will have its name removed in the imperial city in the future. Tang Yu roared. Under Tang Yu's sullen anger, this foot was not light at all. He practically used his full strength. Li Zhengqiu taking a solid hit. His two eyes immediately rolled backward, breathing in without breathing out anymore. Yi Yuan did not stop this scene. When doing a favor, go all the way. Li Zhengqiu and the Li family must die. Finish dealing with this matter, Yi Yuan would be considered to have repaid Yang Shuezhen's favor. Big brother, you don't listen to him make slanderous charges. This matter really has nothing to do with me at all. Tang Yu was practically complaining. Through tears, Yi Yuan switched to a smiley face and said, "We're brothers? I believe you. But my friend got a fright this time. You know what to do, right?" The friend that Yi Yuan was talking about was naturally Yang Shuezhen. Tang Yu's head nodded like a chicken pecking for rice, hurriedly saying, "Big brother, rest assured. This younger brother understands. Younger brother understands. From tomorrow, no, after today, eastward country will no longer have the Li family." Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word. Tang Yu's heart quivered. His gaze landed on Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu. "Big brother, rest assured. The Lu family and Gue family will also disappear," Tang Yu said with a fierce look. Lu Yuanjie and Gue Tianyu's entire bodies trembled, greatly shocked in their hearts. This matter was serious. Their momentary impulse actually brought about the demise of their family clans. This price was too heavy. Lord Yi, this little brother had eyes but couldn't see, and offended your excellency. I beg your excellency to let me off." Lu Yuanjie regretted it. He did not expect that his family clan would actually directly disappear because of an ascender. "Lord Yi, I'm sorry, please spare me," Gue Tianyu said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heh. Your backgrounds are pretty good, posturing a little is excusable. But Gue Tianyu has already had killing intent aroused toward me, and he wanted to kill me several times. Just now, he even wanted to borrow Tang Yu's hand to kill me? Hoo-hoo? Do you think that I'd be so magnanimous?" Swoosh, a figure flashed past. Tang Yu's foot was extremely vicious. Gue Tianyu looked like he was a goner. Following that, his gaze landed on Lu Yuanjie, scaring the piss out of him. Tang Yu moved, about to act, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Enough. Before tomorrow, the two of your great families disappear from the imperial city, and this matter will be left at this. If at this time tomorrow you all still haven't left, then I'll pay a visit in person." When Lu Yuanjie heard this, it was akin to hearing a heavenly melody, hurriedly nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he said, "Your excellency, rest assured. This lowly one will immediately pull out of the capital." Finished talking, he fled in helter-skelter. When the dust all settled, Tang Yu said cautiously, "Is big brother still satisfied?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not bad. Since that's the case, you go back first. Then, of course, you can also bring the Tang family's people to come and take revenge on me. However, I won't show mercy the next time. Go." Tang Yu was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly bringing his family guards and scrambling away. Very soon, the noisy Yang family was already empty. In the meeting hall, there was only Yang Shuezhen, Yang Jin, as well as the attractive, mature lady. They were left dumbstruck with amazement. No one could have thought that something that was originally a sure bet was actually completely overturned at the last moment. Yang Shuezhen, this isolated orphan, actually relied on an ascender and completed an astonishing counterattack. This change was seriously too fast until it was already over before they reacted to it. The attractive mature woman knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept. "Why, your excellency, spare my life. All of this was compelled against this lowly one's will." But Yi Yuan did not answer and said smilingly, This is your family affair. I won't intervene. But I think that with Yang Shuezhen succeeding the position of the family head now, there shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Only a fool would object. No one in the Yang family dared to speak. It was equivalent to acquiescing to Yang Shuezhen's identity. Yang Shuezhen was still in a daze until now. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to such an extent. But this scene at present, she was caught off guard. The mature woman instinctively wanted to object, but Yi Yuan gave her a look, and she immediately followed up at the behest of supernatural powers, saying, "Yes, whoever has objections can very well come up and challenge me." No one dared to speak. It was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. But Yang Shuezhen immediately said, "Yi Yuan, you should haven't let Tang Yu leave. You don't know the Tang family's power and influence. Once he leaves, the Yang family will probably suffer a catastrophic calamity." But Yi Yuan was indifferent, saying with a smile, "Relax. Tang Yu is much smarter than those two fools. Of course, if he insists on seeking death, then I don't mind sending him off too. You who hurt you until like this? Father will tear his body to shreds." When Tang Yu returned to the Tang family and Tang Jinhua saw that his son actually had an arm severed, he could not help flying into a great rage. He valued the son very highly. Disregarding his high cultivation talent, his wisdom was also very outstanding. Many of the Tang family's major things were all plotted by Tang Yu behind the scenes. The Tang family prospering with each passing day these few years had Tang Yu's contributions in it. Tang Yu's complexion appeared rather pale because of excessive blood loss. Seeing Tang Jinhua get angry, he shook his head and said, "Father, can't fathom this person. We'd best not provoke him, at least before tomorrow. We can't make a move without careful consideration." Tang Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing Tang Jinhua from head to toe. These few years, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm was Tang Yu. Apart from the royal family, no one could enter his sights anymore. Whoever provoked him, it was virtually equivalent to being sentenced to death. But now, he actually did not dare to go and retaliate against the other party. How could this not shock him? What on earth is going on? Didn't you go to help the Li family annex the Yang family? How did it end up like this? Tang Jinhua curbed his anger and said in surprise. Tang Yu shook his head and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. Allow me to slowly explain to Father later. Your urgent matter on hand right now is to bring people to go and exterminate the Li family and capture Li Batian. The faster the better. I keep having a feeling that something is going to happen." The astonishment in Tang Jinhua's eyes grew even thicker. Didn't his son go to help the Li family? How come after he came back putting aside that he had an arm severed, he even wanted to exterminate the Li family? What the hell was this? But Tang Jinhua understood this son. He absolutely would not do things at random. He definitely had his reasons for making him go and exterminate the Li family. He nodded his head and said, "Okay. You recuperate your wounds at home. Father, we'll bring people to go and exterminate the Li family right now." Tang Yu nodded his head with weak breathing and said, "Father, remember to leave Li Batian with his life. I have use for it." Tang Jinhua's pupils constricted slightly, nodded his head, and turned around, and left. Looking at Tang Jinhua's departing back view, Tang Yu's gaze flickered slightly and he said, his eyes were too sharp, it's like I'm a transparent person in front of him.
Obviously bare naked.
He dared to offend so many Imperial City major clans at the same time. He must have reliance. The next day, news flew over like snowflakes. The various major families of the Imperial City were incredibly shocked. The Gue family's family head, Gue Haisheng, brought more than a dozen middle, lesser sublime heaven powerhouses of the Gue family, and sneak-attacked Yi Yuan in Purple Cloud Alley, and was completely eradicated. Gue family's family head, Gue Haisheng, died. For some time, the various major families in the city were extremely terrified. Yi Yuan, a mere lower lesser sublime heaven, actually slaughtered more than 10 people by himself. Among them, there was even a powerful upper lesser sublime heaven. Someone witnessed Yi Yuan enter Purple Cloud Alley alone. There was absolutely no second person. Purple Cloud Alley was located in a remote area where few people tread. Thinking about it now, he was simply using himself as a lure to bait the Gue family out. When the Lu family got this news, they were extremely terrified and moved out of the imperial city overnight. Actually, the Lu family planned on ambushing Yi Yuan too. It was just that they did not have time to do it yet. On that night, they also received news that the Li family was pulled up by the roots and Li Batian was directly captured away by Tang Jinhua. The Lu family thought that with Yi Yuan severely wounding Tang Yu, the Tang family would definitely destroy the Yang family with ruthless means. But who knew that the Yang family was not destroyed, but their rival Li family was completely destroyed? What did this show? This showed that the Tang family lowered their head to Yi Yuan. A Leviathan like the Tang family actually lowered their head to an ascender. How could the Lu family not be surprised? They knew that this imperial city no longer had a foothold for him. But, compared to the Gue family and Li family, they were far too lucky. This time was destined to be a fretful night. Yang Xuezhen looked at this slightly thin man in front of her, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She also never dreamed that the guy she casually picked up actually became her savior. When she was in despair, Yi Yuan swept across the imperial city with wrathful means, reshuffling the imperial city's family clans overnight. Yang Xuezhen felt that this man before her eyes was a little unreal. He was clearly just an ascender who just entered lower lesser sublime heaven. A rookie to the max rookie. Yet, he had the strength that shocked the entire imperial city. When Yi Yuan wanted to use himself as bait to go out and bait the Gue family, she had a million disagreements. She thought that Yi Yuan would not be able to come back anymore. But the news that came back shocked her until she could not close her mouth. She did not know how Yi Yuan did it, but it was sufficiently shocking. The Thousand Crane sect had many young and outstanding talents. Those who pursued Yang Xuezhen were not in the minority. But these young heroes completely paled in comparison when placed in front of
Yi Yuan.
Under Yi Yuan's dominance, Yang Xuezhen already completely controlled the Yang family and imprisoned Yang Jin and his mother. Those clan elders who tried to betray the Yang family were all expelled from the family by her. Yang Xuezhen had already become the Yang family's family head in reality as well as in name.
Yi Yuan, I'm sorry.
Yang Xuezhen said rather embarrassedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why apologize?" Yang Xuezhen said with lowered brows, "I always thought that you were a useless good-for-nothing, and even felt that I was bestowing kindness onto you. Thinking about it, it feels ridiculous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "For everything that has a cause, there must be an effect. You were in a difficult situation and still wanted to save someone. This kindness, this Yi naturally remembers firmly in my heart. Otherwise I also wouldn't have intervened in this matter." Yang Xuezhen was stunned when she heard that, and could not help feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Turned out that Yi Yuan was just doing it for this little favor? But this did not count as a favor at all. Just as Yang Xuezhen's mind was running wild, Tang Yu arrived. He personally detained Li Batian and came to apologize. After a night of medical treatment, Tang Yu's injuries were already well. Was just that severed arm appeared very off. The physiques of heavenly stratum powerhouses were special. They were the products of the power of rules to begin with, could not be regrown by expending some divine essence. "Big brother, I've already detained the person here on your behalf. Want to kill or dismember is up to you." Tang Yu arrived before Yi Yuan and said, respectfully. Getting the news of the Gue family being completely wiped out, Tang Yu was also shocked until he could not close his mouth for a long time. He knew that something would happen, but he did not think that the news would be so shocking. He knew that Middle Lesser Sublime Heavens were not Yi Yuan's match, but he did not expect that even Gue Haixing died too. One had to know his father Tang Jinhua was also merely Upper Lesser Sublime Heaven. If they really provoked Yi Yuan, would the Tang family have also been thinking until here? Tang Yu's back was already drenched. Not just Tang Yu, Tang Jinhua also broke out in cold sweat after learning of the ins and outs of the matter. This ascender was too bizarre. He could not help admiring his son's wit. If they clashed with Yi Yuan, the Tang family might have already been destroyed now. It was true that the royal family was behind the Tang family, but it was also merely just behind. They were merely the royal family's tool, that was all. They would not care about the Tang family's life and death. If the Tang family collapsed, there would naturally be the Li family and Zhang family that would rise up. Miss Xuezhen, I'll hand him over to you. Yi Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, gesturing for him to be taken away. Yang Xuezhen bit her lips lightly, looking at Li Batian full of hatred. At the same time, she was also endlessly grateful to Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, forget about taking revenge, she would probably still have to be coerced and marry into the Li family and suffer humiliation. This sort of daze, she shuddered just thinking about it. Thank you, Yi Yuan, Yang Xuezhen said emotionally. Yi Yuan looked at her and smiled as he said, You should thank yourself. Kindness begets kindness, evil has its just desserts. Perhaps it's talking about this. Tang Yu gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, Big brother, yesterday's matter was all younger brother who didn't know how to act. I hope that big brother doesn't take it to heart. From now on, younger brother will definitely turn over a new leaf. The current Yang family naturally attracted attention from all parties. Outside the Yang Manor's gates, when everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. That's young Master Yu. He had an arm chopped off by someone and actually still had to apologize. This ascender is really mind-boggling. Just what is his background? I heard that he slaughtered the Gue family by himself, really too. Terrifying. Heh? You believe this? Just a lower, lesser sublime heaven, how can he possibly kill Gue Haixing? Tang Yu apologizing in front of so many people, it could almost be described as making an apology and asking for punishment. This sincerity was very sufficient. However, Yi Yuan did not answer, a faint smile hanging on his face, making Tang Yu feel flustered. His forehead seeped cold sweat, feeling like he was almost going to suffocate. Tang Yu also did not know why he would have such tremendous pressure facing Yi Yuan. If big brother feels like what younger brother has done can't be forgiven, please punish younger brother heavily. Tang Yu seriously could not bear it anymore and said with gritted teeth. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, I cut off an arm of yours. Don't you hate me? Tang Yu shook his head like a rattled drum, hurriedly saying, This younger brother was momentarily muddled. This was just desserts. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Tang Yu, you're a clever man. Some things don't need me to say, you understand too, right? Tang Yu nodded his head again like a chicken pecking for rice and said, Big brother, rest assured. In the future, the Yang family and the Tang family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill. Sister-in-laws. Matter is my Tang Yu's matter. Even if it's climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, Tang Yu will complete it too. The moment the words sister-in-law came out, Yang Xuezhen's pretty face blushed red. But in her heart, there was actually a tiny hint of sweetness. Yi Yuan knew that Tang Yu misunderstood, but he did not explain anything either. Yang Xuezhen was a woman. It was still very difficult to support the Yang family in an imperial city surrounded by wolves. But with the Tang family, this ally, it would be different. There was the shadow of the royal family behind the Tang family. If other families wanted to touch the Yang family, they would have to reconsider it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Forget about what happened in the past. I hope that you Remember what you said just now. Otherwise, you know what the consequences are. Tang Yu used one arm to slap his chest fiercely and pledged in all solemnity. Big brother, rest assured. Tang Yu will keep his words. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Tang Yu's severed arm and said coolly, "Does your Tang family have alchemists?" Tang Yu was taken aback and said, "Alchemist? Big brother is talking about heavenly alchemists, right? Of course there are. My Tang family's main business is the management of heavenly medicine and heavenly pills. So there are naturally heavenly alchemists. Why, big brother, are you actually also a heavenly alchemist?" Heavenly stratum and mortal stratum powerhouses were essentially two different orders of life. In the 33 heavens, alchemists were called heavenly alchemists, their statuses revered. Yi Yuan had just arrived. It was still his first time hearing of heavenly alchemists. He naturally found it novel too. He was very curious just what kind of strength this grand bright jade complete heaven's heavenly alchemists had. Him suddenly asking about this was actually planning on letting Tang Yu regrow his severed arm. However, since the Tang family had heavenly alchemists but Tang Yu did not recover, it was likely that it was not so easy for heavenly stratum powerhouses to regrow a severed arm. After Yi Yuan broke through to heavenly stratum, he was also deeply seized with a sudden feeling. He could feel the leap in his being. The current him, even if it was just using the power of the fleshy body, he could crush Tao ancestors to death with just one hand. Even if it was the Heavenspan World's Tao pill, it would not have any effect on heavenly stratum powerhouses too, because the Heavenspan World's spirit medicines were too weak. When alchemy Tao reached the level of rule, it actually already exceeded the limits of the Heavenspan World. Therefore, when Tao pill powerhouses refined ordinary medicinal pills, it was simply effortless. And the spirit medicines that Tao pill powerhouses should actually refine were heavenly medicines. Facing a foreign world, with Yi Yuan's personality, he naturally would not be self-conceited and make promises lightly. Since Tang Yu was sensible, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to not express anything at all. The arm was chopped off by him. Then he would help Tang Yu grow it back. It was just that, before understanding heavenly alchemists, he would not say anything, nor would he make promises too. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not some heavenly alchemist, but I've dabbled a little in alchemy Tao. Since your Tang family has heavenly alchemists, can you bring me to widen my knowledge?" Tang Yu hurriedly said, "Of course. Big brother is modest. What do you mean by dabbled? Before Big brother ascended, you must have been that world's alchemy path sovereign. It's just that the refinement of heavenly pills is totally different from the lower realms medicinal pills. The difficulty is on completely different levels. Big brother will likely have to take some time to dabble in heavenly pills." Tang Yu started flattering away with the same line of bullshit. However, he already put it very tactfully. The complexity of heavenly pills was completely not what lower realm spirit medicines could compare to. Heavenly pills were naturally also not what ordinary divine pills could compare to. The complexity was absolutely 1,000 times, 10,000 times of divine pills. Ascenders belonged to the foreigners of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Their affinity with heavenly medicines was very poor. Therefore, if ascenders wanted to become heavenly alchemists, the difficulty was 100 times, 1,000 times of native heavenly stratum powerhouses. It was also because of this reason that there were extremely few heavenly alchemists among ascenders. Among 1,000 ascender alchemy path powerhouses, there might not be one capable of becoming a heavenly alchemist. This was still just alchemy path powerhouses. If placed among all of the ascenders, this ratio would be negligibly small. Even if one was once a top alchemy path powerhouse in the lower realms, they would also fade into the crowd after entering Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. The vast majority of the people gave up on the alchemy path. It was not that they wanted to, but it was just that it was far too hard. And this was also one of the reasons why native powerhouses looked down on Ascenders. 5 light heavenly region was the site where ascenders gathered. But even the supreme powerhouses there also had to be cordial and respectful when they saw heavenly alchemists. In fact, they even needed to curry favor with heavenly alchemists. If one used 100 years to refine a heavenly pill that others used 1 year to refine, how to still live if like this? When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yu's expression, how could he not know that he already put it very tactfully? But it was also precisely so that Yi Yuan was even more interested in heavenly alchemists. He said coolly, when talking to me in the future, don't give me that line of bullshit. Speak the bold truth. Tang Yu's expression changed and he hurriedly said, yes, big brother. Tang Yu immediately talked about the difficulty of heavenly alchemists, making Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly too. He did not expect that it would actually be so difficult. White Hart Hall, this was the residence that the Tang family specially opened up for the retainership of one heavenly alchemist, Gu Mao. Gu Mao was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist who could be ranked even in the entire eastward country, his status being aloof. Even if he was a retainer, but actually Gu Mao and the Tang family were equals. Even Tang Jinhua also did not dare to order Gu Mao around. Since Yi Yuan wanted to widen his knowledge about heavenly alchemists, Tang Yu naturally brought him to find Gu Mao. In the Great Hall, Gu Mao was currently preaching Tao to a group of apprentices. A cluster of pale blue flames was leaping about in his palm. A stalk of heavenly medicine was being tempered in the flames. Refining the dragonbone grass, the Tao fire needs to be well distributed, and you have to use your affinity to retain a portion of the power of rule and get rid of the waste material. Gu Mao taught the apprentices as he tempered it, looking very relaxed, while those apprentices had looks of admiration. To be able to temper heavenly medicines with such apparent ease, Master Gu Mao was well deserving of being Master Gu Mao. Suddenly, Gu Mao's palm shook, and the Tao fire extinguished. That dragonbone grass was already refined into a paste form. His gaze looked toward Tang Yu and he said coolly, why did young Master Tang come here? Tang Yu gave Gu Mao a bow and said respectfully, Master Gu, this friend of mine is very interested in heavenly pills, and Jie wanted to come here and learn from you. I wonder if Master Gu can accommodate a little. An ascender? Gu Mao's brows furrowed, appearing somewhat unhappy. Brother Tang, you brought an ascender to come and learn alchemy. Is this smashing master's signboard? Ho-hoo? Brother Tang, are you here to make a joke? An ascender also wants to refine pills. One look and it's clear that this brat just ascended. Is he here to refine pills or to tend to the fire? The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew mockery from the group. Ascenders refining pills was like a sow climbing up a tree, being absolutely a novelty. Many ascenders did not believe in heresy and wanted to become heavenly alchemists, but they eventually became laughingstocks. Clearly, they ran into another one who did not believe in heresy. Seeing Gu Mao's expression, Tang Yu secretly thought to himself that things were not good and hurriedly said, Master Gu, this friend of mine just wants to broaden his knowledge. He'll just sit in and listen to you. Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, what's a good-for-nothing sitting in here to listen for? Even if he listens until seas wither and rocks decay, he can't perceive the reason why too. Young Master Tang, you're also from a learned family. Don't you even understand this bit? Tang Yu had an awkward look. He knew that it would be this result long ago, but how could he dare refuse Yi Yuan's request? He could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan did not get angry. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. But Gu Mao did not care about Tang Yu's awkwardness and said directly to Yi Yuan, brat, if you have this bit of time, why not put more of it into cultivation? This grand bright jade complete heaven isn't when you were in the lower realms anymore. Even if your alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable in the lower realms, you're also a bug in this place. Furthermore, just a bug that can never roll over. Gu Mao was already very courteous on the account of Tang Yu's face. After all, the Tang family had supported him a lot over the years. One had to act out of consideration for others. He could not very well flare up too much. If somebody else came, he would have long sent them out with a slap. "You're crazy." Facing everyone's taunting, Yi Yuan had kept silent the entire time. But at this time, he suddenly said those words. 1. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Tang Yu had his soul frightened out of his body by this sentence. He cried bitterness without ceasing in his heart. But it was already too late. Damn it! Knew that it was nothing good. "My good big brother, aren't you killing me here?" Tang Yu said in despair in his heart. "What did you say?" Gu Mao's face turned dark as he said in a solemn voice. "I said, you're crazy." Yi Yuan continued. It was over. Completely over. With this, it was going to offend Master Gu Mao badly. "Be big brother. Jay, just kill me. If you were to anger Master Gu Mao away, my Tang family will be ruined too." Tang Yu directly knelt down for Yi Yuan with a thud. Gu Mao held great significance to the Tang family. Once he left, it would be tantamount to the Tang family being half ruined. Like this, might as well kill him. Both sides were heavyweights. Neither one could be offended. Tang Yu was like an aggrieved little wifey who was about to break down. Insolence. An ant-like ascender actually dares to make impertinent remarks to Master. "Looks like you're tired of living. Hurry up and apologize. Maybe we can still spare your lowly life." Gu Mao's disciples were all filled with righteous indignation, wishing to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Who was Master Gu? The Tang family's family head, Gu Jinhua, did not dare to show any disrespect to him too. This ascender who came from God knows where actually dared to call him crazy. When Gu Mao heard that, he said in great fury, "Insolent thing! You're the crazy one. Tang Yu, if you don't give this old man an explanation today, my cooperation with the Tang family will end here." Tang Yu's 2 eyes went dark when he heard it, almost fainting. He clung onto Yi Yuan's thighs and complained tearfully, "Big brother, if your anger hasn't been appeased yet, just kill me, as long as you let the Tang family off." How could he still not understand now that Yi Yuan was simply here to harm him? How was he interested in whatever heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan ran over and directly attacked Master Gu without another word. Was the meaning not obvious yet? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tang Yu and said coolly, "Your fire control seemed like lifting something heavy as if it were light just now. But actually, it palpitated many times in the process. This kind of situation should be caused by fire poison making mischief. If I didn't guess wrongly, the fire poison within your body is likely almost overwhelming you already, right?" Those apprentices could not see the reason why. Hence, earlier each and every one of them was amazed greatly. But what kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? He could tell at a glance that during the process of Gu Mao's fire control, there were many indicators of instability. Of course, it was also merely just a little bit. It had not reached the point of losing control yet. Furthermore, he could feel that although Gu Mao controlled the Dao fire very fiercely, it was extremely turbid. If one did not handle it properly when controlling fire, it was very easy to accumulate fire poison within the body. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that he was crazy. He was not attacking Gu Mao, but that Gu Mao was really ill. "Brat, you're really tired of living. Don't think how impressive you are in the lower realms, reaching grand bright jade complete heaven. You're not even a fart. Displaying your slight skill in front of Master Gu? Eh? He's one of Eastward country's few grade 1 heavenly alchemists. What problem he has, wouldn't he know himself? Looks like you're courting death yourself. Brothers, exterminate him." The group of disciples was eager for a fight, already planning on finishing Yi Yuan off. They were Gu Mao's disciples and did not need to give Tang Yu too much face. Yi Yuan was so overboard, they naturally had to give it to him. "Stop!" Suddenly, Gu Mao gave a cold cry. The group of disciples were stunned for a bit, turned back to look at Gu Mao, but they discovered that Gu Mao's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Master. All get lost for master. Also, today's matter, whoever dares to leak half a word. Master will clean up my household. Talking up to hear Gu Mao seethed, with killing intent. Everyone had astounded expressions. The group of disciples exchanged glances. Each and every one of them was shocked until they were staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Nobody was a fool. Gu Mao's attitude already explained everything. Could it be that this ascender saw through their master with one glance? How was this possible? This was to say that the current Gu Mao was already plagued with fire poison, with the ailment being deeply rooted in his vital organs. Actually, fire poison was not sufficient to cause death. The life of heavenly stratum powerhouses was not so easy to take. But, when fire poison was accumulated to a certain degree, it would greatly diminish Gu Mao's control of fire. A heavenly alchemist being unable to control fire, that would really be a joke. Gu Mao's illustrious name, would be ruined overnight. Who could care about a heavenly alchemist who could not refine pills? Gu Mao's face fell, and he said with a cold cry, "Still not leaving?" The group of disciples were helpless and could only leave. Tang Yu already stopped crying, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. Gu Mao was really sick. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance. Something that the entire Tang family, even the entire eastward country, did not notice. Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance. This was too terrifying. No one knew that Gu Mao's ailment had already attacked his vitals, and he could not refine pills anymore. He hid it extremely well. Gu Mao had a gloomy look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, help me purge the fire poison in my body. This old man can take you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You're ill." Gu Mao could not help choking when he heard that. Could this boy be a fool, only knowing how to say this one sentence back and forth? Freaking hell, I was fooled? Gu Mao thought. Gu Mao said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you're messing with me?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "This time, it's your head that's ill, just your bit of paltry skills, taking me in as a disciple? Also, why should I help you get rid of the fire poison? Who the hell do you think you are?" Gu Mao was accustomed to being praised by others and had always been in a prominent position. Therefore, he had a condescending attitude when he spoke to Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan's identity as an ascender made Gu Mao look down on him greatly. But Yi Yuan's pride was even greater than his. If Gu Mao's alchemy standard was really transcendent, then forget it. But that move of his previously might have been very impressive in front of the group of disciples. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Yuan did not understand heavenly pills, but it did not mean that he did not understand alchemy. His basic skills were extremely solid. Apart from his lack of understanding of the heavenly pill system, his other aspects of alchemy standard already far surpassed the standard of the lower realms long ago. Heavenly alchemists were also merely thus in Yi Yuan's eyes. At least, Gu Mao was not worthy of Yi Yuan's admiration. To have arrogance, one needed the capital to be arrogant. Tang Yu just saw signs of mitigation. He did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly utter such a sentence. Right now, he even had the heart to die. Sure enough, Gu Mao flew into a great rage the moment he heard it and said, "Insolent thing. Tang Yu, don't blame me for not giving your Tang family face today. This brat is too impudent." Tang Yu was immediately scared out of his wits and used his lone arm to hurriedly block Gu Mao and said, Master, you mustn't make a move. You aren't his match." "What? You're saying that this old man isn't this ascender's match?" The moment Gu Mao heard, he was even more enraged. Tang Yu said, "Yes, my big brother annihilated the Gue family by himself. Yesterday, Gue Haixing died too." These words were like a basin of cold water splashing down, directly drenching Gu Mao awake. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified look and said, How is that possible? This old man doesn't believe it. Tang Yu said, It's true, Master Gu. Would little nephew still lie to you? Gu Mao still had a look of disbelief written all over his face. But he knew that Tang Yu absolutely did not dare to lie to him about this sort of thing. After all, such a big matter he would know as long as he went out and inquired about it. But could this guy in front of him, who was merely lower lesser sublime heaven, really kill Gue Haixing? How was this possible? Gu Mao suddenly felt that Yi Yuan was very difficult to deal with, unable to beat him nor win him in posturing. More importantly, this guy might have the ability to purge his fire poison. Humph! You impudent boy! Saying that this old man has middling skills. If you have the capability, extract the dragonbone grass in front of this old man. Gu Mao was still not convinced as he said with a sneer. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, You want to test my strength, to see whether I can help you get rid of the fire poison or not. Gu Mao's old face turned red, not expecting to be directly exposed by Yi Yuan. However, unexpectedly, Yi Yuan picked up another stalk of dragonbone grass, and reached his hand out and beckoned. The Tao fire in the furnace fire flew over very obediently. It was only to see the pale blue flame come to Yi Yuan's hand, dexterous to the extreme like a bouncing elf. Instantly, it gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the Gu Mao and Tang Yu's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's move was truly unbelievably amazing. Gu Mao's face actually betrayed the expression of feeling ashamed of his unworthiness. He finally understood why Yi Yuan said paltry skills. Fire controlling technique, he was far too lacking when compared to Yi Yuan. What a powerful fire controlling technique. No, this isn't a fire controlling technique. This is simply an art. A grand level art. Tang Yu said, sincerely. Refining heavenly pills, the requirements of fire controlling technique were harsh to a hair-raising level. Therefore, the fire controlling techniques of heavenly alchemists were all very strong. At least, it was completely not what ascenders could compare to. However, Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique subverted his understanding of ascenders. Gu Mao's fire controlling technique was weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, Humph! No matter how good the fire controlling technique is, what's the use? The affinity of ascenders is too weak. In less than 100 breaths, the dragonbone grass will definitely be burned into charcoal. In reality, he had long already seen through it. The moment Yi Yuan got started, he felt very strained. Although his fire controlling technique was strong, he was helpless about having no affinity and was unable to perceive the complex structure contained. In the heavenly medicine, extraction required one to perceive through the Tao fire. Therefore, affinity was extremely important. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were simply unable to differentiate what were impurities, what was the essence, and also which were the things that had minimal content but were indispensable in the heavenly medicine. One could say that affinity was eyes, allowing you to see everything in the heavenly medicine clearly. Without affinity, heavenly alchemists were like blind men. Therefore, among ascenders, the vast majority of the people were unable to become heavenly alchemists. The moment Yi Yuan started, he felt it. The power and complexity of heavenly medicines far exceeded his cognition. This was the most ordinary dragonbone grass, but it was 10,000 times more complicated than the top spirit medicine that Yi Yuan had ever seen before too. But when he attempted to differentiate the elements contained in the dragonbone grass, he perceived a cloud of chaos. He did not know where. He finally understood why Tang Yu said that ascenders could not become heavenly alchemists, unable to even differentiate the composition of heavenly medicines. How to become a heavenly alchemist? Extracting heavenly medicines was 10,000 times more complicated than even refining a single Tao pill. A slight slip-up and the Tao fire would burn the heavenly medicine into black. Charcoal. 10 breaths. 50 breaths. 100 breaths. Yi Yuan did not give up. He relied on his almost freakish instinct and extracted the dragonbone grass bit by bit. Around 15 minutes later, a paste was refined by Yi Yuan. Gu Mao's eyes went wide. How is this possible? His perception probably doesn't even reach 3 points. So how can he possibly refine the dragonbone grass? As Gu Mao was talking, he nearly bit his tongue off. That paste was black and obviously contained many impurities. Compared to the dragonbone grass which Gu Mao refined, one look and the quality was far worse. But it was still refined in the end. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and muttered to himself with a frown. This is, affinity, indeed really difficult. During the process of refining, he felt like he was in a different world from the dragonbone grass. This kind of refinement it was still his first time encountering in his life. The products in the rule world were indeed extraordinary. Grand bright jade complete heaven was a pure world. A world on a completely different level from a small kiliacosm. A clear distinction from each other. When refining the dragonbone grass, he clearly felt a repulsive force. Yi Yuan was thinking deeply about this repulsive force the whole time and completely did not notice the other two people's expressions. The expressions on Gu Mao and Tang Yu's faces were exactly the same, both eyes becoming round circles, their mouths opening wide, practically able to stuff a fist in. Could be seen how shocked the two people were. Amen? Using this expression to look at me for what? I already said, his piddling fire controlling technique is simply paltry skills. Yi Yuan finally came back to his senses and said coolly as he looked at the two people's expressions. You refined the dragonbone grass in the past before? Gu Mao said in amazement. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, No, this is my first time refining a heavenly medicine. Impossible. As an ascender, you succeeded the first time you refined a heavenly medicine? You're taking me to be AF * king moron. Gu Mao jumped straight up and burst out with foul language. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, This is also called succeeding? Do you heavenly alchemists all have such low requirements? Makes sense. Your standards are also just like that. I reckon that the quality of your pill refinement isn't much either. Gu Mao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This comment was invincible, being despised by an ascender who refined the dragonbone grass into a black paste. Gu Mao's broke down inwardly, but he was actually unable to refute. Under the state where his affinity did not reach 3 points, Yi Yuan could actually refine the dragonbone grass successfully. This showed how solid his foundation was. Could be said that apart from affinity, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength surpassed him all round. Gu Mao billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, Brat, don't you get cocky? Without affinity, even if you have heaven-defying talent, it's impossible to refine a true heavenly pill too. Affinity is a heavenly chasm. Heavenly chasm that you'll never be able to cross. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and asked Tang Yu, What on earth is affinity? Tang Yu shook his head hard and woke himself up from shock and said, Heavenly medicines are born from heaven and earth, and they are prenatal items. Humans are the smartest of all life forms but are postnatal creatures. Native heavenly stratum powerhouses are heavenly stratum when born. Although they belong to postnatal too, they are closer to prenatal than ascenders. Therefore, heavenly medicines have a stronger affinity to us. But ascenders ascend from the lower realms and cultivate step by step, attaining Tao belong to the postnatal of postnatal. Furthermore, the lower the starting point, it shows the lesser the spirit of prenatal that one is stained with when born, and the weaker the affinity. 2. Looking at Big Brother's undulation just now, I'm afraid your affinity for heavenly medicines is less than 3 points. Talking until the back, Tang Yu felt that it was a shame too. With a heaven-defying talent like Yi Yuan, if his affinity was sufficient, he would absolutely be an incomparably powerful heavenly alchemist. But it was a pity, just as Gu Mao said, affinity was a heavenly chasm, blocking all heavenly alchemists outside the door. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was especially so. Yi Yuan was not too dejected, but asked curiously, "How much is 3 points?" Gu Mao sneered and said, "Affinity has 100 points, the closer to 100 points, the stronger one's affinity. Of course, apart from the legendary prenatal physique, it's simply impossible to reach 100 points. Want to become a heavenly alchemist, the worst affinity has to reach 30 points too. This old man's affinity reached 39 points. Ordinary ascenders, the worst affinity is also more than 8 points. The high ones can even reach the threshold of 30 points, becoming heavenly alchemists. As for you, hoo-hoo." In the last 2 words, Gu Mao's mocking intent was very thick. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and followed up, "Judging from Big Brother's fluctuations just now, it shouldn't surpass 3 points. Of course, as for the specifics of how much, it needs to be tested by the prenatal cloud stone. Perhaps there's hope of surpassing 3 points." Talking until the back, even Tang Yu himself did not believe it. This comforting act was so fake. He changed the topic and said, "However, Big Brother, it's also precisely because so that you're really hair-raisingly awesome to actually be able to refine a paste of dragonbone grass just now. I really can't imagine what level your strength will reach if your affinity can reach 30. No, even if it's 10. Just now, he was really shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's paltry affinity, forget about 100 breaths, even if it was half a breath, he would not be able to hold on either. But he forcibly refined a paste of dragonbone grass. How much strength was needed to make up for this? Unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that Tang Yu felt even more pity. Affinity was innate, it was unable to be compensated for postnatal. Yi Yuan's bit of affinity, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. One had to know refining the dragonbone grass was just the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. The process of refining heavenly pills was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than this. Without the support of affinity, it was simply impossible to refine. Heh? This old man has a prenatal cloud stone here. Measure it and we'll know. If this brat's affinity can exceed 3 points, this old man will remove my head and let him kick as a ball. Gu Mao said with a sneer. Without affinity, Yi Yuan was a piece of trash. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to save him, so there was no need to have any misgivings anymore. Before long, Gu Mao fetched a prenatal cloud stone. Yi Yuan did not refuse it either. He was also curious about his own affinity. The prenatal cloud stone was a cloud-shaped stone. Densely packed scale. Markings were on it, it was clearly used to test affinity. He placed his right palm on the prenatal cloud stone. In the next second, Gu Mao and Tang Yu stared dumbfoundedly in amazement. Amen? Why isn't there any reaction at all? Could it be that there's something wrong with this prenatal cloud stone? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. He placed his hand on it for a long time, but the prenatal cloud stone did not have any activities, which unwittingly made him doubt this thing. Hoo-hoo? Problem? Brat. Looks like I overestimated you too much. Not that the prenatal cloud stone has a problem, but that you have the problem. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. Can say that you're a complete and utter trash on the path of heavenly pills. No matter how transcendent your fire-controlling technique is, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. Therefore, stop posturing in front of this old man in the future. Gu Mao's expression was peculiar to the extreme. His words were half sarcasm and half surprise. Yi Yuan was the first whose affinity did not even reach 1 point among the people that he had met. How could this not surprise him? Tang Yu was also transfixed and said with a bitter smile, Big Brother, where on earth did you ascend from? Among 10 million ascenders there also wouldn't Be someone like you who doesn't even reach 1 point. Yi Yuan stroked his chin, looking innocent. He was not very dejected. He was just feeling a little helpless. Yi Yuan's starting point was seriously too low. Who could have thought that a little silk pants who was once from the state of Qin could actually break through to heavenly stratum and reach his cultivation realm presently? However, people could not choose their background but could choose to face it calmly. The difficulties that Yi Yuan had experienced walking all the way were beyond counting. He had never feared difficulties before and would not give up on the alchemy path because his affinity was only 1 point. In reality, the scene of refining the dragonbone grass earlier already indicated a lot. At least, his instinct could support him to refine the dragonbone grass. Not being able to refine well was just because his instinct was not strong enough, that was all. Not that you could not do it, it was just that you did not work hard enough. Yet, looks like I have to expend some effort to become a heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Become a heavenly alchemist? Ho-hoo? Boy, did you not understand what this old man meant? Even if you cultivate until heaven and earth turn old, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. With your talent, if your affinity could reach 30 points, you can absolutely become an extremely strong heavenly alchemist. But this old man has never heard before of a guy that even the prenatal cloudstone doesn't react to can become a heavenly alchemist. This is absolutely impossible, Gu Mao said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Even Tang Yu also smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, don't waste your effort anymore. Your affinity doesn't even reach 1 point. It's absolutely impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. You've tried it yourself too. You can't even extract the dragonbone grass, let alone talk about heavenly pills. It was not that he did not believe Yi Yuan, but it was just that Yi Yuan was too trash. Yi Yuan did not even reach 1 point affinity and he actually wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. If this matter spreads, it could probably make people laugh their heads off. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, This dragonbone grass shouldn't be very expensive, right? Prepare a closed seclusion venue for me, then deliver to me 1,000 stalks of dragonbone grass. There were quite a number of dragonbone grass casually placed on the tables. Here, clearly it was used for the disciples' cultivation and naturally would not be too expensive. Yi Yuan would not be courteous with Tang Yu either, directly ordering. When Gu Mao saw that Yi Yuan did not give up, he snickered and said, Brat, you really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. If even 1 point affinity can become a heavenly alchemist, then even a sow can climb a tree. Disregarding other things, this dragonbone grass, if you can refine it to this old man's quality, this old man will acknowledge you as my master in front of the entire city. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Forget it. Your talent is too poor. I won't take you in. If really want to bet, just teach me the things you know and that will do. If I lose, I'll help you get rid of the fire poison. As for acknowledging as your master, let's dispense with it. Tang Yu was rendered speechless and Gu Mao was furious. Some guy whose affinity was 1 point actually looked down on him. Fine. This old man will bet with you. If even with 1 point affinity you can become a heavenly alchemist, then wouldn't this entire city's heavenly alchemists become a joke? Gu Mao said in a great rage. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, turning right around and leaving. Tang Yu followed after subserviently and said with a bitter smile, Big brother, why did you need to wager out of spite? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything. Out of spite? Yi Yuan would feel wronged and act rashly, but he would not behave out of spite with Gu Mao. He looked down on Gu Mao's bit of ability. The reason why he wanted to learn was just in order to learn the rudiments. Yi Yuan would not walk other people's paths, but he also would not look at others through colored spectacles. For Gu Mao to be able to be supported avidly by the Tang family, he must have aspects that surpassed others. Starting from him here was clearly the most convenient. Hence, he started a drawn-out retreat. What Tang Yu prepared for Yi Yuan was naturally the best close seclusion venue. Although the Dao fire was not as good as Gu Mao's, the quality was very good. 2. These Dao fires were just the lowest grade wildfires. The quality was not high and had a lot of impurities. Therefore, some fire poison would more or less accumulate within the bodies of heavenly alchemists. It was just that some Dao fires had many impurities, some Dao fires had less impurities. Gu Mao's Dao fire was very powerful but very mixed and very difficult to control. The fire poison was also harder to purge. Heavenly alchemists were doctors to begin with. They naturally had the means to get rid of fire poison. It was just that when fire poison accumulated to a certain degree and became deeply entrenched within the body, wanting to purge it would be hard. Gu Mao was currently plagued with fire poison for the sake of pursuing the power of Dao fire, in immense agony. But Yi Yuan's fire controlling method was much more brilliant than Gu Mao's. This Dao fire was incomparably docile in front of him. How could fire poison possibly hurt him? It was just that the extraction was not smooth. 1 stalk, 2 stalks. Yi Yuan spent a month's time and completely refined all 1,000 stalks of dragon bone grass. But the effect was not obvious. Yi Yuan also finally knew that affinity could not be improved at all. No matter how hard he worked, it was a region of chaos in front of him from beginning to end. He was like a blind man, unable to see anything. Even if his fire-controlling technique was superb, it would not work too. A month later, Yi Yuan called Tang Yu over and had him prepare another 1,000 dragon bone grass. Tang Yu swept a glance around the closed seclusion venue. It was all that kind of dark, paste form of dragon bone grass. He knew that Yi Yuan had not improved at all in this 1 month's time. In reality, he did not harbor much hope either. Being able to extract the dragon bone grass into paste form, this in itself was already a miracle. Wanting to reach Gu Mao's standard, this miracle in itself was 10,000 times, even 100,000 times harder than the previous miracle. This was simply something impossible. Big brother, your martial path talent is also extremely strong. Why waste time on something impossible? In Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, forget about not reaching 1 point. Even if your affinity reached 29 points, it's impossible to become a heavenly alchemist too. 30 affinity points, this is a watershed. Moreover, you don't even reach 1 point. Tang Yu urged bitterly. However, Yi Yuan was not moved at all. He just said indifferently, "In the future, have someone deliver me 1,000 stalks of dragon bone grass every month." Tang Yu shook his head helplessly and left. He discovered that Yi Yuan was a stubborn donkey. One was unable to drag at all. In the closed seclusion venue, Yi Yuan refined the dragon bone grass stalk after stalk as if he would never tire. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to his previous life. In order to experience the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, he had once spent 100 years indulging in Tier 3 and below spirit medicines. At that time, he extracted over and over again, refining. Now he returned to the past again. It was just that this time, it was 1,000 times harder than it was then. One had to know, at that time his perception could distinctly feel the medicinal properties. But now he could not feel it at all. That sort of natural rejection made him unable to get close at all. It was just that he did not care. This kind of dreary to the extreme refinement, when laid on any heavenly alchemist, they would not be able to bear it. But Yi Yuan gladly endured the hardship. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, it cycled endlessly, year after year. In a blink, it was already 18 springs and autumns. Around Yi Yuan was filled with pastes of dragon bone grass. It was just that these pastes of dragon bone grass were crystal clear, seemingly almost transparent. These few years, His Majesty instructed to thoroughly investigate the matter of Jade True Heavenly Sect's Outer Sect Deacon, Jun Tian's death. Now there's finally some leads. Someone saw that the place Deacon Jun last went seemed to be Inklight Forest. Calling you all here is to have you all cast the net out. Whoever can find Deacon June or find his cause of death first, this prince will naturally reward heavily. In the Tang family's council hall, a young man with a handsome face like carved jade sat on the seat of honor, radiating awe without being angry. This young man was precisely Eastward Country's second prince, His Highness. He came to the Tang family in secret this time, secretly meeting with the affiliated factions headed by the Tang family, in order to borrow their strength and find news of Jun Tian. This matter had a great bearing on his struggle with the crown prince. Hence, second prince was naturally extremely cautious. Tang Jinhua hurriedly got up and gave a bow and said, "Second prince's matter is the Tang family's matter. Later I'll cast the net out. Even if we dig 3 feet under Inklight Forest, we'll also find Deacon June." Second prince nodded and said, "Man, my mind is naturally set at ease when Mr. Tang does things. This matter is very important, you all mustn't take it lightly. Also, for Master Gu you have a wide circle of acquaintances. If you hear some news, you can exchange with the Tang family to make up for what each other is lacking." Gumao nodded and said, "Second prince, rest assured, Gumao understands. But, speaking of which, Tang Yu, that big brother of yours, the time he ascended, seems to just nicely match the time when Deacon June went missing, right? What a coincidence." Tang Yu's expression changed, not expecting that Gumao actually turned the heat on him at this time. Ever since that incident that time, Gumao and the Tang family had passed their honeymoon period, appearing united outwardly, but divided at heart. It was just that the entanglement between both parties' interests was too deep, so there had been no eruption all along. But this time, Gumao suddenly erupted. Tang Yu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Master Gu Yu." But second prince's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Tang Yu's big brother?" Gumao smiled and said, "Second prince, your highness, speaking of this person, he's really a mysterious figure. Clearly only has lower lesser sublime heaven strength, but he pulled the Gue family up by the roots. Even Gue Haixing died at his hands too. But what's even more impressive is that, his heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, and he actually dreams of becoming a heavenly alchemist. Then he made a bet with this old man and went into close seclusion for 18 years. I'm afraid that he doesn't have the face to meet people anymore, right?" After the matter, Gu Mao naturally investigated Yi Yuan. Some things were not very secretive. With Gu Mao's status in the imperial city, it was naturally very easy to find out. There were several renowned heavenly alchemists present who guffawed loudly when they heard that heavenly medicine affinity doesn't even reach 1 point? Is this someone abandoned by heaven? The scariest isn't the lack of talent, but the lack of self-awareness. His affinity doesn't reach 1 point, and he also wants to become a heavenly alchemist. What a joke. What on earth has he been doing these 18 years? 1 point affinity was simply a joke. Wanting to become a heavenly alchemist with 1 point affinity was naturally a joke among jokes. These people present could not resist mocking even if they did not want to. Second prince also smiled and said, "Oh, rather interesting. Tang Yu, this prince wants to meet this big brother of yours. Can I? This? All right." Tang Yu toughened his scalp and said, now that it came to this, he had no choice either. He glared at Gumao, but the latter had a calm smile and did not care. "Shao Qi, is Big Brother still in closed seclusion?" When Tang Yu arrived at Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue, he asked the servant serving Yi Yuan. Shao Qi nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Yesterday I just delivered 1,000 stalks of purple compact incense to His Excellency." Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "Oh eh? Isn't it dragonbone grass? Why did it change to purple compact incense?" Shao Qi shook her head and said, "Don't know, His Excellency ordered Shao Qi." So Shao Qi complied. Tang Yu's eyes flashed and he said, "Could it be that Big Brother succeeded?" But very soon, He shook his head again and said with a bitter smile, "How is that possible? Most likely, Big Brother feels that extracting the dragon bone grass is hopeless, so he switched heavenly medicines to practice. May as well. After he knows that this is impossible, he should give up." Xiao Qi's gaze flickered and she said, "Young master, although dragon bone grass is the most ordinary spirit medicine, accumulating over so many years, it's almost comparable to a shop already. If there's any effect, that's fine. But giving someone whose affinity doesn't even reach 1 point, it's purely a waste." When Tang Yu heard that, his gaze suddenly became fierce and he said, "Shut up. This kind of thing isn't what you should butt into. If there's a next time, end your own life. Scram." Xiao Qi was frightened by Tang Yu until she shuddered and scampered away. How could she know that Tang Yu was afraid of Yi Yuan to the extreme? If these words were heard by Yi Yuan, the Tang family might suffer a catastrophic calamity. Tang Yu arrived outside the door and said respectfully, "Big brother, I'm Tang Yu. What is it?" After a moment of silence, a voice came from inside. Tang Yu did not dare to hide it, recounting the matter of Second Prince wanting to meet Yi Yuan. Before long, the door opened. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yu and said coolly, "Let's go." When Tang Yu saw that Yi Yuan did not get angry and was still willing to go and see Second Prince, only then did he let out a long sigh in relief. Otherwise, he would not know what he should do. How could he know that Yi Yuan was also feeling emotional in his heart? What was coming would ultimately come. Around 18 years had passed. Jade True Heavenly Sect still found Inklight Forest. In the end, it was just that he also had no clue how to resolve this matter. He could only take it one step at a time. His current strength was too weak. After the two left, Xiao Qi came to the closed seclusion area to clean up. Someone who doesn't know his limits? Humph? In 18 years, how many dragon bone grass has been wasted? Clearly only has 1 point affinity, still want to become a heavenly alchemist. She had a stomach full of resentment, entering the closed seclusion area while cursing away. What entered her eyes were one dish after another of dragon bone grass that had been extracted and placed extremely neatly. Casually picking up a dish, she said disdainfully, "Just this black thing is also called refinement? Even if I, Xiao Qi, take action, it's also 100 times stronger than this." The Tang family operated the heavenly medicine business. Everyone from top to bottom knew a little. Although Xiao Qi was a servant refining dragonbone grass, this sort of thing could not stump her. After all, this was just an entry-level heavenly medicine. Continuing to enter the room, the disdain on Xiao Qi's face gradually became solemn, and finally turned into shock. These are all dragonbone grass? How is this possible? Seeing Tang Yu bring Yi Yuan in, Gu Mao's face could not help revealing a smile. "You? Our 1 point heavenly alchemist came? How's the refinement of dragonbone grass? This old man has been waiting many years for you to slap my face. Why don't you slap this old man's face today in front of Second Prince? His Highness," Gu Mao said with a smile. These words naturally attracted a series of guffaws. "You're that brat who doesn't even reach 1 point affinity? TSK? A 1 point heavenly alchemist. This is going to startle the 33 heavens. Ha ha ha. The history of these 33 heavens is likely going to be rewritten today. Kid, quickly demonstrate your skill. I can't wait anymore." Walking into the meeting hall, ridiculing voices flooded into Yi Yuan's ears like tidewater. Compared to Jun Tian's matter, everyone is clearly more interested in this 1 point affinity heavenly alchemist. Everyone knew that Gu Mao's conjecture was merely a theoretical possibility. For a lower realms ant who just ascended to want to kill Jun Tian, this grand completion lesser sublime heaven, the likelihood was negligible. Moreover, Yi Yuan, this ascender, completely had no connections with Jun Tian. The Inklight Forest was so big. Even if they ran into each other, it would also be Yi Yuan who dies and not Jun Tian. Big brother, This is second prince, his highness. Tang Yu diverted the
Topic Carfuli.
He did not feel that Yi Yuan could really extract the dragonbone grass. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention either and said to second prince neither obsequiously nor haughtily, I pay respects to second prince, your highness. Second prince nodded his head slightly and said, You're Yi Yuan? I heard that. There's a wager between you and Master Gu. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Second prince smiled and said, It's already been 18 years. I wonder how. Brother Ye's refinement technique has been trained until. Yi Yuan said coolly, Just as so. The moment these words came out, it attracted another wave of loud laughter. A 1 point so. Wonder what it's like? Can't do it means can't do it. Still puffing his face up at his own cost. Brother Gu, you got to be more careful. When a 1-pointer becomes fierce, you might not be a match. Second prince also could not help but smile when he heard that. This ascender was rather interesting. Yi Yuan was like a clown in his heart. Clearly did not have strength, but wanted to pretend to be capable here. The world was laughing at him, but he found joy in it and was indifferent. This kind of person was really funny. Hoo. Since you've already trained until SOSO, this wager has already dragged on for 18 years. Why not this prince bear witness for you guys and complete this wager? How about it? Second prince said with a laugh. Yi Yuan valued each word like gold, saying indifferently, Can? Everyone roared with laughter again. Gumao smiled and said, Brat, this old man has waited 18 years for you. Each time I came to find you, they always say that you were enclosed. Seclusion? Hoo. This old man wants to see today just how formidable a 1-point heavenly alchemist is. Yi Yuan sized him up with a glance and said, No wonder you're so high, spirited. Looks like you should have obtained a treasure that can suppress the fire poison in your body. Gumao was still roaring with laughter a moment ago, but now his expression changed. He was seen through again. A few years ago he obtained a treasure called Iceheart Jade. Although it could not purge the fire poison thoroughly, it could suppress it temporarily. Therefore, these few years his courage bolstered again. Seeing Gu Mao's laughter abruptly cease, how could everyone present not know that Yi Yuan hit the mark? Only then did they know that turns out Gu Mao was actually already plagued by fire poison. This surprised them greatly. It seemed like this boy was also not utterly useless. Tang Yu was secretly shocked. No wonder Gu Mao was so enthusiastic today. Turns out that he had a reliance. Originally, the Tang family's greatest card was this. But Gu Mao, having obtained the treasure, was no longer afraid of the Tang family. Gu Mao's expression turned cold, and he said, Humph. So what if yes, right? Now, this old man already doesn't fear the fire poison. You still want to use this to threaten me? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's useless. Your treasure can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The more you suppress, the greater the power of the eruption in the future. Unless you don't touch Dao fires in the future. Gu Mao snorted coldly and said, Stop exaggerating things to raise an alarm. You'd best think about how to clear this hurdle today. Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, Do it now then. Gu Mao was taken aback, not expecting Yi Yuan to be so straightforward. He said with a cold snort, Putting on an appearance. Since that's the case, you watch carefully. The dragonbone grass was long already prepared. Gu Mao rolled his sleeves. The Dao fire in his palm directly ignited. After a bout of garish tempering, the crystal clear paste of dragonbone grass appeared before everyone. This act naturally attracted a series of shouts filled with amazement. Even second prince also nodded his head slightly and said, Master Gu's skill is becoming more and more refined. I'm afraid that apart from Master Lin, there are few in this eastward country whose Master Gu's match anymore. Master Lin that second prince spoke of was the royal family's retainer, eastward country's one and only grade 2 heavenly alchemist. These words were flattering. Gu Mao was naturally beside himself with joy and said respectfully, "Your Highness is too kind. My trivial technique, I dare not show off. However, apart from Master Lin, there's someone that this Gu also doesn't dare to say. That I can win for sure. After all, 1 point is too scary." Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter. Second Prince smiled at Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, Master Gu already did 1 refinement. The rest is up to you. Why don't you let us take a look at the fruits of your 18 years of hard work?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and similarly rolled his sleeves up. The dragon bone grass coming directly into his palm. He slowly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the undulations coming from the dragon bone grass. A cluster of Dao fire bloomed faintly. When Gu Mao saw the situation, his pupils could not help shrinking. This boy's fire controlling technique improved significantly again, Gu Mao said in shock. Originally, Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique already reached the acme of perfection akin to performing an art. But today, 18 years later, Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique actually reached a new level again. If it reached the acme of perfection 18 years ago, then now it was returning to one's original simplicity. No dazzling flaunting of skill, only a simple and unadorned return. When the rest saw this scene, they were similarly incomparably shocked. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a practitioner. However, the affinity fluctuation emanating from Yi Yuan's body made them come to their senses very quickly. Heh? No matter how good the fire controlling technique is, it's useless too. Without affinity, the door to become a heavenly alchemist will forever be closed. Indeed, a really weak affinity. I completely can't feel the undulations. Hoo, he's clearly refining the dragonbone grass, but why do I feel like it's in 2 different worlds? Same as 18 years ago, Yi Yuan still did not have any undulation of affinity. Second Prince's gaze revealed a trace of fascination. Yi Yuan's fire controlling technique had amazed him, but very soon, he shook his head secretly, clearly feeling quite regretful. Such a good fire controlling technique was wasted. Yi Yuan naturally did not care about these people's mocking. He was already completely immersed in his own world. There was a good saying, if heaven closed a door for you, it would definitely open a window for you. In these 18 years, Yi Yuan only did one thing, which was opening this window. During these 18 years, refining day and night, day in and day out of repetitions, fumbling year after year, he trained his instinct to the limit. It was still a region of chaos in front of him. But he had the keenest instinct toward alchemy Dao. The dragonbone grass in front of him melted little by little, turning into a paste. The paste of dragonbone grass became more and more crystal clear. The entire hall gradually fell into a dead silence. The original ridiculing voices had long already disappeared. What replaced it was shocked expressions. The Dao fire gradually ceased. There was dead silence in the hall. In Yi Yuan's palm, a ball of almost transparent paste of dragonbone grass stunned everyone. The more it was crystal clear, the less impurities there were. When these 2 balls of dragonbone grass were put together, there already did not need anyone to judge them. It was also precisely because of this that these people were deeply shocked. Are my eyes failing me? Is he really 1 point affinity? Yeah. With 1 point affinity, how did he do it? Did he break the barrier of heavenly alchemist? This ball of dragonbone grass is pure to the extreme. I'm afraid that even if Master Lin takes action, he might not be able to win too. Tang Yu was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. This move was seriously too stunning. 1 point was a kind of humiliation among heavenly alchemists. But Yi Yuan let it shine with dazzling light. Yi Yuan really did it. He rewrote history. What on earth had he done in the past 18 years? Second Prince originally came to witness this wager with a playful mentality. But now he was shocked by Yi Yuan until he could not speak. His perception would not be wrong. Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. But he really did it. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan did not live in his world at all. He could really ignore Gu Mao's provocation. A person with 1 point affinity just refined the dragonbone grass. This was a miracle. Huhu? Master Ye's means really broadened this prince's horizons. I didn't expect that Master Yi could actually extract the dragonbone grass with 1 point affinity. This is truly unprecedented and unrepeatable. Second prince laughed dryly, resolving the awkwardness from before. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Like this, there's no need to judge anymore?" Second prince waved his hand repeatedly and said, "No need to judge, no need to judge. This wager, it's naturally Master Yi who won. It's just that this prince is very curious. Master Ye's affinity is clearly extremely poor. So how can you extract this dragonbone grass? Could it be that Master Yi has some secret method?" The moment he said this, the bystanders immediately perked their ears up. This secret method was definitely an earth-shaking secret method. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No secret method. Reading a book 100 times, the meaning naturally becomes clear. In these 18 years, I extracted hundreds of thousands of dragonbone grass and just trained it into instinct, that's it. Hundreds of thousands of dragonbone grass. My God, is he crazy? In 18 years, he only did this one thing? This amount, could it be that he never rested? Lunatic. Really a madman. However, even if he extracted the dragonbone grass, it's also impossible to become a heavenly alchemist. The dragonbone grass is just the most basic homework. This guy is a monomaniac. In order to win the bet, he pushed himself into a lunatic. But it's useless. Some heavenly medicines are 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the dragonbone grass. He can't possibly practice each type like this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help drawing a cold breath. The dragonbone grass that Yi Yuan extracted in these 18 years was probably comparable to the sum of the dragonbone grass that they refined in 1800 years. This kind of crazed and dreariness, they felt despair just thinking about it. Alchemy was a very interesting cultivation, but also a kind of very boring cultivation. Life needed regulating, people who refined pills needed it even more. But Yi Yuan was completely a lunatic. When Gu Mao heard Yi Yuan's words, he also sneered and said, "So what if you won this match?" Heh. Other heavenly medicines are much more complicated than the dragonbone grass, and refining a heavenly pill is countless times more complicated. You'll need to spend several thousand, even several tens of thousands of years to learn one type of heavenly pill. This is still the simplest heavenly pill? Heh. Trash will always be trash. Yi Yuan looked at Gu Mao and said coolly, "I think that you were thinking too much. Some things, as long as you find the trick, you can naturally draw parallels from inference. That's right. My affinity is indeed very poor, but I've already learned the trick now. Just like a mortal blind person, one's sense of hearing tends to be very keen. As long as they keep on training, they will be able to master the ability to determine positions by listening to the wind. Extracting other heavenly medicines, I'm indeed much worse than you all. Innately. But it doesn't mean that I can't become a heavenly alchemist." Finished talking, he held his palm out, and there was a stalk of purple, compact incense in his hand. It was only to see flame dance in his hand again. The purple compact incense gradually melted, finally similarly turning into a paste. The paste of purple compact incense showed a purple, blackish color. It was clearly not too pure. But, compared to when Yi Yuan first refined the dragonbone grass, it was God knows how many times better. Seeing this scene, Gu Mao's eyes went wide. The purple compact incense's extraction was much harder compared to the dragonbone grass. Logically speaking, if Yi Yuan wanted to extract it, he would need to spend another 20 years or even 30 years at least. But this purple compact incense that Yi Yuan extracted now could already compare to the average apprentice. At most 3 years, he would be able to reach the level of the dragonbone grass. Calculating this way, wouldn't Yi Yuan really have hopes of becoming a heavenly alchemist? It was a little slow, but so what? As long as one could refine a heavenly pill, that would do. 1 point affinity heavenly alchemist? Everyone exchanged glances, instantly falling into deep shock. If this incident were to spread, it would absolutely be a major event that would cause a great sensation in the entire alchemy world. Heavenly alchemist, even 29 points affinity would not cut it. This was an iron law. No one had ever been able to break it. But now, a 1-point heavenly alchemist actually appeared. How could this not be shocking? Second Prince also said in shock, what kind of path can let a 1-point affinity become a heavenly alchemist? Yi Yuan said coolly, instinct. When pill refinement becomes your instinct, even amidst chaos, you can still discern the direction. These 18 years I was training this instinct. Actually, I could already reach Gu Mao's standard a few years ago, but my instinct wasn't strong enough yet. Even now I'm still not very satisfied. Maybe one day in the future I'll be able to rely on instinct to differentiate heavenly medicines very easily. Everyone opened their mouths wide with shock on their faces. When pill refinement becomes an instinct, what was instinct? That was people's natural ability, such as when you saw something sharp, you would instinctively avoid it. Such as when you saw beautiful things, you would instinctively want to possess them. Such as when you lose friends and relatives, you would instinctively be overwhelmed to the extent that you wished you were dead. But they had never heard of someone who could treat pill refinement as an instinct. This was using instinct to go and sense the impurities and essence in a heavenly medicine. Each one must be differentiated clearly. How terrifying an instinct did this require? Just thinking about it was scary. Yi Yuan did not have affinity, so he used instinct to be his eyes, to see the chaos in the heavenly medicine. He did it. The dragonbone grass already explained everything. Suddenly, the heavenly alchemists present all felt ashamed of their unworthiness. In the face of Yi Yuan's persistence, they were not fit to be called heavenly alchemists at all, because they could not do it instinctively. Why, you're really a freak, Gu Mao said with a black face. What else could he say to a guy like Yi Yuan who shattered understanding? Instinct, this word was simple to say, but doing it was harder than ascending to heaven. Grand bright jade complete heaven had so many ascenders every day, but they had never heard of anyone who could cultivate pill refinement into instinct. But Yi Yuan broke the curse of affinity. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. This was just a matter of course thing to him. His persistence toward alchemy Dao only he himself knew. He had created too many miracles on the path of alchemy. No affinity, so what? As long as he was still alive, no one could stop him from refining pills. Heaven could not too. Since Second Prince has borne witness, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Yi Yuan said coolly. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched, very reluctant. Each alchemist had their own knack in certain areas. He was naturally unwilling to share it with others. But at this time, Second Prince suddenly said, Alchemy Dao legacies aren't short work. Master Yi, this prince still has something to ask you. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, You ask and I have to answer. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed suddenly. Too arrogant. Who he was facing was Second Prince, His Highness. Actually, not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he discerned that this clearly had the intention of speaking in support. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew what Second Prince was going to ask, so he could not be bothered to elaborate even more. Yi Yuan, what have I, Tang Yu, done wrong for you to harm my Tang family like this? Tang Yu's expression changed abruptly as he said, while the others revealed gloating smiles after being shocked. Especially Gu Mao, he did not expect that Yi Yuan was so rash to actually refute Second Prince, His Highness, to his face. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance, and he said with a nonchalant smile, In that Case, your Tang family is going to help Gu Mao. Tang Yu's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of struggle. He was a clever man. How could he not discern the current situation? Just now, with second prince opening his mouth, it was clearly showing partiality for Gu Mao. Although the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited was amazing, wanting to truly become a heavenly alchemist, no idea how long it would still have to take. Furthermore, becoming a heavenly alchemist was one thing, reaching Gu Mao's realm was another. A ready-made master and a guy with an unknown background. Furthermore, second prince was currently still relying on Gu Mao a lot. Weighing which was more important, second prince was naturally clear in his heart. At this time, second prince's gaze also turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo. In this eastward country, it's still the first time that someone dares to contradict this prince defiantly. Very good. Tang Jinhua, is your Tang family choosing this prince? Or are you breaking away from this prince?" Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly to the extreme. He realized that the moment to decide the Tang family's fate had arrived. Logically speaking, he should stand on the second prince's side without the slightest hesitation at this time. After all, behind the second prince was the royal family. For the Tang family to be able to have today, it was also because they served the second prince. But Tang Jinhua saw Tang Yu hesitate. When second prince saw that this father and son pair actually remained silent, he sneered and said, "Looks like in your Tang family's eyes, this prince isn't even as good as this ascender. Forget it." Tang Jinhua's expression changed wildly, and he could not care about Tang Yu's attitude and was about to make known his position. He hurriedly said, "Second prince, your highness, our Tang family. Gu Mao. One must be willing to lose if they bet. Are you going to go back on your word?" Suddenly, Tang Yu opened his mouth and forcibly interrupted Tang Jinhua, who was clarifying where he stood. When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Each and every one of the family heads and heavenly alchemists present was all dumbfounded. This was a choice that completely did not require brainpower, but Tang Yu made the opposite decision. Was Tang Yu's brain broken? Even second prince was also dumbfounded. Earlier, Tang Jinhua had clearly already made up his mind to stand on his side. But in a blink, it was actually changed by Tang Yu, while Yi Yuan smiled, thinking to himself that this Tang Yu was indeed a clever man. Second prince had the ability to destroy the Tang family. Yi Yuan also had it. Tang Yu's gaze gradually became cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Gu Mao, this young master is talking to you. Didn't you hear it? Either concede defeat, or you're going out lying down today." Second prince shot to his feet, gaze fixed on Tang Yu, and he said with a cold smile, "Good. Very good. Tang Yu. Looks like this prince underestimated you. The Tang family, this dog, is actually going to bite its master today. But don't you forget, this prince can support you all, but this prince can also destroy you all." The corners of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but he still said boldly, "Second prince, you also know that our Tang family is a dog. How much have we done for you in secret over the years? To really talk about it, what we paid was far more than what we obtained." These words were said by Tang Yu from the bottom of his heart. In second prince's eyes, the Tang family was merely a dog at his beck and call. If the dog was hungry, he would reward a bone to eat. But the things that the Tang family had done for second prince had indeed been countless. Moreover, the heavenly crystals that the Tang family's business earned, more than half of it was paid to second prince in tribute. Second prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. Very good. Master Gu will be protected by this prince today. This prince wants to see what right your Tang family has to have him concede defeat. Zhao Yu, Zhang Zhu, you guys go and give it a try whether this big brother is really as powerful as in the legends or not." Behind second prince, two guards with powerful auras immediately stepped forward. Tang Jinhua's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Second prince, your highness, my young son, he He doesn't know any better. Your Highness, please, pardon his offense. Second prince sneered and said, Too late. Is this prince's place where you can come and go as you please? Your Tang family shall completely disappear from the imperial city after tonight. Tang Jinhua had a look of despair and glared at Tang Yu. He did not know why his son wanted to make such a decision. Zhao Yu, two people arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, This big brother, don't disappoint us too much. Jiang Zhu smiled and said, In this imperial city, when is it lower lesser? Sublime heavens turn to be arrogant? Brat, to dare rebut second prince, his Highness, you're really tired of living. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly and he said coolly, The two of you really have a lot of crap. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's aura suddenly erupted. The pupils of the people present suddenly shrunk. Yi Yuan's aura actually surpassed lower lesser sublime heaven in one fell swoop and reached middle lesser sublime heaven. This guy actually concealed his strength. Dual polarity sword formation. In an instant the sword formation burst out, flying straight for Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu, two people. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu were both royal guards and had experienced many battles. Let alone that they were both upper lesser sublime heaven powerhouses. Facing this strike, they naturally did not panic in the face of danger. Although Yi Yuan concealed his strength, they did not take him seriously. The two people's auras erupted, instantly suppressing Yi Yuan. Iron Bone Astral Fist. Tyrant Heart Slaughter Palm. The two people executed a move each, carrying an astonishing imposing momentum, and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Boom! A fierce confrontation smashed the meeting hall into pieces. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu, two people's figures flew out backward involuntarily, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. Yi Yuan looked at the two people coldly and said coolly, This big brother didn't let you guys down, right? Zhao Yu, two people had horrified looks on their faces. How could they still dare to talk back? Second prince's complexion even turned pale. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. Zhao Yu and Jiang Zhu, two people, were both elites in the royal family. Their strength, even ordinary upper lesser sublime heavens, were not a match either. But Yi Yuan actually put them down with one move. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about second prince, but he looked toward Gu Mao and said coolly, Are you going to make me mutilate you and take it myself? Or are you offering it up on your own? The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly, his face revealing a look of fear. He was an upper lesser sublime heaven too. His combat strength could not even compare to Zhao Yu, two people. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? I'll hand it over. Gu Mao fished out several jade slips unwillingly. Those were all the essences of his alchemy Dao. Hanging it over to Yi Yuan, he felt his flesh ache. Yi Yuan inspected the jade slips and said with a cold smile, Just these? If I didn't guess wrongly, these are all very ordinary pill formulas, right? As heavenly alchemist who is renowned in the imperial city, you only have this bit of secret stash? Looks like you're not very honest. Who was Yi Yuan? The heaven-span world's alchemy path was single-handedly created by him. Although he did not know much about heavenly pills, he still had good judgment. Gu Mao was very clever, taking out some obscure pill formulas. But these pill formulas were all some inconsequential pill formulas. Wanting to use these to smoke his way through in front of Yi Yuan was easier said than done. The corners of Gu Mao's mouth twitched slightly. Only then did he take out a few more pieces of jade slips extremely unwillingly. Only after Yi Yuan inspected it did he nod his head slightly. These few pill formulas, you can't refine them either. So what's the use of cherishing your own belonging? That's of little value. Yi Yuan swept a glance at Gu Mao and said coolly. Gu Mao's face turned black, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. One of the pill formulas was called Jasper Regeneration Pill. It was precisely the heavenly pill to regrow severed limbs. If Gu Mao could refine it, Tang Yu would have long begged him for it. Clearly, this guy could not refine it at all. I can't refine. Could it be that you can refine it? these few pill formulas. Refining difficulty is extremely high. Master Lin might not be able to refine them too. So just the likes of you can do it, Gu Mao said with a sneer. Yi Yuan ignored him. He turned to Second Prince and said smilingly, Second Prince, Your Highness, I know that you won't be willing to drop the matter, but I advise you, better drop this idea. Second Prince's face revealed a fearful look, but he smiled coldly and said, You're threatening this prince? If you have the capability, kill this prince. As long as you don't dare to kill this prince, after returning to the palace, it will be the end of you and the Tang family. When Tang Jinhua father and son heard that, their expressions changed. But Yi Yuan was not concerned and said with a smile, Second Prince, Your Highness, why don't we make a bet too? Second Prince had a look of disdain and he said with a cold smile, On what basis should this prince bet with you? Yi Yuan said coolly, Not betting is fine too, then you'll die right now. Second Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha. Bring it on. Come and kill me. Boom. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's terrifying aura bloomed again. Dual polarity turned into a light wheel, cleaving straight for Second Prince. At first, Second Prince still did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to kill him. But that light wheel did not slow down in the least bit, heading straight for his face. An aura of death hit him head-on. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking. I'll bet. Second Prince practically yelled these two words out. The light wheel dissipated with a loud bang as if nothing had happened. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, The Tang family is your dog, but isn't your royal family a dog of J-True heavenly sect too? Therefore don't think that you're very noble. In this world, there are always some people who can think nothing of you. Second Prince's back was already drenched in sweat. Having made a trip to the gates of hell and back, he had long already lost his previous composure. What do you want to bet on? Second Prince asked. Yi Yuan said, I'll let you return. You don't be in a hurry to deal with the Tang family first. Tonight, I'll make a trip to the royal palace and meet with you. You can use all sorts of methods to stop me from meeting you. If I can't meet you, the Tang family will be at your disposal. But if I meet you, don't need you to do anything either. Just deliver the heavenly medicine for the Jasper regeneration pill tomorrow. It's that simple. Second Prince's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, You're trying to tell me that as long as you want to kill this prince, it wouldn't work even if this prince hides in the palace. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Smart. That's what it means. Everyone exchanged glances, shocked expressions on their faces. This Yi Yuan was a little too arrogant, right? He actually did not put the royal family in his eyes at all. What kind of place was the palace? That was the most heavily guarded place in the entire eastward country. And it was also the place with the most experts. Disregarding that the likes of Zhao Yu and Zhang Zhu were everywhere in the palace, there were also a whole bunch of them. As for grand completion lesser sublime heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few too. And in the palace, there were even greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses. Yi Yuan dared to provoke the royal family. This was simply a joke. Especially Gu Mao, he was gloating over others' misfortune. This brat was courting death himself, could not blame others. That night at Second Prince's palace, an old man with white hair and beard sat in front of Second Prince. Second Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Master Yun, you must help me this time. That boy doesn't place this prince in his eyes at all, and even thinks nothing of the royal family. He actually said that he can come and go as he pleases in the royal palace. This Master Yun was a retainer of the royal family called Lu Yun, a lower, greater sublime heaven super powerhouse. He was the initiation teacher of Second Prince, his strength being extremely powerful. After returning to the palace, Second Prince immediately went to find Lu Yun. Without saying anything, he had also once thought of directly finding Lu Yun to go kill Yi Yuan. But he did not dare. The The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He did not dare to wager with his life. If Yi Yuan really had the ability to enter and leave the palace at will, then wouldn't he be in danger all the time in the future? He was very certain that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan really dared to release him. After much thought, Second Prince still decided to give it a try. As long as he discovered Yi Yuan, Second Prince reckoned that he could not escape Master Yun's palm either. Lu Yun smiled and said, "You Tang, you're becoming more and more overcautious and indecisive. Being so timid, how can you beat that big brother of yours?" Second Prince did not dare to talk back and said, "Master Yun, this boy is indeed a little strange. I suspect that he might have something to do with that Jun Tian's death too." Lu Yun chuckled and said, "All right, don't give this old man that. No matter how weak that Jun Tian was, he's also J-True Heavenly Sect's outer sect deacon. Although this old man is a cultivation realm higher than him, I really don't have the confidence to dare say that I can definitely beat him. How can he die at the hands of an ascender? Tonight, I'll be in the side room next door. If he dares to come, I'll naturally make sure he doesn't return." The moment Second Prince heard this, he could not help being overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Yun. It's still Master Yun who dotes on you Tang." Second Prince said agitatedly. Late at night, it was silent in the palace. There were only the sounds of some patrolling footsteps and the chirping of insects and birds. But in reality, tonight's Eternal Longevity Palace was loosely guarded outside but heavily guarded inside. Outside Second Prince's bedroom palace, there were several upper lesser Sublime Heaven powerhouses patrolling back and forth. As for middle lesser Sublime Heaven powerhouses, that went even more without saying. The entire Eternal Longevity Palace was virtually in a state of heightened nervousness. In the four corners of the bedroom palace, for grand completion lesser Sublime Heaven powerhouses were standing with sabers. Once there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, they would definitely rush forth and kill people right away. Of course, these were all not the important thing. Lu Yun, who was in the side room, was Second Prince's greatest reliance. He did not believe that someone could appear under Master Yun's eyelids. Tonight's Second Prince was naturally sleepless the entire night. He sat on his bed just like that, gaze flickered indeterminately, also no idea what he was thinking about. "Why don't your highness rest earlier? Even Master Yun has taken action. That scoundrel definitely won't dare to come." Second Prince's personal eunuch could not refrain from persuading when he saw his extremely worried countenance. Second Prince was a little annoyed and waved his hand and said, "You withdraw. Let me have some silence." The eunuch was helpless and could only shake his head and leave. Second Prince looked outside the house with a constant feeling of uneasiness. "Damn it! Master Yun is clearly next door. What the hell am I scared of? Could it be that that brat can really access heaven and penetrate the earth?" Second Prince gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Not to the extent of accessing heaven and penetrating the earth, but entering the royal palace isn't a difficult thing for me. Of course, killing you is even easier. Don't move. Otherwise you're dead." Right at this time, a voice seemed to come out of the deepest area, burrowing into his ears. Second Prince's expression changed wildly and he was just about to get up, but immediately turned stiff there. All the hair on his body stood up. Who could this voice be if not Yi Yuan's? A figure appeared, currently looking at him, smiling meaningfully. Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan? Second Prince's heart shook wildly. He suddenly looked towards the four grand completion lesser Sublime Heaven guards in the house and discovered that they were actually completely oblivious. How was this possible? It was not just these four people. Even Master Yun, who was next door, did not have any reaction either. There were already no words that could describe the shock in his heart at this time. Yi Yuan was clearly standing in front of them. Could it be that they were all blind? "How did you come in?" Second Prince said in horror. He wanted to speak up to attract the attention of others. However, there was still no reaction. How was this possible? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Of course I swaggered in just like that. Don't count on them. They can't see me and they also can't see you. Right now? Also, that old man next door, I've met him too. But it seems like he didn't notice me at all." Shock? Fear. Disbelief. Second Prince also did not know what was his frame of mind now. All in all, his entire person was in a mess. This person was clearly standing in front of him, but the others treated him like he was air. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Spatial rule." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, spatial rule. This move is called void. Concealment. As long as I don't actively release my aura, they won't discover me. Also, you're currently in the void concealment too, so they can't hear our conversation. I advise that you don't release your aura, otherwise you'll be dead." Second Prince was just thinking of taking the initiative to release his aura, when he was throttled by Yi Yuan's one sentence. He did not dare to move. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came just to tell you how strong my spatial rule is. You can go and deal with the Tang family and can also send someone to kill me. But you have to be prepared to die in the palace at any time." Second Prince's expression flickered indeterminately. Yi Yuan's threat was like a blade pressed against his neck. This person was too dangerous. "This matter, I hope that you don't make it public too, otherwise I may very well do something." "Oh, right, our bet should be that I won. Remember to send someone to deliver the heavenly medicines to the Tang family tomorrow." "Alright, I'm leaving. You can call someone now." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure gradually disappeared. The moment Yi Yuan left, Second Prince suddenly gasped heavily for air. Only then, discovering that his back was already drenched. Just this short few breaths of time, the pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Only at this time did the four guards notice his peculiarity. They hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong with you, Second Prince?" A guard supported him and asked. And at this moment, the door of the side room was quickly pushed open and Lu Yun swept over like a gust of wind. He looked at Second Prince and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Second Prince gave Lu Yun a glance and said with a bitter smile, "He already came by." The expressions of Lu Yun and the four guards changed wildly, virtually saying, in unison, "Impossible." A guard said, "Nobody appeared within the bedroom palace at all. How can he possibly come in?" Lu Yun also said, "Even if that brat can hide from everyone's eyes and ears, it's also impossible to hide from this old man." Second Prince smiled bitterly and said, "It's spatial rule. He was standing here talking to me just now. When I spoke, you all couldn't hear me at all, and you also couldn't see him. Master Yun, he even said that he already strolled around in the side room." Lu Yun's expression changed wildly, monstrous waves setting off in his heart. A middle lesser sublime heaven sauntered about in front of him and he actually did not have any reaction? How was this possible? But it was impossible for Second Prince's expression to hide from him. Furthermore, he also did not have the need to do this kind of lame thing. Could it be that that brat really came in before? Spatial rule. What kind of spatial rule can actually hide from this old man's eyes and ears? Lu Yun's heart burned with wrath. He had a feeling of being toyed by someone. There was actually someone who dared to make fun of him in this eastward country. Master Yun. This prince seems to have provoked an incredible fellow. Forget. I concede. Tomorrow, I'll bring the heavenly medicines and pay a visit in person to apologize for my offense. Second Prince said helplessly. Just now, he really felt that he had made a trip to the gates of hell and back. He could be said to have laid down an all-encompassing net in this eternal longevity palace. Inside 3 layers and outside 3 layers were all guards. But Yi Yuan actually sneaked in front of him without a sound. This kind of thing was really too terrifying. Lu Yun's gaze flickered indeterminately. and he said, "Okay, I'll accompany you tomorrow." This old man wants to see what kind of brat can actually be so unbridled in front of this old man. Tang family, the lights were bright. Tonight concerned the life and death of everyone in the Tang family. In the study came Tang Jinhua's low and cold shouting. "Tang Yu, you wicked son! Look what you've done. Tell me, why did you sink the Tang family into fire and water?" Tang Jinhua said in anger. He did not understand. His son was normally extremely clever. But why did he actually make such a big mistake in this matter? Tang Yu seemed very calm and said, "Father, I don't have assurance either, but I can only gamble. You're betting with the lives of everyone in the Tang family. Furthermore, it's a sure lose situation. As an ascender, what capital does he have to dare? Fight with the entire royal family? Heh. Maybe he already slipped away for good now."
Tang Jinhua shouted angrily.
This was a gamble without any chance of winning. He knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but Yi Yuan was too weak in front of the royal family. One had to know just the royal family's greater sublime heaven powerhouses were plenty. A middle lesser sublime heaven entering the palace at night and even wanted to meet second prince. Wasn't this a joke? This was probably just Yi Yuan's excuse. Tang Yu shook his head and said, "No, Yi Yuan isn't this kind of person." When he came out of Inklight Forest, Yang Shuezhen just took him for a ride and he helped Yang Shuezhen clear all obstacles. Tang Jinhua said with a cold smile, "That's because his strength was sufficient. But you tell me, what does he have to contend with the royal family?" Tang Yu fell silent. This father and son, two people, argued endlessly, neither able to convince the other. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Tang Yu shuddered and shot to his feet. Only at this time did he suddenly realize that there was an extra person in the room. Focusing his eyes and looking, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? "Be big brother? When did you come?" Tang Yu said in surprise. "Came for some time already." Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the shadows and said lightly, while Tang Jinhua's entire body trembled, thinking to himself if his words earlier were all heard by Yi Yuan. How did this guy enter the room without a sound? If not for Yi Yuan taking the initiative to reveal his figure, the two of them would not have been able to discover him at all. Tang Yu's expression was very ugly and he said, "Big brother, father is concerned about the safety of the Tang family and was a little harsh with his words. I apologize on his behalf." Actually, Tang Yu did not understand Yi Yuan. He only knew that Yi Yuan acted mercilessly. After all, the lesson learned from the Gui family was right there. Therefore, he had more fear toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to apologize. I won't do anything to the Tang family. All right, it's getting late. Rest early." Finished speaking, Yi Yuan's figure directly disappeared into the night. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances with horror on their faces. Has he left?" Tang Jinhua said with ragged breathing. Tang Yu smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "Should have left." Tang Jinhua's expression was ugly as he said, "Then, has he succeeded or not?" Tang Yu smiled bitterly again and said, "I reckon that he came to find us to talk about this matter." But hearing the words earlier, he couldn't be bothered to say any more. This is considered a warning to us. How on earth did he come in just now? I actually didn't detect it at all. If even you can detect it, how can he have the courage to barge into the royal palace alone? You also know that second prince's master is that person. Hence, I feel that he definitely failed. He can hide from us, but can he also hide from greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses? Let alone that there are also so many experts in the palace. Tang Yu's expression flickered slightly. To be honest, he did not have any confidence himself. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. It's also useless to think so much. Wait for tomorrow." The next day, before the morning sun rose, a sedan chair already stopped at the entrance of the Tang Manor. After receiving the report, Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu both got a big shock and hurriedly went out to welcome. Tang Jinhua, Tang Yu. Pays respect to Second Prince, Your Highness, and Master Yun. The two directly gave a big bow as they said. Second Prince's expression was rather tired. Clearly, his frame of mind was not very good. But, seeing the two people bow, he had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to vent and could only say, "Get up, go in and talk? Master Yun wants to meet Yi Yuan." Tang Yu hurriedly said, "Yes, I'll go and invite Big Brother right away." Finished saying, Tang Jinhua led the two into the study, while Tang Yu went straight to Yi Yuan's closed seclusion venue. The moment Second Prince took his seat, he directly opened his mouth and said, "Last night, Yi Yuan and I have met," although he already guessed in his heart. When Tang Jinhua heard this sentence, he was still shocked, speechless for a long while. How is this possible? Could it be that Master Yun wasn't in the palace last night? Tang Jinhua said in shock. Second Prince sneered and said, "Are you playing the fool here despite understanding? Your Tang family really found a huge backer." Tang Jinhua was frightened until he directly knelt down and said, "Second Prince, please explain. This lowly one really doesn't know." Second Prince could not help feeling a little surprised when he saw Tang Jinhua's appearance. It seemed like he really did not know. Forget it. Get up. Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines. I've already ordered people to deliver them. Coming today is primarily because Master Yun wants to meet this Yi Yuan," Second Prince said. Just as he was talking, Tang Yu entered, his expression not too good. Honestly speaking, he really did not want to offend Second Prince too badly. But now it was not up to him anymore. "Your Highness," Big Brother said, have Master Yun go see him himself," Tang Yu said awkwardly. "Making a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse go and see a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. What haughty airs!" But he had no choice. Yi Yuan's words, he did not dare to not listen. But he knew in his heart that since Second Prince came, it showed that Yi Yuan really succeeded yesterday. It was just that he still felt that it was too incredulous thinking about it. The moment Second Prince heard, he almost stomped his foot. Rather, it was Lu Yun who was very calm. Holding Second Prince down, he said, coolly, "Lead the way." Tang Yu heaved a sigh of relief and led Lu Yun to Yi Yuan's close seclusion venue. "Big Brother, Komein." Tang Yu pushed the door and entered. Lu Yun followed inside. There was dim lighting in the house, it was not bright. "Big Brother." After Tang Yu entered, he discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Going one round around the room, he did not
discover Yi Yuan's trace.
But the voice just now clearly came from inside the house. "What a fine concealing art. Looks like you Tang really didn't lie. You wandered around in front of this old man, and this old man actually didn't even know," Lu Yun said to the air. But at this moment, on the seat not far away from Lu Yun, Yi Yuan's figure appeared. When Tang Yu saw this scene, his eyes went wide. Only then was he absolutely sure that Lu Yun was really present at the place. But even he did not discover Yi Yuan. Furthermore, hearing Lu Yun's words just now, Yi Yuan actually strolled around in front of him, but Lu Yun still did not react at all. This level of concealment technique was absolutely incredible. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill Second Prince, no matter how many experts he had protecting him, it was in vain too. Seeing Yi Yuan reveal his figure, Lu Yun's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "Excellent spatial rule. Boy, your application of spatial rule is already transcendent. No wonder you have such haughty airs." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "It's not that I have haughty airs. I just want to tell you, I'm shielding the Tang family. If Second Prince has any devious thoughts, he might be gone someday. Of course, if you're not sensible, maybe one day, you'll be gone too." When Tang Yu heard this, his hair stood on end. He was really afraid that Lu Yun would smack the two of them to death in his rage. However, Lu Yun did not. He was not as angry as Tang Yu imagined, but very calm instead. Don't you worry. With this old man around, no one can touch the Tang family. Suddenly, Lu Yun said such a thing. Tang Yu opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. This was Master Yun. Even His Majesty also had to show him some respect when he saw him. In this eastward country, if he stomped his foot, the entire country would have to tremble. Now, he actually compromised toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the meaning in these words was that he was actually even going to shield the Tang family. Tang Yu somewhat doubted whether his own ears heard wrongly or not. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "What do you want to obtain?" Lu Yun shook his head and said, "I don't need anything. Just one thing. Second, Prince will maintain a cooperative relationship with the Tang family in the future." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can." Hearing Yi Yuan agree, Lu Yun's expression eased up slightly and he said with a faint smile, "Young friend Yi, if you're free in the future, you can go to the royal family to find this old man. This old man has once traveled around various countries and still know quite a bit about Truyong heavenly domains, local customs and practices." Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Elder Lu, rest assured. This Yi will go when I have time." Lu Yun nodded slightly and left with a faint smile. Tang Yu's mouth had never closed until now. He was dumbstruck with amazement by the contents of these two people's conversation. The three people present were all extremely clever people. Lu Yun and Yi Yuan seemed to have only exchanged a few words, but had already crossed swords back and forth several times. Firstly, Lu Yun made known his position that no one could touch the Tang family. The meaning of these words was that he, Lu Yun, would be the Tang family's protective cover in the future. Not Second Prince, it was Lu Yun. This concept was totally different. Second Prince's status was high, but in front of the greater sublime heavenly stratum Lu Yun, it was nothing. With him as a guarantor, even if His Majesty wanted to touch the Tang family, he would also have to think thrice before acting. This was a huge bargaining chip. However, Yi Yuan asked Lu Yun what he wanted. Lu Yun did not want anything, just for the Tang family to cooperate with Second Prince. It was cooperate, not a vassal, let alone a lackey. This sentence was equivalent to raising the Tang family's status to a position equal to that of Second Prince. Tang Yu was not stupid. He naturally understood that the Tang family did not have this qualification. Then who?
Ye Yuan.
Actually, Lu Yun wanted to kidnap Yi Yuan onto Second Prince's chariot to help Second Prince seize the throne. But Lu Yun understood that with Yi Yuan's pride, it was absolutely impossible to agree. However, it did not matter if he did not agree. As long as the Tang family was tied onto this chariot, would he still be afraid Yi Yuan would not take action at the critical moment? Of course, Yi Yuan was not a fool either. It was impossible to not be able to tell Lu Yun's intentions. However, Yi Yuan still agreed. Only like this did Lu Yun set his mind at ease. In the end, he even invited Yi Yuan to the royal palace, which was tantamount to a discussion among peers. From start to end, Lu Yun was clinging on to Yi Yuan. Or should he say, he lowered his social status, wanting to find a good helper for Second Prince. Be big brother. Tang Yu already did not know what he should say. He only knew that he made the right bet. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I make clear distinctions between grievances and gratitude. This is what your Tang family deserves." Tang Yu knelt onto the ground with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Big brother, you'll always be my Tang Yu's big brother in the future." Calling out big brother in the past was being forced by Yi Yuan. Later, it was in order to curry favor with Yi Yuan. But now, this big brother came from the bottom of his heart. From now on, not only did the Tang family not decline, it was very likely to become one of the top major clans of the imperial city instead. Master Yun, why? On the way back, Second Prince could not resist asking. Lu Yun said coolly, "Do you know why Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's native Powerhouses reject ascenders. Second prince was taken aback and said with disdain, "Why else? Lower realms. Ants also dare to contend for glory with the bright moon. They don't even have affinity, indicating that they are people who are abandoned by heaven. Couldn't we despise them?" But Lu Yun smiled slightly and shook his head and said, "What you said is the perception of most people. But I don't think so. This old man feels that native powerhouses are jealous of ascenders. That's all." Second prince was stunned again and could not help laughing as he said, "Master Yun, you couldn't have made a mistake, right? Us? Jealous of them? Just like that Yi Yuan he cultivated bitterly for 18 years and only learned the extraction of one type of heavenly medicine with his intelligence. What's there for us to be jealous of?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "You're right. They indeed don't have our nature endowed advantage. But it's also precisely because of so that this is their greatest advantage. You only know that 5 light heavenly region survives between the crevices of the other heavenly regions. Then have you thought before on what basis can a measly little 5 light heavenly region survive among the many native heavenly regions?" Second prince was stunned again and again. He had really never thought about this problem from this angle before. Lu Yun gave him a glance and said, "Because they are very strong." Second prince could not help laughing as he said, "Strong? Master Yun, I admit that Yi Yuan is an exception, but the other ascenders are simply akin to ants." Lower realms shook his head and said, "You're wrong. The ascenders in your impression of being weak are just because they just ascended and haven't adapted to a supreme world like Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. And this period is also the most vulnerable period for ascenders. However, once they pass this most difficult period, their strength will become very terrifying, being able to reach heavenly stratum in the lower realms planes, which of these people don't have countless bones and corpses under their feet, their temperament, talent, they are all 1 in a million. As long as give them a chance, they will be able to soar to the sky with 1 leap. Back then, when this old man traveled all over the various states and nations, I saw an itinerant cultivator ascender challenge 5 same rank powerhouses with the realm of middle lesser sublime heaven, and killed 3 of the other party and injured 2 in the end. This old even had seen before. An upper lesser sublime heaven ascender went head-on against a grand completion lesser sublime heaven native powerhouse, and he defeated him. This is just one of those that I've seen. The examples that I've heard are even more. Therefore, you should understand how terrifying the strength of ascenders who are able to reach 5 light heavenly region alive are, right? The corners of Second Prince's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes revealing shock. Clearly, these were things that he had never heard of before. Eastward country was just content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region, that was all. The things that he was able to come into contact with were too few. Master Yun's meaning is that Yi Yuan has already tided over the most difficult period? That's right. His strength is indeed very strong. He can even defeat upper lesser sublime heavens. Second Prince recalled the scene of Yi Yuan defeating Zhao Yu 2 people and said with a solemn expression. However, Lu Yun shook his head and said, "You're wrong again. It's not that Yi Yuan has tided over the most difficult period, but that he's an extremely strong existence among ascenders too. Comprehending spatial rule isn't scary. What's scary is that he applied spatial rule to the transcendent realm. He's a dragon among men. A tiny little eastward country can't trap him. With his help, your chances of defeating that elder brother of yours will greatly increase." Second Prince's entire body trembled. Only then did he know of Lu Yun's painstaking care and thought, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How did things develop until like this? In a courtyard in the imperial city, Gu Mao flew into a thunderous rage. The development of things completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he was harboring the idea of watching a show, wanting to see how Yi Yuan and the Tang family were destroyed. The next day he went to the Tang family to watch a good show. He discovered that not only was the Tang family completely intact, but Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu were also in a never-before-seen state of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm, giving him a good scolding. In the end, they even chased him out of White Hart Hall. Gu Mao was dumbfounded at that time. Without him, the Tang family would be equivalent to losing half the country. Back then, he let out a whole bunch of tough words, making it so that the Tang family would not be able to survive in the imperial city. But who would have expected that on the same day, another famous alchemy path, star of the imperial city, Zhang Yu, sat garrison in the Tang family. Zhang Yu was only stronger and not weaker than him, Gu Mao, in the imperial city's alchemy world. Furthermore, Zhang Yu also had a special identity. He was second prince's personal heavenly alchemist. This weight was completely different. This action was also another signal that second prince released to the outside world. The Tang family was his second prince's ally. No one was allowed to touch them. The Tang family's prestige had no equal for some time. And Zhang Yu holding down the fort also let the Tang family shake off Gu Mao's influence thoroughly. Whether he left or stayed had no impact on the Tang family at all. After a period of time, not only did the Tang family not decline, it faintly showed signs of surpassing the other families instead. Gu Mao was depressed. A partner of Gu Mao's completely abandoned him today, and he defected to the Tang family's arms. Only then did Gu Mao fly into a thunderous rage. Suddenly, his expression changed. His face flushed bright red. Gu Mao's body started trembling violently. The fire poison erupted. He hurriedly mustered up the ice heart jade, attempting to suppress the fire poison. But this time, the fire poison's eruption was extremely fierce, akin to a fierce beast that broke out of the cage. He was actually unable to suppress it anymore. Suddenly, he remembered Yi Yuan's words. The harder you suppress, the fiercer the eruption in the future. The meridians within his body were suffering the ravaging of the fire poison, overwhelming to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Quickly help me to the Tang family. Go to the Tang family, Gu Mao shouted. His men carried him to the Tang family, but Yi Yuan avoided seeing him. He just passed a sentence to him. People can be proud but can't be arrogant, especially incompetent arrogance. Some opportunity once missed, they are gone. There won't be a next time. In the midst of despair, Gu Mao's fire poison erupted. Not only was he no longer able to continue being a heavenly alchemist, but also his cultivation realm even fell greatly. The fire poison was much fiercer than he even anticipated. A heavenly alchemist of his generation fell here. In reality, Yi Yuan did not need to become a heavenly alchemist to save him at all. With Yi Yuan's divine essence that was delicate until it made people's hair stand on end, combing his meridians once and it would be able to completely get rid of the fire poison. It was just a pity that Gu Mao put on haughty airs time and again, and finally suffered the consequences. As for Yi Yuan, he went into close seclusion again after the storm. He had too much to do but too little time. He was desperately honing his instinct. He wanted to let his instinct replace affinity. But now, with Zhang Yu's help, Yi Yuan had a direct understanding of the medicinal properties of all kinds of basic heavenly medicines. Training with a purpose, his improvement speed became even faster. Speaking of which, after Zhang Yu came to the Tang family, he could not bear to leave anymore. He and Yi Yuan quickly became friends who talked about everything. Yi Yuan was thirsty for knowledge and had an immense desire to understand the medicinal properties of heavenly medicines. Therefore, he frequently asked Zhang Yu for advice. Before coming, Lu Yun instructed him to definitely build good relations with
Ye Yuan.
whatever questions Yi Yuan had. He naturally said all that he knew. However, along with the passing of time, Zhang Yu went from having the initial dealing with him attitude to having admiration for Yi Yuan. From the initial most unilateral asking for advice from Yi Yuan, it turned into intense discussions. Jiang Yu discovered that Yi Yuan had a penetrating view and an almost freakish instinct for alchemy, although he did not know much about heavenly medicines. By relying on his alchemy ability that was engraved in his bones, he could often dispel Jiang Yu's clouds and let him suddenly see the light with a few words. This way, Jiang Yu naturally behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. As long as Yi Yuan was free, he immediately dragged Yi Yuan to discuss alchemy. Yi Yuan still did not know much about the refining system of heavenly pills, and naturally would not refuse either. Back and forth like this, although Yi Yuan had not started refining heavenly pills yet, he already had confidence in his heart with regards to the refinement of heavenly pills. Both parties took what they needed, while on the other side, True heavenly sect's disciples led by Chongshan, exerted great pressure on the royal family. Emperor Eastward was also utterly exhausted from overwork because of this matter. Inklight Forest was too big, there was no way to investigate this matter at all. He already employed all of the royal family's power. But in a blink, 3 years passed and there were still no leads. Helpless Emperor Eastward even gave their princess to Chongshan to be a concubine and also gave many precious treasures to the other two. Only then did it settle the 3 people down. Actually, how could Chongshan not tell that Jun Tian's death probably had nothing to do with the royal family? But they finally managed to come out, so they were not willing to return just like that too. The death of an outer sect deacon was not considered a big deal to the
True heavenly sect.
The True heavenly sect persisting in finding the murderer was more for the sake of face. But this matter was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Not easy to investigate. Therefore, the 3 of them simply stayed in Eastward country and tyrannically abused power, becoming overlords. Rather, it was the eldest prince who saw through the 3 people's intentions, and constantly tried his best to curry favor with them. This idea of sending the princess to be a concubine had been come up by him, because he knew that these 3 people's words would have a decisive effect on father's influence. Another 5 years passed in a blink. And right at this moment an event that caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward country happened. A 1-point heavenly alchemist was really born. After 26 years, Yi Yuan finally refined his first heavenly pill. The quality of this heavenly pill was extremely poor. Furthermore, it was the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. Even so, this was indeed a heavenly pill. This matter immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Eastward country. The entire imperial city was discussing this matter. Have you guys heard? That ascender with only 1-point affinity from the Tang family really refined a heavenly pill. My God! This is an unprecedented major event. The 33 Heavens alchemy world might even change because of this incident. I can't figure it out. His affinity is only 1 point. How on earth did he refine a heavenly pill? 1-point affinity. This was completely an affinity that was cut off from being a heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan finally achieved it after 26 years of hard work. This matter could be rated as having caused a great sensation. When Jiang Yu witnessed his scene, his entire being was stunned for 15 minutes before recovering to his senses. It was not just him. After the entire Tang family heard about this matter, everyone's reaction was exactly the same. Having hope was one thing, but really refining it was another. One had to know refining a heavenly pill was 10,000 times harder than extracting the dragonbone grass. In the imperial garden, an old man and a youth, 2 figures, were currently strolling. The young man in brocade said, "Master Lin, it's lively outside right now." Ascender. Furthermore, it's an ascender whose affinity doesn't reach 1 point actually refined a heavenly pill. The entire Eastward country is boiling over with excitement. Heh. This ascender has overshadowed even your elderly self's prestige. The old man was indifferent and said with a smile, "That second child in your family has been making a big hoo-ha recently? Hoo-hoo?" A one-point affinity. Ascender, no matter how high his talent, it's also impossible to refine a heavenly pill. I'm afraid that this heavenly pill is refined by Jiangyu, right? The youth in brocade smiled and said, that second child of my family loves to make trouble the most. But this time, it's stirred up really big. Right now, rumors are spreading outside, saying that Ascender's alchemy path talent is outstanding, his potential unlimited. They even say, the old man scolded with a smile, you punk, still leaving this old man hanging. The youth in brocade gave a difficult smile and said, I'm afraid that if I say it out, Master Lin will be unhappy. The old man laughed in spite of himself and said, this old man is already at this ripe old age, don't I have even this bit of magnanimity? Say, the youth in brocade said, they said that Ascender will definitely surpass Master Lin in the future and become Eastward Country's #1. The old man's eyes flickered, his smile revealing some unnaturalness. However, this bit of fluctuation flashed across fleetingly and did not manifest. The old man said confidently, Hoo-hoo. There are too many heavenly alchemists who surpass this old man in this world. What's strange about one more? But an Ascender? Hoo-hoo. I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult. The youth in brocade said with a smile, that's of course. These are all just rumors. Nothing to believe. Looking across Eastward Country, who can compare with Master Lin's alchemy methods? This youth in brocade was naturally the Eastward Country's eldest prince, and the old man was naturally Eastward Country's #1 alchemy path person, Lin Lan. Eldest prince stopped after broaching the topic and did not go deep either, changing the topic very soon. He was a clever man who knew the logic of going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Master Lin was not who he could influence. He just had to bury a seed in Master Lin's heart and it would do. Moreover, he was not fabricating wild tales the outside world currently lauded Yi Yuan to the sky. Saying such a thing was not unusual. After all, an Ascender with only 1-point affinity being able to refine a heavenly pill was already heaven-defying to the extreme. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that refining a heavenly pill would cause such a great sensation. The Tang family's door was almost trampled broken. He severely underestimated the influence of this incident. A 1-point affinity refining a complete product heavenly pill, this was absolutely an explosive to the extreme major incident. Even people who had nothing to do with heavenly pills also knew that this was something impossible. However, such a thing happened. It naturally aroused everyone's great curiosity. Therefore, the people who came to the Tang family to request an audience with Yi Yuan every day came and went in endless streams. The Tang family's popularity skyrocketed and even their business also boomed. For some time, but very soon everyone's attitude changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan did not meet these people seeking novelty. Without exception. With regards to this first heavenly pill, Yi Yuan himself was extremely dissatisfied, because the quality was too poor, unbearable to witness. To others, this might be something worth showing off. But to Yi Yuan it was completely unnecessary. However, Yi Yuan had indeed also tasted the pain of not having affinity. Although he already trained his instinct to an extremely terrifying realm, when it came to really refine the heavenly pill, he was still beaten black and blue by the complexity of heavenly pills. If it were others, they would have long broken down. Even the lowest level foundation establishment heavenly pill required a combination of more than 10 heavenly medicines too. Extracting a heavenly medicine was nothing to the current Yi Yuan. But combining them together was completely not like that at all. The complexity involved only people who really practiced alchemy knew. It was also precisely because so that the status of heavenly alchemists would be so revered. It was also precisely because so that it was simply impossible for ascenders to become heavenly alchemists under the circumstances where affinity was lacking. But Yi Yuan did not give up. Instinct was not enough? Then continue training. Finally, 8 years later, he refined a heavenly pill, although it was the lousiest heavenly pill. Of course, in these 8 years, Jiang Yu also helped him a lot. Big brother, just show face. Just once. Alright? Tang Yu thickened his skin and begged. Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Not going. I can't afford to lose. This face," Tang Yu said gloomily. "But outside there, this news is already spreading like crazy. All saying that you're a liar, saying that our Tang family are liars. In fact, someone already turned the spearhead towards second prince." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "What does that have to do with me?" Tang Yu nearly stifled internal injuries out and he said gloomily, "Big brother, you really did an earth-shattering major thing. Even if the Foundation establishment heavenly pills quality isn't good, your affinity is put there. Being able to refine it is already a huge deal. But you actually don't show face." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can that thing be called a heavenly pill too? The name is called Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, but if someone were to eat it, their foundation will likely be ruined immediately. Leave, leave, leave. Don't disturb my close seclusion. After I really refine a heavenly pill, it won't be too late for you guys to show it off." Yi Yuan directly pushed Tang Yu out of the door and continued devoting himself to researching heavenly pills. Him going into a retreat and not coming out, coupled with observant and conscientious people adding fuel to the fire, the discussion turned into a one-sided situation very quickly. Originally, after this incident came out, it caused a stir in the entire city. The Tang family also rose along with it. But all of a sudden, the Tang family became a ray crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit it. Especially in the alchemy world, they even joined forces to boycott the Tang family. Very soon, Tang Yu realized that something was not right. After the incident fermented for a period of time, suddenly disaster came from the sky. On this day, a middle-aged man brought a large number of guards and surrounded the Tang family tightly until water could not seep through. Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu got a fright and hurriedly came out to greet them. "Lord Xiehua, I wonder what has the Tang family done to have alarmed you?" Tang Jinhua gave a bow and said, the status of this person in front of him was not ordinary. He was nation, teacher Lin Lan's eldest disciple. The entire eastward country's alchemy world's affairs were almost all in charge by him, dispatching a massive force today. The arrivals clearly came with unkind intentions. Tang Jinhua and Tang Yu's expressions were very ugly. They did not expect to actually alarm Master Lin. Xiehua gave a cold laugh and said, "Don't you all know what you've done?" The Tang family spread rumors and plunged the entire eastward country's alchemy world into chaos. This Xie came here today to seal up the Tang family. Tang Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Your Excellency, I wonder when my Tang family spread rumors and disrupted the alchemy world."
Puta.
"You guys didn't spread rumors? Didn't you all say that a 1-point ascender refined a heavenly pill? Where's the heavenly pill?" "Yeah. How can a 1-point ascender possibly refine a heavenly pill? Your Tang family is lying through your teeth. Right now, it raised a huge uproar in the entire city. Your Tang family is the main culprit." The moment Tang Yu opened his mouth, it immediately drew condemnation from a large group of people. The expressions of Tang Yu father and son changed drastically. They did not expect that things were already so serious. Someone clearly led the tempo. It was just that at this time, they could not explain this even with 100 mouths. Xiehua gave a cold laugh and said, "In accord with the will of the people, could it be that this Xie can still frame you all? If you want to slap my face, the Xie's face also can. Let that 1-pointer ascender come out and refine a heavenly pill in public. This Xie will apologize to your Tang family." Tang Yu's expression was very ugly, because calling Yi Yuan out now was
Impossible.
a month ago. Yi Yuan directly announced terminal seclusion. Disturbing Yi Yuan's close seclusion at this time, if it ruined his important thing, Yi Yuan would really kill people. Seeing this father and son, two people hesitate, Xiahua sneered even harder as he said, "Why? Can't call him out, or he can't refine pills at all. Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is currently in terminal seclusion. How about this? After he exits seclusion, I'll definitely give you an explanation."
Tang Yu
Was helpless and could only say this. Heh? What a coincidence. The moment this Xie came, he entered terminal seclusion. Seems like after this news spread, he has been in close seclusion. All along, right? Xiahua said with a smile that was not a smile. This? Tang Yu had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan had never been willing to show up. He was also very helpless. Everyone was also not to be blamed for misunderstanding. This sort of thing, no matter who, they would misunderstand too. All right, enough crap. Since that ascender isn't willing to come out, search the house and confiscate property for me. Under Xiahua's word of command, each and every one of the guards was like wolves and tigers directly pouncing over. Tang Jinhua's expression changed drastically, and he said in alarm and anger, "Lord Xiahua, how can you do this? Our Tang family is..." Before he finished speaking, he was held back by Tang Yu. Tang Yu knew that father was going to bring up second prince in his moment of desperation. But who was behind Xiahua? That was nation teacher Lin Lan. How could a mere second prince be able to suppress Xiahua? It would be making a fool of himself. That's all. Xiahua looked at Tang Yu and said with a smile, "Tang Yu, although you're missing an arm, you're getting smarter and smarter. So are you planning on surrendering without resistance?" Tang Yu had a grim expression as he said, "Xiahua, you'll regret it." Xiahua laughed loudly and said, "In this eastward country, apart from Master and His Majesty, someone who can make this Xie regret hasn't been born yet. Come, men, tie him up for me." Besides Xiahua, two burly men dashed out, giving Tang Yu a kick the moment they came up, directly kicking him on his abdomen, dropping him to his knees. Tang Yu's face was almost contorted from pain, vomiting a mouthful of blood, with a cough. But the burly men did not give him the chance to catch his breath at all, directly tying his hands behind his back. Tying the Tang family father and son up, Xiahua took big steps and barged right into the Tang family. Upon inquiring, Xiahua found Yi Yuan's close seclusion venue very quickly. Who knows how to choose places? It's just that, putting on an appearance and being in close seclusion here, can you refine heavenly pills? What a joke. Trash will always be trash. How can ascenders possibly refine heavenly pills? Come, men, break the door for me. Xiahua looked at the closed door and said with disdain. Two upper lesser sublime heaven guards rushed up and were about to break the door and enter. But right at this time, the door erupted with rays of brilliant light. Rays of sword light turned into sword rain that filled the sky, rushing towards the two guards.
Bang, bang, bang.
The two guards were caught off guard and directly blasted, flying out. Xiahua's expression changed, revealing a look of shock. He heard that this ascender was merely middle lesser sublime heaven. How could the grand array that he laid down be so strong? Xiahua suddenly turned his head and looked toward the Tang family father and son with their hands tied behind their backs, and said angrily, "You guys know that there are restrictions here." A hint of a sneer flashed across Tang Yu's face. Of course he knew, but he did not say it. Pa! Xiahua dealt a backhanded slap, flinging it fiercely onto Tang Yu's face, directly slapping him, flying out. This slap was extremely heavy. Half of Tang Yu's face swelled up. Xiahua gave a cold snort and said, "Looks like you father and son won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Come, men, give them a good beating for me." Under his word of command, several guards rushed up and boxed and kicked. These guards were all not weak, each fist hitting the flesh. The Tang family father and son immediately had their skin flayed open and flesh torn. When Xiahua saw this scene, he felt a little better. He gave a cold snort and said, "A mere restriction also wants to stop this. Xie, also overestimating his own ability too much. He walked slowly towards the door, the imposing momentum on his body growing stronger and stronger. Xiahua was a grand completion lesser sublime heaven powerhouse. His strength was naturally not weak. He did not believe that this lousy restriction could still stop him. Stop! Just as he was prepared to make a move, a cold cry suddenly came over. Xiahua turned around to look and said with a smile, "So, it's second prince, and Master Yun who arrived. This Xia pays respect." His attitude was neither obsequiously nor haughtily, not taking the two people too seriously. Second prince went without saying, but even Lu Yun, he could overlook him. Although Lu Yun and Lin Lan were similarly greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, their statuses were like heaven and earth. After all, Lin Lan was a heavenly alchemist, his status incomparably venerated, and he was even honored by the emperor as nation teacher. Second prince glared at Xiahua and said, "Xiahua, what's the meaning of this? You brought people to search the property and even want to touch Yi Yuan. Are you slapping this prince's face?" Xiahua said with a fake smile, "Your Highness' words are not right. This Shui is in charge of Eastward Country's alchemy world affairs. Isn't the Tang family under jurisdiction? They spread rumors, throwing the imperial regime into chaos. Shouldn't their property be searched and confiscated?" Second prince smiled coldly and said, "Xiahua, this prince has never offended you. There's likely the shadow of that big brother of mine behind this matter, right? Searching and confiscating the Tang family? Heh. This is setting an example for this prince to see." Xiahua said coolly, "Your Highness is thinking too much. Do you think that eldest prince can influence master's decision?" When second prince heard that, his expression could not help changing. Xiahua's words were tantamount to blocking off all of the retreat routes. There was only one person who could influence Lin Lan's decision in this eastward country, that was the emperor himself. At this time, Lu Yun, who was by the side, suddenly spoke up. He said, "Xiahua, give this old man face. How about it?" Xiahua's expression changed. He could choose not to give second prince face. But Lu Yun was a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse. His status was second only to master in eastward country. His face was huge. After a moment of silence, Xiahua said, "Master Yun has a lofty status and can originally stay out of this matter. Must you get involved in the battle for the throne?" Lu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Didn't Lin Lan get involved in it too?" Xiahua's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "This matter, this Xia is judging by facts and not the individual. Master Yun's words are rather biased." Lu Yun said coolly, "Since that's the case, Yi Yuan and the Tang families matter, I, Lu, am intervening. What are you going to do about it?" Xiahua's expression changed, immediately feeling great pressure. Greater sublime heavenly stratum was an existence that suppressed a region in eastward country. Before coming, he also never thought that Lu Yun would actually intervene. Hoo. Younger brother Lu's status is revered. Why is there a need to interfere in the matters of juniors? Why not give this old man face and withdraw? Just as Xiahua was in a dilemma, another voice sounded out, "Master!" Seeing the arrival, Xiahua was overjoyed. At this time, there was only Lin Lan who could suppress Lu Yun. However, the expressions of Lu Yun and the rest changed wildly. Even Lu Yun also did not expect that with Lin Lan's identity, he would actually personally take action for a measly little Tang family. It seemed like his desire to destroy Yi Yuan was already as firm as iron. Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Nation teacher came forth in person for a measly little Tang family." It really caught this Lu by surprise. Lin Lan smiled and said, "Didn't younger brother Lu also move out in person for a measly little Tang family?" The Tang family brought chaos upon the alchemy world, causing the atmosphere of the entire imperial city to be foul everywhere. It isn't considered overboard for this nation teacher to want to take them down, right? Or is it that that 1-point affinity ascender can really refine heavenly pills? The corners of Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, because he had never seen Yi Yuan refine pills with his own eyes before. There was only Jiang Yu alone who had truly seen him before. Sometimes, public clamor could melt metals. When the entire world was denying a person, no matter how much you said, it was useless too. Lu Yun and Second Prince clearly did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan refining a heavenly pill too. After all, this was something impossible in the first place. This, whether can or not, we got to witness it before we'll know, Lu Yun argued. Lin Lan smiled and said, yeah, indeed need to witness it. It's just that this nation teacher feels that that brat has probably long already slipped away. Whether he's in here or not is already very hard to say. Otherwise, why did he suddenly go into terminal seclusion? Lu Yun's expression became rather ugly. Indeed, if Yi Yuan really could not refine a heavenly pill, he might very likely have already slipped away now. How could he be in closed seclusion here stupidly? Big brother, he's right inside. Tang Yu vomited blood from his mouth using a hoarse voice to roar. After a bout of pummeling, Tang Yu currently had a bloodied nose and swollen face, fresh blood flowing across his body, his appearance incomparably miserable. When Lin Lan heard this, he still smiled and said, child, if he already left, can you discover it with the likes of you? Tang Yu choked when he heard that, but immediately said, big brother, definitely won't run away. Lin Lan smiled slightly and said, whether he left or not, we'll naturally know after breaking this array formation. If he isn't here, your Tang family will have nothing to say anymore, right? Tang Yu said stubbornly, if he isn't here, want to kill or dismember my Tang family is up to your disposal. In the past, he did not understand Yi Yuan. But along with the passing of time, his understanding of Yi Yuan gradually grew deeper, only then discovering that this was someone who valued relationships and loyalty immensely. Want him to believe that Yi Yuan fled? That was impossible. Lin Lan smiled and arrived before the door. The imposing aura of a greater sublime heavenly stratum suddenly erupted and Lin Lan smashed a fist towards the grand array. But right at this time, the door opened from inside with a creak.
Yi Yuan's
Figure appeared in front of everyone. Eh? So many people? So lively. This brother, this Yi doesn't have grudges nor enmity with you. Why did you smash my door? Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. Lin Lan was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Yuan to leave seclusion at this time. Let alone did he imagine that Yi Yuan actually really did not leave. In his view, Yi Yuan dragging it out and not daring to show face was absolutely due to a guilty conscience. How could this kind of person possibly refine a heavenly pill? But Lu Yun's expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't be rude. This is our Eastward country's nation teacher Lin Lan, Eastward Alchemy. World's #1 person. Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion and had not figured out the situation yet. However, he already saw that the Tang family father and son were beaten until they were unrecognizable. How could he still not understand what had happened? Fury rose from the bottom of his heart. Eastward Alchemy World's #1 person, is it? Hoo-hoo. Then these people were all brought by you, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The tone was already rather unfriendly. Lin Lan nodded faintly and said, that's right. You can think of it as they were brought by this nation teacher. The Tang family brought chaos to the alchemy world and spread rumors this nation teacher is searching and confiscating the Tang family's property. Why? What's wrong with it? Yi Yuan said, spread rumors? What rumors? That I know how to refine heavenly pills. This kind of thing use one's buttocks to think and one would also know. Lin Lan smiled and said, why? You aren't going to tell this nation teacher that you really know how to refine heavenly pills, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, why? Can't I? Ha ha ha. A 1-point affinity pitiful bug. Even if you're posturing, you also have to pick your target, alright? posturing in front of master, aren't you asking for trouble? Xiahua laughed loudly when he heard that. When others heard it, mocking smiles also came over. Really ignorant already told him that nation teacher is the alchemy path's #1 person. He's still asking for trouble. He hid in this dilapidated house for so long and not dare to come out. To say that he knows how to refine heavenly pills, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. The Tang family was scolded for so long and this guy didn't even come out to clarify. He clearly has a guilty conscience. Refining heavenly pill? Hilarious joke. At this point, no one believed that Yi Yuan knew how to refine pills anymore. Something that was originally impossible, a 6-month-long close seclusion, was enough to deny everything. Therefore, Yi Yuan's tough attitude at this time was just looking for a rebuff. In the eyes of others, the Tang family was destroyed for sure today. Yi Yuan was also dead for sure today. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, I heard before that your talent is pretty good, but it's impossible for 1-point affinity to refine heavenly pills. Yi Yuan sneered and said, if I refine it? Lin Lan still shook his head and said, absolutely impossible. In the 33 heavens, no one with 1-point affinity has refined a heavenly pill. Yi Yuan chuckled and changed the topic. They said that you're eastward. Alchemy path's #1 person. Lin Lan smiled and said, at least so far, no one in Eastward can surpass this. Nation teacher in Alchemy Dao. In Eastward, this border place, heavenly alchemists were very rare to begin with. Each heavenly alchemist had extremely venerated status. But Lin Lan was the most illustrious one, not one of. Therefore, his words were full of confidence. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just said coolly, since that's the case, then this Yi will challenge you. This Eastward alchemy path's #1 person. Do you dare accept it or not? The moment these words came out, the whole place became deathly silent. And right away, there was a burst of roaring laughter. At one point, heavenly alchemist wants to challenge nation teacher. This is the most hilarious joke that I've heard in the past 100 years. I'm dying of laughter. It's really killing me. Did this ascender break his brain when he ascended? He had an appearance of seriously challenging nation teacher. It's really scary. Nation teacher, you mustn't accept it. I'm scared. The ridiculing voices reached their peak. If a 1-point heavenly alchemist was a massive joke in itself, then Yi Yuan's challenge was really going to shatter the firmament with laughter. Even Tang Yu, Lu Yun, and the rest were also thunderstruck until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This challenge was really an astonishing move. Even if Yi Yuan was really a 1-point heavenly alchemist, this was also the biggest joke since ancient times. Lin Lan maintained a proper demeanor and said with a slight smile, young man, your courage is commendable. It's just that you heard it too. This joke is really very funny. A joke? This Yi doesn't have the time to tell you jokes. You just say, do you dare or not? Or are you, this whatever Eastward alchemy path's #1 person, actually a coward? Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was considered to have publicly insulted nation teacher. How many years had it been since such a thing had happened? Lin Lan's expression also instantly turned sullen. He clearly knew that Yi Yuan was goading, but the fury in his heart still erupted uncontrollably. Even His Majesty would not dare to put him on the spot in front of so many people. An ascender with 1-point affinity actually dared to insult him so mercilessly. Furthermore, it was even humiliating him on the alchemy Dao that he was most proud of. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Hoo-hoo? Very good. This nation teacher accepts your challenge. But if this nation teacher finds out that you're playing with me and can't refine heavenly pills at all, if this Yi loses to you, I'll cripple my own cultivation and the Tang family will be at your disposal. Not waiting for Lin Lan to finish speaking, Yi Yuan directly interrupted his words not leaving himself the slightest leeway. What Lin Lan said was that if he could not refine a heavenly pill. But when it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it would not lose to Lin Lan, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in this alchemy. Battle. And these words also directly forced himself to the edge of the cliff. Everyone was dumbfounded. Seen before ruthless people, but never seen before such a ruthless one. However, everyone discerned that Yi Yuan's words still had a continuation. Sure enough, Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said in a solemn voice, "But if this, Yi wins, what will nation teacher do?" Lin Lan laughed in spite of himself and said, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with this nation teacher?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "You can't kill me, but I can kill you in the future. Even if you hide in the royal palace, it's useless too. So this match, you have to bet." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. They were all dumbstruck. With amazement, a middle lesser sublime heaven said that he was going to kill nation teacher. Under the encirclement of so many powerhouses, they were already absolutely sure that this ascender was definitely out of his mind. Of course, his ability to be funny was also first-rate. Lin Lan laughed loudly and he said, "You're saying that this nation teacher is a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse but have to be coerced by you. Now, what a joke. Do you believe that this nation teacher will kill you right now?" At this time, Lu Yun suddenly said, "No, this isn't a joke. You really can't kill him." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lin Lan frowned and said, "Lu Yun, don't you find it ridiculous to speak up for him at this time?" But Lu Yun shook his head indifferently and said, "This old man isn't speaking up for him. I'm just stating a fact. Why do you think this old man showed up here? Is a mere middle lesser sublime heaven worth making this old man come forward in person to protect him?" Lin Lan's expression changed, immediately feeling something amiss. Lu Yun did not rush and continued. Yi Yuan had once sneaked into the royal palace before and strolled around in front of this old man. But this old man didn't notice it in the slightest. His spatial rule is long already, transcendent. You can't kill him, but he can kill you in the future. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can attack right now. Lu Yun's words shocked everyone until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. A middle lesser sublime heaven strolled around under the eyelids of a greater sublime heaven powerhouse and he actually did not notice it? How could this kind of thing possibly happen? Too fake. Master Yun must be lying. In order to protect the Tang family, Master Yun has really gone all out. Telling bald-faced lies, this sort of thing. I didn't expect that Master Yun could do it too. No one believed Lu Yun at all because what he said was too fantastical. The degree was likely comparable to a 1-point heavenly alchemist. One had to know what Lu Yun said was in front of him, not hiding from his eyes and ears. A middle lesser sublime heaven stood in front of a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse and he did not notice it at all. Was it possible? Lin Lan's pupils constricted slightly but fell silent. He understood Lu Yun. Telling a brazen lie, this sort of thing, he could not make up this kind of nonsense. Furthermore, Lu Yun said it too calmly, and it also seemed to have some fear mixed in it. This subtle emotion was what truly triggered Lin Lan's nerves. "Fine. This nation teacher accepts your challenge. Now, state your request," Lin Lan said. Everyone was shocked. Nation teacher actually compromised. Could it be that what Master Yun said was actually true? Everyone's hearts shook wildly. Yi Yuan pointed at the Tang family father and son, and said coolly, "Very simple. Those who attacked, leave an arm behind and kneel down and apologize to the Tang family. Also you, Lord Nation Teacher, bow and apologize to the Tang family father and son in front of everyone." Hiss! Another series of the sound of cold air being drawn came over. Today's matter blew up, making Nation Teacher bow and apologize. Even His Majesty did not dare to propose this, right? This ascender really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall, to actually dare make such a request. This was offending nation teacher to the core. Even second prince's expression changed too, and he said with a cold yell, Yi Yuan, that's too much. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he gave second prince a deep glance. Second prince's neck shrunk back, immediately feeling a strong pressure, almost asphyxiating him. Lu Yun secretly thought to himself that things were not good and hurriedly said, Young friend Yi, no matter what decision you make today, this Lu supports you. Only then did Yi Yuan's gaze ease up a little, and he nodded his head slightly, to signal it. Second prince still wanted to say something but was shot down by Lu Yun with a fierce glare. Lu Yun naturally knew second prince's thoughts. Nation teacher was a major favorite in front of his majesty. With regards to seizing the throne, a word from nation teacher could match 10,000 words that he said. He held incredible weight. Offending nation teacher was equivalent to severing his own prospects. When second prince saw Yi Yuan make such an overboard request, how could he not be agitated? However, Lu Yun saw it deeper than him. Offending nation teacher was for sure. There was no meaning in standing up to say this sort of thing at this time. If he offended Yi Yuan again because of one sentence, then second prince was really finished. Because Lu Yun felt that the consequences of offending Yi Yuan were even more severe than offending nation teacher. Pick the lesser of two evils. Therefore, at this time they had to stand on Yi Yuan's side even more incomparably firmly. Make a complete break from nation teacher. Stand side by side with Yi Yuan. Lu Yun was gambling. He was gambling that Yi Yuan could become a big shot who would cause a great sensation in Eastward. Perhaps Yi Yuan's weight in Eastward in the future would even surpass that of nation teachers. Sure enough, Lin Lan gave a cold laugh. His gaze when looking toward second prince became extremely indifferent. Clearly, he already made a decision in his heart. Hoo-hoo. So what if I promise you? Could it be that this nation teacher is even afraid of you, a 1-point affinity ascender? Since it's a life and death wager, this nation teacher will sign an origin divinity contract with you. The person who breaks the contract will be struck dead by heaven, Lin Lan said in a cold voice. Since he knew that Yi Yuan's spatial rule was incredible, Lin Lan was naturally afraid that Yi Yuan would break the contract and flee after his defeat. As for losing to Yi Yuan, he never thought about it at all. This was something impossible. Yi Yuan nodded his head faintly and said, As it ought to be. Everything was ready. An alchemy battle without any suspense officially started. Actually, everyone including Lu Yun and Tang Yu did not have much confidence in Yi Yuan. This brag was too over the top. If it was just refining a heavenly pill to prove the Tang family's innocence, they still had some confidence. But the opponent was nation teacher, Eastward Alchemy Path's #1 person. This difficulty was too great. However, at that moment when the origin divinity contract was signed, Tang Yu, father and son, almost shed tears. They knew that Yi Yuan only did this in order to vent his frustration for him. He even wagered his own life. Yi Yuan could naturally escape, but he did not. He fought to the bitter end with nation teacher in order to help the Tang family seek justice. How could they not be moved? As distance tested a horse's strength, time revealed a person's heart. It was talking about this, right? Brat, you say that you're a heavenly alchemist. Then what heavenly pill do you want to compete in? Lin Lan said with a cold smile. I only know the foundation establishment heavenly pill, Yi Yuan said calmly. He said it so naturally and righteously. Everyone had stunned faces. Following that, they burst into another wave of roaring laughter. Lin Lan saw that Yi Yuan had always had a calm and collected appearance. He even thought that Yi Yuan really had some heaven-defying ability. After a farce, he actually only knew how to refine the foundation. Establishment heavenly pill. Foundation establishment heavenly pill was the most basic heavenly pill. The refining difficulty was the lowest. To a grade 2 heavenly alchemist like Lin Lan, refining a foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill was like playing around. Furthermore, his quality was several times stronger than Grade 1 Heavenly. Alchemists, Yi Yuan competing in the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill with him. Wasn't this looking for abuse? It's over. This time, it's really over. A look of despair was revealed in Tang Yu's eyes. Second Prince gritted his teeth and he said in a low voice, Master Yun, is this the person that you bet on? How will he win now? Even if he can really refine a heavenly pill, how can he possibly beat Nation Teacher? Lu Yun also had a stunned look and actually had nothing to say in reply. He also somewhat doubted whether he bet wrongly or not. As for the rest, they hugged their bellies and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It's really killing me. I really didn't come in vain today. This kid's ability to amuse is superb. He was so cocky just now, so I thought that he knew how to refine some heaven-defying heavenly pill. After a long time he's going to compete in the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill with Nation Teacher. TSK? Really a gimmick. It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to compete in Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill with Nation Teacher. Doesn't he know that Nation Teacher's Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill is the strongest in Eastward Country? Yi Yuan's composure previously became forced posturing in everyone's eyes. Now his true colors were revealed. Lin Lan could not help laughing as he said, Hoo-hoo? Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill? Huh? You really scared this Nation Teacher. Alright, compete in the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill then. Master Yi, you have to show mercy in a while. Roaring laughter sounded out everywhere. Everyone was tickled by Nation Teacher's humor. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Then, please start your performance, Nation Teacher. Lin Lan smiled and said, Alright, after this Nation Teacher finishes refining, I want to see how you still continue posturing. Lin Lan arrived before the pill furnace. Everyone quietened down. Such a major incident happening to the Tang family, many heavenly alchemists also rushed over when they heard the news. Seeing Lin Lan take action, each and everyone held their breaths. Lin Lan already had not displayed his strength in front of people for a long time. Observing Nation Teacher's pill refinement, even if it was the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, it would be a good learning opportunity for them. 2. Arriving before the pill furnace, Lin Lan's aura changed. The disposition of a Grandmaster rose leisurely. Feeling this aura, everyone registered profound respect. How could an ordinary person become the Nation Teacher? Lin Lan held his palm out. A dark red Dao fire emerged. Grade 2 Dao fire. Red Lotus Wood Heaven Dao fire. Compared to Grade 1 Dao fires, this Red Lotus Wood Heaven Dao fire was clearly much purer. The damage to heavenly alchemists was also significantly lesser. It was only to see Lin Lan beckon with his hand. A dragonbone grass arrived on his palm. Dragonbone grass was precisely one of the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill's heavenly medicine. The dragonbone grass gradually turned into paste form, being crystal clear, without the slightest blemish. Cries of wonder rose and ebbed. TSK? The Nation Teacher is really the Nation Teacher. He is really too strong. This extraction technique has reached the acme of perfection. I heard that Nation Teacher's affinity reached a horrifying 48 points. Refining an entry-level heavenly medicine like dragonbone grass. Isn't it at his fingertips? Haha. I'm somewhat looking forward to it now. How a 1-point heavenly alchemist refines these heavenly medicines. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. The moment Lin Lan got started, it was completely not what Gumao that level of heavenly alchemist could compare to. Regardless of whether it was heat or skill level, it was not on the same level at all. Tang Yu and the rest had also never seen a Grade 2 heavenly alchemist take action before. Seeing this scene, they despaired to the extreme. The Nation Teacher was still the Nation Teacher. Too strong. They already could not care about their injuries anymore. They only hoped that Lin Lan would make some mistakes when refining. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have a chance to win at all. However, time slowly trickled by. Lin Lan did not make any mistakes at all. Not only that, but Lin Lan also seemed to have gotten serious and actually showed signs of gradually entering an ideal state. Lin Lan's performance was like bullets, shattering the hearts of the Tang family, father and son, to pieces. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Lan withdrew his Dao fire and urged. With his palm, a medicinal pill fell onto the table. One look and the quality was extremely high. Hoo-hoo? I haven't practiced the foundation establishment heavenly pill for many years. I've become a little rusty. Fortunately, I gradually found some feeling back. Come, men. Bring forth the Cloud Mount Mother Stone, Lin Lan said with a laugh. In reality, he was serious from the start. Yi Yuan's repeated provocation upset him greatly. He was naturally unwilling to be neglectful. Taking action this time, he went all out. As for being rusty, he had indeed not refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill for some years already, but it definitely would not affect his strength. Just like a mathematics professional, he had not done elementary school problems for many years already. If he went back to do the problems now, would he be rusty? Obviously not. Of course, he would not say that. Very soon, someone brought a white rock up. This rock was called Cloud Mount Mother Stone. It was specifically used to determine the quality of heavenly pills. The Cloud Mount Mother Stone was the most sensitive to the quality of medicinal pills. A heavenly stratum powerhouse carved restrictions on it. Once it reacted, it would give birth to a beam of light. The more sections the light beam had, the higher the quality. The quality of heavenly pills was divided into 9 grades. First grade was the weakest and 9th grade was the strongest. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined previously did not reach a grade at all. Lin Lan reached his hand out and beckoned. That foundation establishment heavenly pill suspended above the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Suddenly, light shone. A light beam lit up on the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Following that, the second beam of light, the third beam of light. Only all the way until the 5th beam of light was more than half completed. Did it stop? Nation Teacher's foundation establishment heavenly pill is of the upper 5th grade. Lin Lan nodded his head slightly, expressing satisfaction. However, everyone was already boiling with excitement. Upper 5th grade. Just a bit more and it can reach 6th grade. Nation Teacher is Nation Teacher, far from what some random Tom, Dick, or Harry can compare to. Heh? Nation Teacher is simply demeaning his own status by competing in alchemy with that ascender. For ordinary grade 1 heavenly alchemists, no matter how skilled, they could only refine upper 3rd grade quality too. Those who could reach 4th grade were all heaven grade powerhouses. But the moment Lin Lan took action, it was upper 5th grade. Could be seen how profound his skill level was. It was not that 5th grade was 2 grades higher than 3rd grade. The quality would increase by less than twice. The higher the quality, the harder it was to achieve. 3rd grade to 4th grade was several times the gap. 4th grade to 5th grade was another gap of several times. This kind of disparity was magnified exponentially. 5th grade compared to ordinary 3rd grade, the medicinal effect was at least more than 10 times stronger. Further up, it was virtually impossible for a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to want to reach 6th grade. Of course, this was also the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill. If it were other heavenly pills, it would have been impossible for him to reach this level. Master Yi, can this foundation establishment heavenly pill still enter your arcane sights?
Lin Lan Yuk.
Upper 5th grade was an exceptional performance for him as well. He was already very sure in his heart that he would win. If upper 5th grade could not even beat a 1-point affinity fellow, he could find a piece of tofu to go and commit suicide. Therefore, he was very relaxed right now. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's just like that, barely passable. However, you're indeed much stronger than Gu Mao, that fellow." Yi Yuan's visual prowess was not what these heavenly alchemists present could compare to. Lin Lan's pill refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, accomplished in one go. Just controlling the fire shook Gumao off by 10 streets behind. Therefore, the two were not on the same level at all. Of course, Yi Yuan's fire control shook Gumao off by more than 100 streets. Lin Lan was similarly not on the same level as Yi Yuan. But the crowd was extremely indignant. This guy is really cocky to the extreme, still posturing until now. Nation teacher is good-tempered. Otherwise, he would have long wrecked him to death. Upper 5th grade is still passable? Hoo-hoo. He really is not afraid of spraining his tongue when talking. Lin Lan's face turned black, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy actually compared him to Gu Mao, that trash. One was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, while the other was grade 2. There was no comparison, alright? Is that so? Then Master Yi, it's time for you to perform, Lin Lan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, all right, you learn by the side. It might help you to break through your current bottleneck. As for today's matter, just take it as you paid tuition fees. Just because you can't do some things, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. So what if 1 point affinity? To me, Yi Yuan, affinity is nothing at all. As Yi Yuan said, he slowly walked in front of the pill furnace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Posturing. Too capable at posturing. This guy was nuts to actually have nation teacher learn by the side. A rookie who could only refine foundation establishment heavenly pill actually made a grade 2 heavenly alchemist learn something. Even said that affinity was nothing. Where did your freaking courage come from? Lin Lan was shocked too. He had never seen before a junior who could posture so much. This was crazy. But just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan made his move. Swoosh! The dragonbone grass flew right into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan controlled the Dao fire and started extracting. The pale blue Dao fire flickered and jumped. At times it was like a dragon, prancing the 9 heavens. At other times it was like a fish swimming in shallow waters. All in all, that cluster of flame seemed to have life. The vast majority of the people present had never seen Yi Yuan refine the dragonbone grass before. Upon seeing it this moment, it was immediately overwhelmingly shocking. This fire control was too amazing. Yi Yuan's current refinement was God knows how many times stronger than when he bet with Gumao back then. The faint smile of a victor had been hanging on Lin Lan's face all along. But at this time, this confidence had already disappeared completely. What replaced it was shock. A shock that was incapable of further increase. He had never thought that someone could control fire to such an extent. Furthermore, the dragonbone grass was currently becoming purer and purer under
Yi Yuan's refinement.
When the dragonbone grass was finished refining, Lin Lan already had a score. In his heart, the dragonbone grass that Yi Yuan refined was significantly stronger than his. One stalk after another of heavenly medicine, Yi Yuan's extraction was mastered to perfection. It was simply the style of a master. In contrast, Lin Lan's air of a master was not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. In the path of alchemy, Yi Yuan was the eternal king. Even if he did not have much affinity, no one could overpower him in alchemy. 2. Not that he was invincible, but that it was his formidable strength and bearing that exudes from inside out. This kind of self-confidence based on powerful strength was something that no one could replace. Affinity was the greatest obstacle stopping Yi Yuan from refining heavenly pills. But in other aspects, Yi Yuan's strength was completely not what Lin Lan could compare to. That kind of might that had gone through endless tempering simply had no weakness to exploit. After finished refining the heavenly medicines, the most crucial moment came. Refining the heavenly pill. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to see the truth. All of the heavenly medicines gathered in the pill furnace. The pressure on Yi Yuan suddenly increased. Even now, affinity, this hurdle still added tremendous pressure on him when he was refining pills. That feeling was like Yi Yuan was rushing forward at full speed. But there were 8 horses pulling him in the opposite direction. The feeling of restraint was too obvious. The sweat on Yi Yuan's head grew more and more, and his expression became more and more serious. Clearly, he was very taxed. When Lin Lan saw this scene, he was immediately much more at ease. He could feel that Yi Yuan's affinity absolutely did not exceed 3 points. This showed that the 1-point affinity was not a groundless rumor. Yi Yuan really did not have affinity. Looking at Yi Yuan's expression again, one would know that it was enough to choke him. Hoo-hoo? I thought he could really defy the heavens. After a long time, it was a false alarm, Lin Lan said with a cold laugh. The others also let out long sighs of relief. Everyone was deceived by Yi Yuan's Grandmaster air previously. Freaking hell! Scared me to death. I even thought that he could really refine a heavenly pill. This guy really scares people to death without paying for it. But, apart from that, his affinity is only 1 point, his other areas are really strong? Sigh? What a pity. Now, everyone's attitude was a little better. After all, Yi Yuan indeed had the capital to posture. Just in terms of fire control and extraction, Yi Yuan had even surpassed nation teacher Lin Lan already. This was sufficient to be proud. However, without being able to refine a heavenly pill, everything was in vain. He would not be able to clear this hurdle today. Therefore, many people were also lamenting endlessly. Such a genius, it was indeed a pity. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's performance became more and more strained, and his breathing also became more and more labored. However, the movements of his hands were not disorderly at all. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan flipped his palm over the Tao. Fire extinguished with a loud bang. Pa! 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 Lin Lan's applause came from the side. Master Yi has worked hard. Have to admit, you really scared this nation. Teacher. However, forget about refining heavenly pills. With your pitiful bit of affinity, it's impossible to refine a complete heavenly pill, much less surpass this nation, teacher. Lin Lan said with a snicker. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and flipped his palm over again, and the pill furnace opened. A thick medicinal scent struck the nose. A medicinal pill flew out of the pill furnace slowly and landed in the dish. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, "Who said that you can't refine heavenly pills without affinity?" There was silence. The sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone present was collectively rendered speechless. A foundation establishment heavenly pill was really formed. After several breaths, the crowd suddenly exploded. Heavenly pill. He really refined a heavenly pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist. He's really a 1-point heavenly alchemist. My goodness. I even thought that he was posturing. Turns out that he's really awesome. Something's not right. Why does the aura of this foundation establishment heavenly pill feel stronger than nation teachers? Previously, these people were still taunting and jeering, mocking Yi Yuan in various ways. It was as if Yi Yuan was a clown. But now, Yi Yuan used a single heavenly pill to make everyone shut up. Shocked everyone. Of course, what shocked them even more was the quality of this foundation establishment heavenly pill. Judging from the aura, it was actually even stronger than nation teachers. Of course, just how strong it was, it still needed to be tested before they would know. Second Prince was stunned and muttered, He really succeeded. But how is this possible? 1-point affinity. A 1-point affinity actually refined a heavenly pill. Clearly, he still could not quite believe the truth before his eyes. But he knew that Master Yun gambled correctly. Inconceivable. Under the circumstances where there was absolutely no hope, he turned the tables. Lu Yun was also unbelievably shocked. Until now, he still felt that he was dreaming. He thought before that Yi Yuan could refine heavenly pills. But he never thought that the quality of the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined was actually so good. If not for that his affinity is only 1 point, how could he have refined This foundation establishment heavenly pill so strenuously? Lu Yun smiled bitterly and said, from Yi Yuan's performance one could tell how much effort he put in for today. If not for the restriction of affinity, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he would have long already made eastward country submit at his feet. What did a mere Lin Lan count for? Lin Lan looked at that foundation establishment heavenly pill, a shocked expression on his face. When the impossible became possible, nothing was more impactful than this. How is this possible? With 1 point affinity he actually really refined a heavenly pill. Lin Lan's eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. Until now, he was also unwilling to believe that this was real. Yi Yuan said coolly, looks like you only cared about mocking just now and didn't study well. Just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. I wonder where your baffling self-confidence comes from. You must know, there's a heaven beyond. Heaven, lording over in this tiny little eastward country and posing as being number 1 in the world. You'll only have this bit of strength forever. Refining pills need to harbor a heart of awe and veneration. It's not that no one is stronger than you. It's just that you haven't encountered them. As he said, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, and sent the foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined to the Cloud Mount Motherstone. Light shone. 1 beam, 2 beams. Very soon, the light beams surpassed 5. At this time, everyone quietened down again, holding their breaths and staring fixedly at the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The 5th beam of light was still rising. These people felt as though they were almost suffocating, as if even more nervous than them competing in alchemy themselves. Gradually, the 5th light beam rose to more than half. Same as Nation Teacher, upper 5th grade. The sound of hearts shattering seemed to be able to be heard all around. However, the light beam did not stop rising. The 5th beam of light was full very soon. However, it reached the 6th light beam without the least bit of suspense. 6th grade. My God, a 1-point heavenly alchemist refined a 6th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Crazy. It's too crazy. It's still rising. The clamoring voices rose and ebbed, lingering on incessantly. That rising beam of light continuously refreshed their understanding. From being impossible to possible. From being possible to surpassing Nation Teacher. From surpassing Nation Teacher to crushing Nation Teacher. Progressing step by step, pressing harder with each step. A 1-point affinity ascender had created too many miracles within this short time. The light beam did not stop rising. From lower 6th grade to middle 6th grade, and then to upper 6th grade. Very soon, it closed in on the great hurdle of 7th grade. Everyone was almost asphyxiating. Their eyes were glued on the light beam, wanting to know when it would stop. The rising speed of the light beam began to slow down. Finally, it arrived before the juncture of 7th grade. Then the light beam was like a stream of water that spilled over, breaking through the great hurdle of 7th grade. 7th grade. A 7th grade. A 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. My God, I've never seen before such a high-quality foundation establishment. Heavenly pill in my lifetime. Really blinded my dog eyes. I actually thought that this ascender was a piece of trash. Forget about eastward country. Even in the entire Truyong heavenly domain, 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills are also seldom seen, right? The light beam stopped at middle 7th grade in the end. Yi Yuan looked at the light beam and heaved a slight sigh, muttering under his breath. Just middle 7th grade? Indeed, there's still a very long way to go. Clearly, he felt quite regrettable. This was already his current limit. To him, not reaching peak 9th grade was not considered a success at all. The foundation establishment heavenly pill was the most basic heavenly pill. If even the foundation establishment heavenly pill could not reach grand completion, how could the road in the future be smooth? High-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. Yi Yuan had never relaxed his pursuit in alchemy before. It was precisely this kind of stringent pursuit that was close to freakish, that let him have today's accomplishments. Actually, the Foundation establishment heavenly pill was really too simple for
Ye Yuan.
but, because of the constraints of affinity, he had not been able to achieve grand completion for a long time. His instinct training still had not reached perfection. It was just that when his words fell into the ears of bystanders, the posturing value increased infinitely. Lin Lan's face turned black, wishing to swing a slap over. This posturing was too obvious, right? Many onlookers were also extremely unhappy inwardly. Middle 7th grade, this was already outrageously strong, alright? But no one jumped out anymore at this time. Fine, you're amazing. Posture however you like. Actually, it was just the difference in worldview that led to a difference in understanding. The things that you flaunted were merely other people's daily life. Although Yi Yuan was an ascender and was even still a newcomer in the cultivation of heavenly pills, his pursuit of alchemy Tao was not what these people could understand at all. He was just speaking his mind. Lord Nation Teacher, can the Foundation establishment heavenly pill that this ye refined still enter your arcane sights?
Ye Yuan responded lightly.
Lin Lan's expression changed. But without waiting for him to speak, Yi Yuan continued, the pill has been refined too. Isn't it time for Nation Teacher to fulfill the origin divinity contract? Lin Lan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that he really lost completely and utterly. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually lost to a 1-point affinity ascender. He had never even thought about such a thing before. But now, at this point, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He, the exalted Nation Teacher, Eastward Alchemy Paths, former number 1 person, actually had to apologize to the Tang family. He clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, those who attacked just now, cut off an arm yourselves and kowtow and apologize to the Tang family, father and son. Nation Teacher,
Vuve.
Lin Lan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, why? Want this Nation Teacher to do it personally. Those few guards who attacked were practically all upper lesser sublime. Heaven, their strength rather formidable. Making them cut off an arm, they were naturally unwilling. But at this time it was not up to them anymore as well.